are on the cusp of something very special. The 30th running of the Dubai World Cup.
14 out of 14 for Dubai, a world champion.
He's going to win it for Sheikh Mohammed. 6BL wins the Dubai World Cup.
Dubai Millennium is annihilating them. Dubai Millennium is coming home well clear in the Millennium Dubai World Cup.
Street Bay wins the Dubai World Cup.
A is for arrogate, A is for absolute superstar, A is for anointing. A brilliant winner of the Dubai World Cup.
Thunderstone into history, back-to-back wins in the Dubai World Cup.
And the magic of Frankie Dettori, he just loves the big occasion.
Hitcho right over the top. Hitcho for Florent Giroux and Brad Cox in the Dubai World Cup. Wins in spectacular fashion. Hitcho has done it.
Welcome to the 2026 Dubai World Cup. 30 years ago, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum had a vision. The very best racehorses all in one place, Dubai, for the biggest night of racing anywhere in the world. Back then, it was the world's best dirt horse Cigar who made his date with destiny. 30 years on, the world's best is back, this time hailing from Japan and looking to make history.
Forever Young gets the dream run. Forever Young, a length and a half clear. Forever Young, Nisos not going away. But he's Forever Young towards the line. Forever Young, forever in equine history. Forever Young, a race for the ages. And Forever Young rounds off a terrific night for Japan. Runs down Romantic Warrior and breaks Hong Kong hearts.
Forever Young, he is the world's best horse on the dirt. If he is to win tonight, he's going to become the first horse to complete the Saudi Cup Dubai World Cup double. Of course, we saw him last year, but he's looking to atone for that. He's already got 2 of the Saudi Cup trophies in his cabinet. This year, he's going to be looking to add this big one, the Dubai World Cup, to the mantelpiece. Yoshito Yahagi, no doubt, will be wanting to take this back to Japan. Hasn't been in Japan since 2011. And if he's able to win tonight, Forever Young will become the highest earning racehorse of all time. There's so much to play for in race number 9 tonight. Pat Comerford, the voice of Meydan, calling his 3rd Dubai World Cup, offering up a sneak peek of what we can expect tonight.
It's action-packed from start to finish in the Dubai World Cup meeting number 30. First class, off a classy win in Saudi, looks to claim his 3rd Kahela Classic. He could not have been more impressive in the Burj Nahar, going on to win by just over 4 lengths. Commissioner King continues to go from strength to strength. He targets the Godolphin Mile from barrier 1. The son of Wooten Bassett, acquired by Australian Bloodstock Syndicate, has traversed the world already in a short space of time. Will Al Riffa be able to break through with a maiden win in the Dubai Gold Cup? Pyromancer, declaring here as a force to be reckoned with in Japan for the Godolphin team. He makes his way to UAE and is one of the many runners on the night for His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Wasn't it a tussle to remember? Reef Runner outgunning Lazard in the final stages of the race in Saudi Arabia. They meet again over 6 furlongs in the Al Quoz Sprint. He has been able to defeat all who have come before him so far in Group 1 level races in the USA. Bentonato looks to do it from gate 2 in the Dubai Golden Shaheen and show us that speed we've all been waiting to see. 1800 looks a great starting point for Ombudsman, a war horse in the Godolphin Blue. He will be out tonight, and the short price international market favourite in the first of the big three, the Dubai Turf. Off the rating of 130, the highest rated turf horse in the world, Calandagan, comes back 12 months later to claim the race that avoided him last year. The Dubai Shima Classic looks well in his sights. And after running a place in last year's event, Forever Young looks to become the highest earning horse in the history of horse racing and claim the first award to be the first horse running the Saudi Cup and Dubai World Cup double in the two races history. Here is your race card for tonight's event. The Dubai Kahila Classic for the purebred Arabians at Group 1 level over 2,000 metres. We stay on the dirt over the mile for the Group 2 Godolphin Mile, the Dubai Gold Cup, our first race on turf over the 2-mile distance. We then head to the UAE Derby over 1,900 on dirt. Then onto the turf again for the 6 furlong Al Quoz Sprint. We stay at that distance, but onto the inner surface for the Dubai Golden Shaheen, one of our many Group 1s on the program. We stay at Group 1 level for the remainder of the program, the Dubai Turf over the 9 furlongs, out to the 1.5 miles for the Longines Dubai Shima Classic, and we wrap it up with the $12 million Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline. We are looking forward to edition number 30. Who will take it out? Here are the non-runners. Race 1, number 1, RB Kingmaker will not join the field in the Dubai Kahila Classic. Marban is out. Arabi will also not take his place, so 2 runners out in the Al Quoz Sprint. And Drew's Gold does not take his place in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Race 6, number 3, a withdrawal. Here are the rider changes with a couple of riders indisposed. Connor Beasley jumps aboard the Camden Colt. Declan McDonough over to ride Al Riffa. James Doyle will take the ride for Sons and Lovers. Pat Dobbs on board cover-up in the Al Quoz Sprint. William Buick to take over the ride on Mufasa in the Golden Shaheen. Christian Demuro will ride Kudwa, one of 2 runners for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum in the Dubai Turf. Danny Tudhope will arrive on Ethical Diamond, replacing Dylan Brown McMonagle there in the 8th event. And Richard Mullen also picks the ride up on By the Book.
Now, off the track, there are some fantastic prizes to be won by you getting involved in the Style Stakes. Prizes presented by Imar, by Emirates Skywards and Altair Motors. Cassie, previous winner of the Style Stakes, how do people get involved?
Okay, so there are registration booths, but if you're lucky like what I was 2 years ago, I actually had some ladies come up and encourage me to enter.
Scouted.
Encouraged.
Unbelievable.
Gently pushed to go and enter, and it was my lucky day because I did come out and I did win some phenomenal prizes. So ladies and gents, if you are scouted or encouraged to enter, do take that opportunity, because even if you don't win, it is just so much fun, and if you do win, wow, is all I can say.
Happy days. There's best dressed lady, best dressed man, best dressed couple, best hat and best traditional dress. So enter and get involved. Your favourite Dubai World Cup memory over 30 years?
I mean, I'm still pretty new, so I've only been here, this is only my 3rd, but Laurel River 2 years ago, you never forget your first, and that was a sensational win.
It absolutely blitzed them.
Yeah.
It was incredible. For me, I mean, it's a toss-up between 2 Godolphin horses. Dubai Millennium was the first time I watched on TV, and it was the Millennium. It was incredible. But I think for being here, Thunder Snow's 2nd was just magnificent. The first horse to win it twice, go back-to-back for Saibin Saur and Team Godolphin. That atmosphere was something I will never forget. And hopefully we're going to have an atmosphere like that tonight. It's time to say hello to our studio team back in the UK, headed up by Rishi Prasad.
Tom, thank you very much. Yes, looking forward, of course, to the 30th running of the Dubai World Cup race night. I'm doing so in the company of Nick Lightfoot and Angus McNay. Before we talk about the 9 fabulous races that we have ahead of us, let's just reflect on the 30 years that we've seen so far in various guises over the years and all the great memories. Nick, for you, what would be the ones that would stand out over those 3 decades?
I'm going to go down the anniversary route, and I know that Saeed bin Suroor, 9-time winning trainer of the race, you could probably put up to Dubai Millennium, but for the brilliance of Dettori in 2006 Electrocutionist, from the inside draw in 1, no horse had ever won from stall 1. You're going to get all that kickback. Dettori, I think, famously said, "I didn't breathe for 2 minutes," as he absolutely fired this horse home. And it just sticks in my mind so much. It was a special old racecourse, Nad Al Sheba. I know a lot's changed since then, but that was a sort of emblematic success of what the race is.
Yeah, I remember Electrocutionist winning that race. For a moment, it didn't look like it was going to happen. And then Frankie changed his hands, he changed his legs, and he found more. It's a scenario that has played out many a time, Angus.
It has, Rishi. Yeah, hi, everybody. This is the greatest meeting on earth. Make no mistake. And I have so many vivid memories, which start in 2002 at Nad Al Sheba again, where Street Cry won the Dubai World Cup under Jerry Bailey. The year where Frankie Dettori had a choice to make. Will he ride Saki or will he ride Street Cry? He went for Saki, and Jerry Bailey was flown over especially to ride the dirt horse Street Cry, who obliged in that World Cup. That's my number 1 memory. But number 2 was at Meydan, when Arrogant, the brilliant Arrogant, in the rain,
I was waiting for that.
Somewhat pertinent, I think, missed the break, didn't he? He copped a load of kickback. He circled the field under Mike Smith, and then he surged to success. A superb performance from him. Those are my 2 favourite memories.
I'm older than both of you, so I remember loads. I mean, Cigar's first win in 96, absolutely magnificent. The fact that a horse of his stature had flown to the desert to strut his stuff as he did. Following that, I remember Electrocutionist wins. That was certainly one of my favourite memories. The first one I saw live was Moon Ballad. I thought he was a magnificent racehorse when he was on song. But there was one horse that stood out for me, and that was Equinox. I know not on the dirt, but a true champion who we'd all had a lot of hype about, and we saw what he'd done prior to arriving in Dubai. But then the way he actually dismantled his field on the night, where he just got out in front and flowed so beautifully. And it left many seasoned professionals aghast at the brilliance of that performance, and I'll never forget the reaction to it.
The worst mistake I've made in many, and there's a fairly high bar, was doing the walk-back interview alongside Equinox, and I had a huge amount of his sweat down my arm, and I thought this thing could be sold on, but stupidly it went straight to the dry cleaners on the way back, and Equinox was gone. But do you know what? I always think as well about Equinox, he's the absolute high watermark, but the last 10 years on the turf, those middle distance races, the World Cup has brought the Japanese to town, hasn't it? And you think about Almond Eye and what that fella did as well, Equinox, to see those horses come to Dubai and fairly whitewash what the UK and America can send. It's been awesome to watch.
Just Away's.
Just Away.
Incredible
Best horse of the year
as well. Enough reminiscing, gentlemen. We could do this for much longer, as you well know, but it is time very shortly for us to cast our minds forward to the 9 races on the 30th running of Dubai World Cup race night. And first up for us tonight, the Dubai Kahela Classic, sponsored by Zabid Field, Kingmaker non-runner, and the field headed by Murad for Silvestre de Souza and Majid Al-Jahuri. First class going for a 3rd win in the race for Connor Beasley and Doug Watson. Mubid with a big chance for Ray Dawson and Jabba Bittar. Lahab for Richie Mullen and Anthony Gamble. And then we have Falah, who comes here off the back of a very smart performance earlier in the season for trainer Ahmed Al-Balushi. Al-Mu'tasim Al-Balushi in the saddle. Moshrif for Mikel Barcelona. Vizier with Fahad Al-Furedi in the saddle. 9 is Jafar for Danny Tudhope. Another for Doug Watson. 10 is Rad Lembarak with Sam Hitchcott aboard. 11 is Alzir, Pat Dobbs in the saddle. 12 is Mad Moon for Amr Al-Razbi. 13, RB Motherlode, Tygo Shea riding. 14 is Joestar, Bernardo Pinheiro. 15, Tadek, Jules Mobian. And the one at the bottom is number 16, Uptown Walk the Line, with Sandro Paiva in the saddle. We'll have a look back at the second round of the Al Maktoum Challenge. And here we have First Class out in front, but very shortly he's about to be tackled by Murad, Angus.
Yeah, this was a tremendous performance from Murad. Only his second time on dirt, but he's taken to the surface very well. 2 from 2 on it, and he's easily put away a top-class horse in First Class who's rated 125, and he's pretty comprehensively beaten on this occasion. I really like what Murad did here, and he did it from a wide draw as well in stall 12. That's difficult to do on the dirt at Meydan over 1,900 or over 2,000 metres. So he's overcome a poor draw and he's surged clear. I was really impressed.
What have you made of Murad so far this season?
Well, he's got to do 12 again, but I don't see any reason why he won't. And it's just the adaptability, as Angus said, 2 from 2 on the dirt. I would say that is by far and away the best local form going, considering what First Class went on to do out in Saudi Arabia, and the fact that he's coming back again for a 3-timer, as you said, that worried me. But I don't see any reason why any of those that he's beaten would be reversing the form. I think he's option A in this race.
Well, we are going to talk about one of the horses that he beat in that race that we saw, and this involves Falah, who, when we look at this closing stages of the third round of the Al Maktoum Challenge, it looks very unlikely, Nick, that Falah is going to win here.
Hugely. He's also got a wide draw, which perhaps, based on the way that he's gone and stormed home to victory at the end of this, is actually no bad thing. He was a surprise winner. It was a massively noteworthy step. I remember speaking to, I think he was the owner or owner's representative. I do apologise, it was slightly lost in translation. But they'd outlined he'd come 5th in the Dubai Kahela Classic 2 years ago. They felt he was in a better place to go a bit better. The one that I felt sorry for was the second on this occasion, Mubid, who I thought ran an absolute stormer. And I would want to flag up as well the third, who I think's the one to take out the race, Radlem Badak, who is a complete unknown in the context of things. But if you look at the progress that horse made up on the far side, the inside rail, he might just improve a little bit further still. But nothing in that race would worry me if I was Team Murad.
Well, nothing in this race has a better record in the Dubai Kahela Classic than First Class. He won it in 2022. He's run in it a number of times. And of course, Angus, having won it 12 months ago, it was wonderful to see him get his head in front in Saudi back on Valentine's Day.
Battle of the Greys, Rishi, wasn't it? Yeah, getting the better of Vizier, who reopposes on this occasion. Moshrif back in 4th place and Madmoon 5th, and Alzir well beaten. This was a very strongly run contest. He wins by 3.5 lengths in the end. And he's beaten a horse in Vizier in second who'd won the Majani Stakes in December, who's a really good marker on the dirt, and he's beaten him very well indeed. But it's a slow motion finish. They went really hard and got very tired, but it proves he's in good nick.
On figures, he's as good as he's ever been, as you've mentioned. He's bidding to emulate Unchained Melody and Majani, the great. None of them did it with a 3-year gap, though, by winning in between. The one thing I'd say is he's had to run hard, surely, to win in Saudi Arabia, which was never on his programme book last year. At the age of 9, maybe he's kind of left it behind. I'd rather go for the up-and-comer.
OK, and which of the up-and-comers?
It's Murad.
OK, Murad. And what about you, Angus?
It's a draw play for me. You don't find many purebred Arabians winning at Meydan from off the pace. You've got to track the pace. Last 10 years, 43% of winners in purebred Arabian races over 2,000 metres have tracked the pace. So I'm going to take a chance with Vizier. We saw the horse getting run down there in Saudi by First Class, but he's got stall 1. He travels well. He's got good early pace. And the rail at Meydan is often pretty good at the start of the meeting on Dubai World Cup night. So Vizier to make all on the rail.
All right, Vizier to make all on the rail. I will agree with you.
Oh, good.
The up-and-comer. Murad, for me, I feel like he's only just establishing himself as a high-class performer. He's very consistent as well, internationally. So I'm hoping that he's able to show his stuff once again. And that has been the Dubai Kahela Classic, sponsored by Zabil Feeds.
Zabil Feed was established in 1985 to produce premium feed for the royal family's animals. Since 2006, as a subsidiary of Dubai Racing Club, we have been committed to excellence in animal nutrition, ensuring top-quality feed by sourcing the finest mammals, ruminants, and birds. With a vast storage capacity, we supply fresh feed year-round, serving customers across the UAE, UK, KSA, and the GCC. At Zabeel Feed, customer satisfaction is our priority.
2010 is a defining year in the history of the Dubai World Cup. After 14 famous runnings at Nad Al Sheba, 2010 was the year when Dubai World Cup night had a new home in the heart of the UAE's racing scene, the magnificent Meydan. The race itself produced one of the most thrilling finishes in the storied history of Dubai's most iconic contest, with the Brazilian-bred Glória de Campeão beaten a long way in second a year prior, triumphing over Lizard's Desire and Alibar, only a whisker between the first three.
350 to run and Glória de Campeão in front. Mr. Brock lays down the gauntlet. Twice over, deeper out. Then Ali Bar, followed by Gio Ponte and Red's Desire. Glória de Campeão but led 100 metres to go. Ali Bar into the clear flashing. Lizard's Desire flashing. Glória de Campeão in front. Lizard's Desire lunging. And it's tight. Lizard's Desire lunged to Glória de Campeão. It's a nose finish in the Dubai World Cup.
And it took the judge an age to determine whose flared nostril had landed the most coveted prize under the lights of the Meydan grandstand.
Five.
Glória de Campeão won the World Cup. Lizard's Desire is second and Alibar is third. Glória de Campeão runner-up. Just a few yards away at Nad Al Sheba has won for Stefan Fribourg, Pascal Barry and Tiago Pereira by a nose.
Race 2 tonight is the Godolphin Mile, sponsored by Emaar. It's over 1,600 metres on the dirt and the field headed by Commissioner King for Targo Shea and Bupat Seamar. 2 is Banishing for Silvestre de Souza and David Jacobson. 3, Mendelssohn Bay, a stable companion of Commissioner King, and Richard Mullen is in the saddle. 4 is Generous Tipper at Falah Buganaim and trainer Hamid Al-Jahani. 5 is World Record for Jose Ortiz at Bupat Seamar. 6, the Camden Colt, another for Bupat Seamar, Connor Beasley riding. 7, David of Athens, James Doyle and Hamid Al-Jahani. 8 is Zandvoort, another runner for the Bupat Seamar team, as is Diamond Dealer. Christian Demura rides Zandvoort and Mikel Barcelona on the improving Diamond Dealer. Hypnos for Florent Giroux and Hamid Al-Jahani. 11 is Telemark for William Buick and Simon and Ed Crisford, and the field completed by Mazmak for Bernardo Pinheiro and Salim bin Gadaya. Now, Nick, Mendelssohn Bay came out on top of Commissioner King and Hypnos on this occasion. What are the chances of a repeat?
I think quite strong, but I do say that with the caveat we're talking a day out. We know that the rain has come overnight pre the eve of the Dubai World Cup. What it's going to be like, we're kind of playing a slight guessing game. But we were talking off camera just now, and this generally is a front-runner's paradise. Drawn in 1, inside Commissioner King has every reason, the giant horse, I think he's the biggest horse in their barn, to go on and try and win from the front, as so often do. You can see the size of him. But I just wonder, with the trap playing as I expect or might expect it to do, fingers crossed, whether it goes to a closer. And Mendelssohn Bay, down to 1,600 metres, this is just the most wildly consistent horse. And on a night where I'm kind of playing guessing game with the weather, he looks the most solid option to me.
Angus, it's interesting what Nick says about tactics in this race, because traditionally the Godolphin Mile has suited a horse who is on the pace, making the running, or at worst, second or third.
I think this is where Nick and I are going to differ on this, because I think the track will probably suit speed. If it has got a little bit wet, or it was sealed on Thursday, that'll stop it from going muddy or sloppy, as they'd say in the United States of America. I think it'll still ride pretty quick, and I think it'll still suit horses that are on the pace or leading. And the leader's going to be Commissioner King, as far as I'm concerned. And I think if he gets an easy out in front, like he did last time, he's going to be very hard to peg back. And surely the Bupat horses are not going to take each other on. We'll have a look at Commissioner King and look at this win last time. It was an easy lead win, you could call it that, in the Firebreak Stakes. He's got the Camden Colt, improved effort from him back in second. Hypnos, who's a Jebel Ali Mile winner, back in third. Telemark, late progress from him. He runs through kickback. He's a horse who might pick up pieces if they go really fast. But this was impressive from Commissioner King. He wins in a fast time. He wins by 4 lengths. He made every single yard of the running. And whilst this race is obviously a bit tougher, this was just a Group 3, and he stepped up in Group 2. It's not the strongest Godolphin Mile that we have ever seen. It lacks some top-class international competition, and Commissioner King, I think, is the best of the local horses.
I would also attest to the fact that he's a very sizable individual. We've all seen him in the flesh. Yeah. We would imagine that the more racing he has, the more he will improve. And that seems to be the pattern of his races so far, regardless of all the other elements that we want to add into the equation.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say 2 starts ago, the rider probably went too quick when Mendelssohn Bay got him. Again, I'm hoping he's going to do the same thing again. But last time it was much more controlled. He's a top-class horse. He won the Saudi Derby a few years ago. I think they said he is 500-plus kilos. I mean, we're all carrying a little bit, certainly this side of the sofa, but he seems like a really big guy that takes a lot of working. The one thing I guess that's really interesting is, have they got 6 because there's a load of different connections that all want to have a go on World Cup night? Or do 6 runners from the same barn suggest to me there isn't quite as much to stand out, or there might certainly be reason to try and have a crack at the King?
Well, I'm hoping that he has... obviously, Bhupat Seema has got such a large stable that you would imagine that he'd want to have as many runners as possible on World Cup now, and that seems to be the case. He has got a fair few runners, so I'm hoping that it's because they all want to have a go. They all want to be part of a great night of racing. Is there anything that I haven't mentioned that we ought to be throwing in the mix? I suggested when I was talking over the runners and riders, there's a horse in there, Diamond Dealer. I've really liked what he's doing. He's improving. He's got an awkward draw. So that's a bit of a challenge for him. But is there anything else that you want to throw in the mix?
Well, there's Zandvoort as well. We've got a few hat-trick seekers in the race as well. David of Athens. I think there's horses 7, 8 and 9 are all on hat-tricks. Diamond Dealer, I mean, if he ever gets even half close to living up to that pedigree, White Abario, the half-brother who won the Breeders' Cup Classic a few years ago, he's getting better and better. His professionalism is clearly quite stark as well, and I think history told us last year, don't ignore that final domestic meeting of March before the World Cup. Dark Saffron came out and won the Shaheen off that card, so if he's still improving and is carrying that into the World Cup, he could be a player.
Anything else?
I want to mention the US raider, Banishing.
Yep.
Horse who comes from off the pace. If they get hooked up in front, Commissioner King, Mendelssohn Bay, others, and they go too hard and go a wee bit fast, this horse could be picking up pieces. He's won 5 times in the United States of America, including Grade 2 contests.
Okay.
He was a bit disappointing in Saudi last time, but he's got ability.
Who wins, Nick?
Mendelssohn Bay, percentage call, just consistency drops in his lap.
Angus?
Commissioner King makes all.
All right, I like it as well. Commissioner King, I like how Angus has described that. Makes all, straightforward, stall 1. Don't look back. And that is the story of the Godolphin Mile, sponsored by EMAR.
We are lucky to celebrate the 30 years this year, and part of our social responsibility to promote this type of sport and to promote the city. And that's the minimum we can do for Dubai and UAE.
Bhupat Seema, top local trainer and a man with a fine record on Dubai World Cup night. He's readying his squad for this year with real quality and quantity combining.
To be honest, every year we have lots of runners, but definitely not this many. But I'm hoping it's a case of quality and not just quantity. But, you know, we've had a good season. We've had some good horses qualified for good races. So, yeah, we're happy to be here.
Is there an art to some of those races where you've got a lot of horses balancing owner interests?
Well, the thing is that they're all different owners. So, you know, they can all have... In a way, I think it's very good for racing as well because, you know, you have owners from all different parts of the world participating in UAE racing, you know, which actually makes it a bit more interesting and better.
Looking at those with main chances, I mean, Godolphin Mile is a race which traditionally Zabeel has always been strong in. But you've got two with clear chances who faced each other before, Commissioner King and Mendelssohn Bay. Is it pretty obvious how you think they emerge from the stalls? Mendelssohn Bay just tracking Commissioner King?
I think this race is going to have a lot of pace. And Commissioner King is a horse that you can go as fast as you want. He will still go in front. So it could suit the closers. So, I mean, I think it could suit someone like Mendelssohn Bay, who's just stalking. And my other horses, you know, I think the Camden Colt's got a very good chance. You know, he can stalk. And I think all the horses that I have in that race, World Record just, you know, he just had a run, so he should improve. Mendelssohn Bay's danced every dance this year, so I think they've all got a good chance.
And Commissioner King really saw it out last time. Did you think we would... Or did you feel you had him in a good place going into that?
If you watch all his races in the Saudi Derby, you know, Bob Baffert had a proper Group 1 winner from California that came, and Commissioner King and him, they hooked up very early on. And, you know, Commissioner King just keeps galloping, you know, he doesn't quicken, but he's a relentless galloper.
I take it with so many runners in the race, you just let the jockeys get on with it, or do you deliver specific instructions to each and every one?
Well, I don't deliver instructions, but we do sit in the morning and, you know, we do look at what every other horse does and what we do and, you know, plan accordingly. You can't, sometimes you can have 3 front runners and there's no point 3 of you taking each other on. So, you know, you got to have at least that plan that, look, whoever breaks better goes there and then the other one can just stalk.
Do you expect Commissioner King to break the best and to be, is he sort of the fastest into stride normally?
He is, but he's also a horse that you can't take him back. So, you know, if someone takes him on, he's just going to keep going. So, you know, it's one of those things where it's, you know, it is going to be what it's going to be.
Race 3 tonight is the Dubai Gold Cup, sponsored by Altea Motors, and the field headed by Al Riffa for Ireland for Declan McDonough and Joseph O'Brien. Al Nair, Ross O'Ryan and Tom Clover. Dubai future winner of the race 12 months ago, Kieran Schumacher riding for Saeed bin Suroor. Caballo de Mar, William Buick and George Scott. Sons and Lovers for James Doyle and Joseph O'Brien. Sunway, who's had a very good carnival, Silvestre de Souza and David Menuisier. Epic Poet, Danny Tudhope and David O'Mara. Vedette Road for Luke Morris and James Owen. Ruling Dynasty for Hamid Al Busaidi and Ishmael Mohammed. And Fairy Glen for Mikel Barcelona and Simon and Ed Crispin. Let's start with the horse who might be the standard setter. And I'll ask that question to you, Nick. Is Al Riffa the standard setter in this race?
Yeah, and by context, he's the joint second best horse to ever run in this race. Vizirabad was up top, and he's second, along with Trawlerman, to go on figures. I mean, admittedly, Vizirabad was just the greatest we had in this kind of context, but you don't tend to get one with this quality in this race, and he wouldn't have looked out of place in the Shima Classic had they gone for the 2,400 metre route whatsoever. They're going to go with a visor now, but that body of work, he's won a national stakes, Eclipse second, Irish St Ledger winner, Hong Kong Vase fourth, we've just seen. The 3,200 metres wouldn't worry me. I think he'll probably just win.
You're not worried about the trip?
Not really. I think he'll probably stay. He won the Irish St Ledger in the style of a horse who really will stay. He's never tried it before, no. so it's a bit of an unknown. It's interesting that they go visor first time, take the blinkers off. Perhaps thought he wasn't perhaps giving his all there in Hong Kong, but I put that defeat down to him getting a wide trip turning for home. It was a steadily run race as well. It turned into a bit of a sprint, so he probably wants more of a test. And he sets the standard. His last 3 races have all been in Group 1 contests, and that's better than any of his other rivals. But I think for win purposes, he's a bit vulnerable because this could be a very tactical race.
I think that's almost certainly the case, that it will be tactical. How will that suit 3 horses who locked horns in Saudi on Saudi Cup night? This was in the Red Sea Turf handicap. Sons and Lovers comes out in front. Epic Poet, I think, was compromised by the way the race was run. Yeah. Vedette Road got outspeeded.
Yeah, this was a mess, wasn't it, this race? Sons and Lovers, I think, did quite well to win. Quickened up in good style. It was a bit of a sprint. And he came home and he won half a length. Epic Poet's a hold-up horse. He needs a strong pace to go out, so that reflects what you say, Rishi. It didn't pan out for him, but you could have thrown a blanket over all of them, and I don't think that's top-class form. I really don't. I mean, if you just played that alongside what we just saw in Hong Kong, the two races don't match up, do they?
Totally. A couple of points I wanted to make out of that. Epic Poet is way better, isn't he? We know that. His Meydan record in isolation, first, third, second, he's consistent. You'd expect him to run a good race, given the chance to run at the pace. That race has only existed 6 years, but the only two horses to have won it and come to this both won, Stay Foolish and Tower of London. So, I mean, look, the trend is there, albeit quite a small sample, if you are a fan of Sons and Lovers.
OK. How about some local form? Al Nair, who is a horse who's... I remember him back in the day when he was competing in handicaps at Meydan. He has progressed over the years, but this was something like his best form, where he managed to pick up Sunway late in the day. Of the pair, who would you favour more?
Well, I'd favour Al Nair because I think he did really well to win. Sunway got first run on him, he got first jump, and quite a steadily run race. And Al Nair had to go off in pursuit, and not only did he quicken to run him down, he quickened well enough to go past him and win the Nadal Sheba Trophy in pretty good style. So I was quite impressed with the way he did this. Although what we have to say, to keep this in context, is that he was well beaten in this race last year.
But he did finish second 2 years ago. So there's sort of...
Yeah. And there have been occasions where he has raced against the very best stayers, and he hasn't looked out of place being close to them.
His form in August behind Trawlerman at York, beaten 5 lengths, is probably just, Al Riffer aside, at the trip, is probably just about the best form on offer. His track record's fine. Last year, I think, was a bit of a dawdle for him, but I think he's not a win-purpose horse. I think that was his first win in about 3 years when he won last time, but I could see him in 3.
I'll make a quick point about the rain that's fallen.
Please.
There's been quite a lot of rain. We're not sure how it's going to ride necessarily out there until we've had a race on the turf. His best ever performance came on heavy ground, Al Nair. His highest ever speed figure by a mile came at Newmarket in a listed race in 2024.
He won by about a furlong.
Yeah, if there's plenty of cut in the ground, that favours him.
OK. We must talk about last year's winner of the Dubai Gold Cup, Dubai Future. Of course, he's clearly good fresh, and this was mightily impressive, Nick. There he is in the white cap, the Godolphin blue, Epic Poet just ahead of him. I mean, he is floating around this racecourse.
And he did the time before in the Nadal Sheba Trophy as well. He's an extraordinary horse. I think this is now his, assuming he gets there hale and hearty on Saturday, his 7th Carnival appearance, or 7th season. Sybinster has been a record saying that they didn't get a prep into him this time because he's had a little bit of a setback. I mean, look, maybe age is going to catch up with him at some point, but he and Sylvester seemed to click beautifully last year. That was a real performance at the age of 9. That at 10, Syed's been known for, you know, taking something that others might have already seen the best of and working a bit of magic.
Well, of course, last year he became the oldest horse to win the race. He could enhance that record this year. What are the chances in your head, Angus?
I think he will.
OK.
I'm really keen on him.
Oh, yeah.
That race there was very steadily run. He was at the back of the field. He sprinted from the back. He did a sub-11 second furlong. His finishing speed percentage was over 114. He flew home from the back of the field. He was at a positional disadvantage. Things haven't gone for him in Europe and France since. He's been a bit disappointing. But now he comes here fresh. He loves this place. And it could be tactical again. It could turn into a sprint again. And the speed he showed there will guide him to success this time. He'll win it 2 years in a row.
With you, Angus. I'm an old sentimental anyway, so I like the old fella.
I am trying to think how many of these I'd put in the frame in a Shima Classic if they were to run in it. And Al Riffer, I would. I don't think he'd beat Calandagan. And I just think his class is going to take him there.
OK, so Al Riffer and 2 votes for Dubai Future. 2 romantics on the sofa.
He's quite ironically named these days, given how old he is, isn't he?
And 1 hard-nosed analyst, Nick, with Al Riffer, the class angle. OK, that's been a look at the Dubai Gold Cup, sponsored by Altea Motors.
Being a part of the fabric of society in the UAE, Altea Motors is privileged to be involved in community activities linked to the heritage of this great country. Our 20-year journey with the Dubai World Cup stems from our commitment to being associated with the very best. Our customers eagerly await this magnificent event, as do we, as a matter of fact. Dubai World Cup and Altea Motors both stand for ambition and excellence. Our vision of being a world-class operation naturally aligns us with the Dubai World Cup, which is a world-class event in every sense of the word. In less than 30 years, it has become one of the biggest equestrian sporting events globally. So Altea Motors, similar to the Dubai World Cup, has shown continuous growth over the years. Having personally witnessed the progression of the Dubai World Cup over the last several decades, I know that the best is yet to come. And honestly, we can't wait to be a part of this amazing journey.
The Classic Generation on show in race 4, the UAE Derby, sponsored by Jumeirah, and the field headed by Pyromancer for James Doyle and Kaiji Yoshimura. 2 is Wanderdine, Christian Demuro and Daisuke Takiyanagi. 3 is 6 Speed for Mikhail Barcelona and one of the runners in this race for Bupat Simar. 4 Go Man, Anthony Krastus and Richard Chotard. 5 is Saloon, the talented Saloon for Tygo Shea and Bupat Simar. 6 is Brotherly Love for Safi Osborne, trained by her father Jamie. 7, Devon Island for William Buick and Charlie Appleby. 8, Ramas for Adra de Vries and Bupat Sima. 9 is Union Security, Conor Beasley and Ahmad bin Hamash. 10, Duke of Imetin for Silvestre de Souza and Musaba Al-Mahiri. 11 is Lino Padrino, Bupat Sima and Richie Mullen teaming up. And 12 is Labois, trained by Salim bin Gadaya and Bernardo Pinheiro, will ride. We'll have a look at Pyromancer first of all. Angus, a horse who, when I watched this race back, I just noticed how green he was still.
He was, Rishi. A local Group 1 contest in which he was completing a hat-trick. Early part of the race, he was a bit keen. He wanted to do too much, so therefore you give him plenty of credit for knuckling down amidst greenness to get in front in the dying strides. This was over a mile. He's won over the trip of 9 furlongs that he'll run over in the UAE Derby. And perhaps he won with a little bit in hand. He's going to wear a hood for the first time. That's because of that early keenness in the race. Not sure about that on dirt, because dirt, you want to be getting on with things. You don't want to be relaxed and just gradually finding your stride, because you're being kicked back and all sorts of trouble. So I'm not too sure about that early keenness from him. He's obviously very talented. I'll give you one stat, though. He won that mile in 1 minute 44 seconds. Saloom had won his mile race, and he only running a maiden in 1 minute 37, 6 seconds quicker. So if you're just looking at final times, that's a massive, massive discrepancy.
Could do with them actually starting this time, though, couldn't we?
Well,
anyway, we'll come to that.
The problem.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, the final times are great.
We'll come to him in just a moment. Your brief thoughts on Pyromancer, Nick?
Yeah, look, that's seemingly the only Group 1 race for Japanese 2-year-olds. Makes him the best horse of his generation in Japan. We've talked about this. You mentioned it, Angus. Each year, I probably try and find myself the 2,000 guineas winner or the Albastakir, what was the Albastakir winner, and make a case for them. But the Japanese come and absolutely wipe the floor, don't they? So that's 4 in a row. This guy, I think he's already about a 40-1 shot for the Kentucky Derby. They're going to be working back from that. If history tells us anything, don't ignore the Japanese.
Yeah. A Dali bred. It'd be quite a poignant success were he to win in these colours. Obviously, a Pyromancer, the Godolphin Blue.
He's a bit wide as well, Rich. He's in stall 9. That's a bit too wide, really. Anyway.
OK. I like him, but I'll come back to that later on. You mentioned the UAE 2000 Guineas as a good guide, perhaps, to this race. And 6 Speed is the horse who finished out in front. I thought this was hugely impressive.
Wasn't it? It's not often you get a domestic, and I say that with the sort of caveat of Saibitzer or Charlie Appleby, but a domestic winner of this race. But this guy's good. He got the 1600 absolutely fine, the mile all right. Interestingly enough, he was bought in to just before, I think it was the week of this, by American owners with an idea of maybe running for the Roses come May, but a lot's got to go between now and then. Bupat Sima said that if he stays, he's got a serious chance. I'd just love to see, riding arrangements will take you one way, how they evaluate his chance up against Saloom on natural ability.
I guess he seems to be the more reliable of the Bupat Sima runners, but we'll talk more about the less reliable one in just a moment.
Sure.
But just in terms of what he's achieved so far, 6 Speed, do you think that's good enough, assuming he sees out the trip, to win the UAE Derby?
I think it is, and I think he will see out the trip, yeah. He went quite hard in that race that we just looked at. He then just got a little bit of a breather mid-race, and then he went again. And he wasn't stopping at the line. He was quite strong at the line. He won by over 4 lengths, beating Devon Island pretty comfortably. He's on a roll. He's won his last 3. He's going forward. He's got seasoning and conditioning. He's battle-hardened. I think he could be the one to be with. And he's got stall 2 as well. Okay. He's got a good draw. He'll just jump and adopt a handy position, which is always of benefit on the dirt. So I think he'll go really well.
OK. What about the horse who can be described as a maverick, doesn't play by the rules, and that's Saloom. As Angus has already alluded to, he is extremely talented.
Yeah, the trainer's on record this week saying he should have actually had 3 runs for now, but for the gate antics, and that Shane Ryan's done a good job with this horse. But as you said, this time was one of those performances that really does stop the clock. There aren't that many of them each and every season. Horses win by wide margins, but you go, yeah, what's that worth? I think this is probably right up there. I can't think of too many also that would have garnered the kind of 3-figure rating off 1 run that this fella's got. But we're going to just have to take it on trust, and Tiger O'Shea's going to have to take it on trust, that when those gates opened, he's part of it.
I imagine, Angus, that performance really tickled you, really made you excited for what he could do next. Sadly, we haven't been able to see it. Let's assume he behaves himself.
Yeah.
What do you expect he can do?
Well, I think he's supremely talented. The time of that race, as I've alluded to, was very good indeed. He went hard in the early part of the contest. He established a lead. He got tired late on. That's what the data tells us, but he was so far clear of the rest, it was untrue. He's a tremendously talented horse. I'm worried about the extra distance because I think he's an exuberant horse who wants to get on with it. Tiger O'Shea will let him roll. He'll try and get the lead on him and just let him go because he's not a horse with experience. He wouldn't want to be in amongst horses. He wouldn't want to be in kickback. So whether he gets the trip or not is a slight doubt. But if we are going to see a really impressive winner tonight, there are obvious candidates later on, but he could be one of them if he gets the trip and if he behaves. 2 big ifs. I
suppose that is the exciting element of this race, that there are still a fair few unknowns about a lot of the leading contenders. Saloom, just one of them.
Hugely, and the trainer on record already saying this week he's had plenty of gate schooling. In fact, he goes to the gate every day, so it's just one of those things. If he behaves himself, he's got a whole world of talent, so I hope he doesn't egg on the face on the big night itself. That can be the way, can't it?
Time for selection, unless there's something else that we haven't mentioned.
I just want to wish Jamie Osborne all the best with Brotherly Love. He got to win last time in February. He's a plodder. Jamie would say that himself.
He'll keep going.
He'll just keep on rolling when others are stopping. Yeah, there's a chance of picking up some good prize money.
The trainer thinks he's physically on the improve, and this time next year might be better
like
than
his
brother.
Yeah, indeed.
Right, I think it's Paramansa, who Japan have won the last 4. He's the Grade 1 winner from the strongest part of the world when it comes to these kind of horses. Has won the same race going into this that Forever Young won a couple of years ago. I don't want to take him on.
Yeah, I'll agree with you. I do believe that. I know that the time would be very different to the one that Saloom clocked, but I just get the impression that he's only doing enough. Watching his races, that win that we've just seen, he's only doing enough. Seems to be dossing a little bit, and I hope that when the chips are down, he finds a little bit more. Angus?
I think there's reasons to oppose him, so I'm going to go with 6 speed. We know what he can do. I think he'll definitely stay the trip, and he's got a good draw. He's got Barcelona on board as well, which is never a negative. I like him.
OK, it's an exciting race, an exciting renewal of the UAE Derby, sponsored by Jumeirah.
Well, here we are at the Wall of Fame, and there is going to be a 30th winner put up on the wall a little later tonight. But in 1996, the inaugural running of this wonderful race, the Dubai World Cup, it was taken out by Cigar. The first of 4 for jockey Jerry Bailey, who certainly dominated the race very early on. Dubai Millennium, this was the first win for Frankie Dettori. 2000 and Dubai Millennium, wasn't that perfect? Saeed bin Saroum, he has been the most successful trainer in the race with 9 wins. Last year, it was Hit Show. Could he do what only Thunder Snow has done before and make it a consecutive double. 2018 and 19, it was the Thunder Snow show. Could it be the hit show again tonight? We will wait and see. Strapping a runner tonight, Meydan in the big dance is Simon and Ed Crisford, and Tom Stanley caught up with Simon to reminisce on the last 30 years of this wonderful race.
Simon, you have a pretty unique perspective on the Dubai World Cup for 30 years. What makes it so special?
Well, the Dubai World Cup has evolved over the last 3 decades into a truly global championship contest, and even at the outset when we had the inaugural running of the Dubai World Cup, you know, we had the best dirt horse in the world coming to Dubai, Cigar, running against potentially the best turf horse in the world at the time, hauling on a dirt surface at Nad Al Sheba. I think it's the race itself has fulfilled all of the ambitions of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, because when he set the race up initially, he said to us as part of the committee for the race, he said, let's think of a super new race that will attract horses from all around the globe. So we recommended, this was Bruff Scott, Michael Osborne and myself, we recommended that we would run the race over 10 furlongs, and we thought $2 million would be a fantastic starting point. Anyway, His Highness has a much broader vision than we have, and he kicked us out of the room and he said, no, when I say I want a super special race, I mean make it super. So obviously the first race was worth $4 million. At that time it was the richest contest on the planet. And of course it's evolved over the years, and the greatest winner of all was Dubai Millennium in the Millennium year. And it's been just a phenomenal event. It's what I would call an occasion. And it's a race that we all aspire to win, and we all want to be involved with it.
The year 2011, and as the Dubai World Cup began to settle into life at Meydan, the second running of the great race at its new home provided a moment of history, and an extremely emotional one at that. No Japanese horse had ever triumphed in Dubai's flagship event in its 15-year history, but that all changed in 2011 when Victoire Pisa led home compatriot Transcend for a famous Japanese 1-2.
Victoire Pisa in front of Transcend, Kate Blanco, Gio Ponti on the outside, Victoire Pisa in front, they're drawing to the judge, Victoire Pisa in front and wins for Japan. Victoire Pisa has beaten Transcend in a Japanese 1-2.
The result carried extra emotion, with Japan facing indescribable loss after the earthquake and subsequent tsunami that had wreaked havoc earlier that month. Victoire Pisa's rider, Mirko Jamuro, emotionally charged, gestured, "I love you, Japan, thank you so much." And winning trainer Katsuhiko Sumi said, "I felt like the whole country was behind me."
The first Group 1 tonight for thoroughbreds is the Alqual Sprint, sponsored by Azizi Developments. It's over 1,200 metres on the turf, and the field headed by Lazat. James Doyle riding for Jerome Renier. 2 is Reef Runner, William Buick and David Fawkes. 3, Lugal for Katsuma Samashima and trainer Haruki Sugiyama. Cardam for Richard Mullen and Charlie Hills. Cover Up for Pat Dobbs and Simon and Ed Crisford. 6 is Great Wish, Sylvester de Souza and Bent Olsen. 7, Native Approach, Conor Beasley and Ahmed Bin Amash. 8 is Marban, Ray Dawson riding for Michael Costa. 9 is Run Boy Run, George Wood and Richard Spencer. 10 is Araby for Ross Ryan and Antonio Sintra and Julio Walathquaga. 11, Montai for Christian Demuro and Mario Baratti. 12, Rayevka, Mikel Barcelona and Francis-Henri Graffard. And 13, Northern Champion Kieran Schumacher, riding for trainer Ed Walker. We'll go to Saudi and the turf sprint, where Reef Runner gets the better of Lazat. Angus, I'll start with you here. Was Lazat the best horse beaten by circumstance, or was Reef Runner the best horse?
I think Lazat was probably the best horse, and I would fancy Lazat will come out on top on this occasion. Run down in the closing stages, by a horse who's unbeaten over 6 furlongs. Reef Runner normally runs over 5 in the United States of America, but has won twice from 2 starts over 6 and just gets to Lazat in the closing stages. Lazat did his running, if you look at the sectionals, a little bit earlier than perhaps he should. He's gone a length or so clear, and then he's just a bit vulnerable late on. I think on this straight course, which has really suited Lazat in the UK at Ascot, I think it's going to suit him more than Reef Runner.
Arguably one of his most impressive performances ever came when he won the QE2 Jubilee Stakes at Royal Ascot. And as Angus says, straight track should suit him more than Reef Runner, maybe?
Absolutely. Look, the body of work as a 1,200-metre horse last year, and that's key, isn't it, Trip? Well, you won at Royal Ascot, as you said. 2nd in the Maurice Geese, ever slightly further. 5th when unlucky against the Golden Highway at Haydock, and was probably the best horse in that race. Yeah. And he was beaten by a complete anomaly on the day when a 200-to-1 shot got him at Ascot. He's got the best form. He was wide in the run, drawn wide, challenged probably a little bit further out than ideal, really, but that was circumstance. His trainer expects his words, a different story, so do I.
OK. We'll have a look at the Nadal Shiba Turf Sprint from Emirates Super Saturday. Now, Native Approach caught a few people by surprise. Angus, I know he's a horse that you've always thought is extremely talented. Did you expect something like this?
No. We both said on the night, didn't we, that we thought he'd run better drop to sprinting because he's a keen-going sort, and they're giving sprinting a go here, and it worked. He travelled keenly towards the far side. This is a bit of a draw race. He beats Run Boy Run and Cover Up. Great Wish was the horse that was a bit nearer to this side. And then you've got Rayevka, who did best of those closest towards the stand side in 5th spot from stall 13. It was a race where low draws dominated. Having said that, it was a big effort from Native Approach. And now they've found his trip because he's a very keen-going sort, but that suited him, coming down to 6 furlongs. I think he's sure to run well, but he's got a high draw this time. He's in 12. The draw is the big bone of contention, I think. Normally you want to be low. 74% of races have been won by horses drawn 8 or lower on this turf track since they started racing at Meydan. But when the rain comes, you want to be a bit more stand side, so it's a bit up in the air, the draw, isn't it? And Native Approach is 12, a little bit nearer the stand side, so it's difficult to weigh up.
Just in terms of talent from that race, Nick, do you feel that Rayevka, maybe Montai, were underplayed because of circumstance and where they raced? And do you feel that Rayevka might emerge best? If all these horses that we've seen in that Nadal Shiba Turf Sprint lined up against each other again on fair track with no bias, Rayevka the best?
Naturally, I think Cover Up's probably the best, but 1,200 metres just about takes him out of a comfort zone. If you could stop it a little bit sooner, he'd be fine. But I think Rayevka would be the one. I sort of jested earlier that Kalandagan is only there as a travelling companion for her. But the trainer was on record pre-Super Saturday saying, I want to get a run into her. This is all about getting her fit and ready for the Alquoz. And I think it's one of those ones that it was disappointing to see her out of the frame, but there was a lot of positives to take from it. And I think she's quietly the best outside of the Group 1 stars. She'd be my next best behind Lazat.
Yeah, I like Lazat to win, but I look back at the Champions Day sprint at Ascot, and Rayevka isn't that far behind Lazat, and she got lent on a bit in the closing stages. Yep. She wasn't that far behind him, and I thought maybe she might be one of his biggest dangers.
She travelled really well in that race, and she travelled up like she was going to take a hand in the closing stages, and then she just flattened out a little bit in the latter stages. Francis-Henri Graffo, her trainer, said that he thought she needed the run in that Nadal Shiba Turf Sprint, and there's going to be more to come from her tonight. So I think she's got a very good chance of turning that form around with Native Approach.
What else do you want to mention? Anything at all that might be a little bit of another left field selection?
The Lugao, whose trainer is Japanese runner, whose trainer brought Justin Palace out here to run a good race in the Shima Classic. He's a Group 1 winner. It's not necessarily a race that you associate. The Japanese stamp is over most races on World Cup night, not so much the Alquoz, although they did have a 50-to-1 second in it last year. So Lugao's got a lot of quality, and if he can translate that, then he's a player.
Anything else, Angus? Are you ready for your selection?
No, I think so. I think I'm ready for selection, really.
OK.
Yeah, I'm going to be with Nick here. Rayevka for me. I thought she did really well against the bias last time. Okay. Her handler, Francis-Henri Graffo, is world class. We all know that. She's been pointed at this. I think she'll go very well.
All right, that's 2 votes for Rayevka. I also like Rayevka, I'll agree with that, but I think she's got a bit to find with Lazat if it's a fairly run race, so he will be my selection. but I respect Rayevka. OK, that has
been the point in the afternoon or the evening where we start getting a little bit, you know, looking for the quirky left field angle. This is what we're doing, rather than because you look at all the Group 1 stars, Ombudsman, Calandigan, and so.
You can't give our secrets away. You've got to let us say all the things we need to say without saying why we're saying it. So hopefully we're covering all bases. And I think we have covered all bases in the Al Quad Sprint, sponsored by ZZ Developments.
First of all, we're absolutely proud of this sponsorship. We've been doing it for 9 years now. Would like to do it for many more years. As a developer in this wonderful city, we build homes, we're building shelter, and we've been doing it for last many more years. To see horses coming from all over the world to a city like this and where they're competing, it's really amazing because Dubai is on a global scale, a city that's on an international level. Our brands being here, with associating with the World Cup here and the horse racing, has been an amazing thing for us. And also, it's something His Highness likes and he supports, and he is absolutely a fan of horses. We, as a family, the Aziz family, are also a big supporter of this, and it has added a lot of value to our brand to be participating in this and being sponsor of it. First of all, many congratulations for the 30th anniversary of this World Cup. This is quite an achievement.
Some of the best sprinters in the world on show in the Dubai Golden Shaheen, sponsored by Nikhil. And the field headed by the American Ben Tornato for Jose Ortiz and Jose D'Angelo. 2 is Tuz, former winner of this race for Tygo Shea and Bupat Seemar. 3, Drew's Gold doesn't go. 4, El Nasib, Silvestre de Souza, Musaba El Mahiri. 5 is Lovesick Blues for Mikel Barcelona and Librador Barrocio. 6 is Midland Money, Ray Dawson and Michael Costa. 7, last year's winner, Dark Saffron for Conor Beasley and Ahmed Bin Amash. 8 is Nakatomi, Florent Giroux and Wesley Ward. 9, American Stage, Ryo Saisaki and Yoshito Yahagi. 10, Mufasa for William Buick and Bupat Seemar. 11 is Cover Up, Pat Dobbs and Doug Watson. 12, Cats by 5, Danny Tuddup and Doug Watson. And 13 is Kanjar for Richard Mullen and Musaba Al Mahiri. Angus, let's go to the Breeders' Cup and the excellent form of Ben Tornato. Is he, if he runs up to his best, the horse that they all have to beat?
He probably is, Rishi, yeah. Things will have to drop his way and he'll have to get a nice lead out in front and not get pestered, as he did here, really. He did well to win, I think, from a wide draw. He was in stall 10. He beats Imagination and Dr. Venkman back in 3rd place. American Stage was 4th. Yeah. Love Six Blues, late headway, the grey horse, running on quite strongly late on. They oppose American Stage and Love Sick Blues, but Ben Tornato, he's a speed horse. He's got tons of early toe. He's got a low draw to utilise that. But this race is all about pace, isn't it? It's all a question of whether he gets his own way in front. He did a little bit at Del Mar.
If you are watching on television or at the racecourse at Meydan on World Cup night, enjoy watching this horse because he is a monster.
He is, yeah.
When it comes to size, there's not much bigger than Ben Tornato.
No, he's an absolute giant. And what's funny as well, that as you said, he's all about speeds. It wasn't that long ago he was just in behind Forever Young in a Saudi Derby. Yeah. I mean, they were campaigning him over further and presumably, I don't know, whether it was one key piece of work, they decided, let's give him a go as a sprinter, and he's nearly unblemished since then. His only defeat, I think, was when second Straight No Chaser, formerly of Dubai World Cup night fame, in the Breeders' Cup Sprint the year before. So I guess on a lot of levels, he should be the one to beat because he's got the right sort of draw set up. But as you said, considering the pace and what Dark Saffron did from out wide last year, I'm going to sort of tread carefully.
Yeah, it's a very slick track, Del Mar.
Yeah.
West Coast of America, they're really slick dirt tracks. They're really fast, Del Mar, Santa Anita. This track at Meydan's a bit more like Churchill Downs. It's a bit cuppier. It's a little bit slower. Whether he'll be able to get away and establish a bit of a lead on a slightly slower track is... I'm not too sure. They put a tongue tie on him as well. Yeah. First time today. I'm not quite sure why that is, but he's got a lot going for him.
Well, historically, this has not been a bad race for the local horses. They've competed against the best of the Americans and the Japanese very well on occasions. Let's have a look, shall we, at the Mahab Al Shamal from Emirates Super Saturday, where El Nasib emerges on top. It's been a familiar scene, Nick, watching El Nasib picking up the pieces off fast gallops on the dirt over 1,200 metres.
Because he gets it, doesn't he? Look, Dark Saffron, we should flag up as well. Last year's winner, he's in the lead in the sheepskin nose at this point. The best run this year, I know he won first up, but he was in the wilderness. So if this puts him spot on and he can zip across from his wider gate, he might be a player. But El Nassib, as you said, loves to chase strong pace. That's what he's going to get. And when you think about Bentonato, Dark Saffron, Tuz, who we saw finishing in the backwater a little bit, but he'll be sharper. They've given him a different campaign this time around with a setback. El Nassib might pick up the pieces, and I thought that was the most interesting thing when you just noted, I think it was Sibelius who won by a whisker 3 years ago from a local horse, but otherwise it's been 4 local winners in a row. It kind of always felt like the Americans had come to town, Straight No Chaser, etc. But nowadays, the locals are quite keen on keeping that prize.
Let's talk a little bit more about Tuz. He deserves it. He's been a wonderful sprinter over the years for the team. And, of course, as we've just heard from Nick, he's had his comeback run in a different type of campaign. And I imagine that he is going to be so much better than he was on Emirates Super Saturday.
Yeah, that was the Mahab Al-Shimali. He was quite well beaten in the end by El Nassib. El Nassib is the most improved sprinter in the UAE, and he's the best at the moment. But Tuz has got some back class. He was ridden quite close to the pace that day. He weakened as if he needed the run. I expect a better version of Tuz to turn up. Whether that version is as good as the horse that we've seen before, we don't really know.
OK, what do you think we're going to get from Tuz?
Last year, I think he was the only horse in the history of racing in Dubai to win all of the domestic sprints across the space of a year. I think that's left a legacy. That's part of the reason he's been off so long. No horse of age 8 or above has won it, so he's got to buck trends. I know he has been the most extraordinary sprinter, but I'd be really keen to just watch him and enjoy him, but I don't think he's going to be a winner.
OK. Who do you think is going to be the winner?
I think El Nassib's going to pick up any late pieces and run on a bit like Mendelssohn Bay earlier, who probably by the time you're watching this will have been beaten out of sight. But I do think El Nassib is the one that is most likely to run his race, and that shouldn't be too far off the frame.
OK, Angus?
This is a race that throws up shocks, Rishi. Just looking back at past winners of the last 5 years, Zenden, Switzerland, Dark Saffron, they were all shock winners. And I think we're going to have one here. I'm taking that quirky theme that Nick was talking about as we work our way through the card. I like Lovesick Blues. Lovesick Blues to pick up the pieces. This is a Group 1 horse, won the Bing Crosby at Del Mar back in July of last year. Not been very busy since, ran really well in the Breeders' Cup, ran on late, picked up pieces and was really running at the line. And likewise in Saudi last time, was flying at the death behind Imagination. If they go hard here, they take each other on up front, they cut each other's throats, and in comes Lovesick Blues to pick up the pieces and cause a shock.
You're both expecting horses to pick up the pieces tonight.
We do. Yeah.
He's got an amazing story in the train, hasn't he? Librado Barocchio.
Don't know.
I love that. I'm going with that.
Former NFL player.
Yeah.
Come film director and producer. Lovesick. It sounds like it's got a bit of Hollywood about it. Can I just mention as well, because this is one of those things, Michael Costa, Australian, based in Dubai, done really well last few years. He's got this Midland Money, who he thinks he'd love to have got a few more weeks into, but he's a good horse. He's going back to Australia, the trainer, so it'd be an amazing way to say goodbye. And if there's one who does run well in this race, it's Nakatomi. Third 2 years ago, beaten a quarter of a length second last year. He's solid in this race. I mean, if you keep covering them all, we're going to mention a winner.
Yes, but,
I did mention one important thing for Lovesick Blues as well.
Go on.
Blinker's first time to just sharpen it up a little bit early on. Yeah, I like him.
All right. Have we mentioned American Stage? Because I liked him. I thought he'd run well.
Yeah.
But I feel that Bentonato is the one that they will have to beat. If they all ran up to their best, I think Bentonato is the horse that will probably see them off. Gentlemen, thank you very much. That has been the Dubai Golden Shaheen, sponsored by Nikhil.
It's really wonderful to hear that we're reaching the 30th anniversary for the Dubai World Cup. I remember the early days of this wonderful event in the past, which was different at the time, and look where we are today. So without a doubt, this really reflects on the vision of our leadership and their ambition for this event, not just for the 30th and on a continuous basis. So, as I said, I think we all gonna have the opportunity now to celebrate this wonderful activity and event also. On this anniversary, of course, I would like to congratulate all the people who are actually associated with this. And for us, it's also a wonderful opportunity also to continue supporting it.
By 2016, perhaps a little remarkably, only one of the 6 runnings of the Dubai World Cup staged at its new home Meydan had been won by an American-trained horse. The US Raiders had carried all before them in the noughties, but come the 2010s, only Animal Kingdom in 2013 had been able to uphold a bit of national pride for a nation oh so dominant in the Dubai World Cup. And even that horse was trained by a Brit. But in 2016, the United States had a team which oozed class. The Grey, Frosted, a thumping winner of the Al Maktoum Challenge Round 2, as his prep run faced off with 2014 US Horse of the Year California Chrome, a superstar but one with unfinished business in Dubai, having been turned over in the 2015 Dubai World Cup by shock winner Prince Bishop. This time, the striking chestnut made no mistake.
California Chrome has gone into overdrive. He's 2 lengths in front. He's clear of Mubdahij battling on. Then Mashorwish, but it's California Chrome in front. It's alchemy in Dubai. Chrome turns to gold. California Chrome wins the Dubai World Cup from Mubdahij and Opportunity.
Next up for us, it's the Dubai Turf, sponsored by DP World, and the field headed by the mighty Ombudsman for William Buick and John and Thady Golston. 2 is Gaia Force for Japan, Ryosai Saki and Haruki Sugiyama. 3 is Kudwa for Christian Demuro and Simon and Ed Crisford. 4, El Najm, Ray Dawson and Michael Costa. 5, former winner of the race, Factor Cheval for Mikel Barcelona and Jerome Renier. 6 is Fort George, who's had a good carnival, Kieran Schumacher and Ed Walker. 7, Make Me King, James Doyle and Hamid Al-Jahani. Dividend for Ross Orion, Dr. Richard Newland, Jamie Insole. 9 is Andreas Vesalius for Conor Beasley and Ahmed Bin Amash. And Folk Festival for Bernardo Pinheiro and Salim Bin Gadaya. The field completed by Tumbler for Stefan Pasquier and Nicolas Coyoli. Ombudsman is without question the standard setter in this race. Here he is. Lowered his colours here only by Calandagan, Angus.
Yeah, he's got a strong body of work, Rishi. This is an outstanding piece of form, the best in the race by some way, which means he's rated 128 coming into the Dubai Turf. He gave his running here. He's just beaten by a horse who's rated the best in the world by Longines, Calandagan. He will put him away pretty readily in the end, but he's pulling clear of the rest. And the rest of the season for him was really good. He beat Delacroix in the Juddmonte International. Delacroix just turned him over, of course, at Sandown in the Eclipse, and he won at the Royal Meeting at Ascot, taking the Prince of Wales' Stakes. So, look, he's got a body of work that is far superior to anything in the race.
Of course, John Gosden, Thady Gosden. Lord North dominated this race for such a long period of time. And it's fair to say Ombudsman is probably a better horse than Lord North.
Yeah, they've never been afraid to bring the good ones out here either. From Daremi, Jack Hobbs, Mishrif, who did the Saudi. I know that we're talking about the Chima Classic as well, but the good turf races. I had to remind myself that this sort of time last year, we had no concept he'd get to this level. He's only had 9 starts in his life. John Gosden's been on record saying that he feels like he's bigger and stronger. He's done the Chelmsford prep as well, which is what he's used in the past. And this has been a hatched plan since after Champions Day back in October to bring him out here, so nearly 6 months in the making. And you've got one of the best horses on the planet, and the only one that's better than him runs in the race after. So it's quite a strong hour.
It is. And of course, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, part of the team to consider this plan for Ombudsman to come and compete in the Dubai Turf, sponsored by DP World. Now, a horse who has won this race before, Nick, has been Factor Cheval. He's a horse who has maintained a high level of form for a long period of time. They've even tried him on the dirt. He hasn't been too bad on that surface. But if he's at his best on the turf in this race, is he good enough to beat an On Song Ombudsman?
I don't think he's good enough to beat him. I do think he takes a different prep in. As you said, he tried the dirt. This was much better. It was still Saudi, but better underfoot, and he's beaten by one of the best older horses around at the moment, Royal Champion. If there's real ease in the ground as well, he'll be absolutely fine with that. He won this by a whisker a couple of years ago. He hasn't won in 2 years, but in the time since, I know Ombudsman's only had 9 runs in his life, this guy's running 10 consecutive Group 1s around the planet. He's a hard-knocking Group 1 class horse, and I think he'll be in the 3, but he won't be troubling Ombudsman on what we know.
Agree with that, Angus?
Yeah, I think Nick summed it up. He won't beat Ombudsman, I don't think. I think he'll come on for that run. I think he'll improve for that. He was a bit keen in the early part of the race, and I think it just took the edge off his finishing effort. He didn't finish the race off particularly strongly. Royal Champion was wildly impressive in front of him, but I think he's a slightly better horse than he showed there. He's got place possibilities.
Okay. Japan have an excellent record in this race. We mentioned some of the great horses to have won it. Just Away, remember, that's one of the stand-up performances on Dubai World Cup night over the years. What about Gaia Force in this race for the Japanese team? He's a very, very good horse. But is he the same sort of level as some of the other horses who've travelled?
I don't think of Real Steel, Vivlos, Armadai, one of the star fillies. I don't believe so. He's a ghostly grey. You're going to see the horse in a few moments' time, Gaia Force. But he doesn't win Group 1 races. He's never won a Group 1. I think he's put in some... If you love the track work notes, which I do, I've read a few of them this week, he's put in some brilliant work. His form, even in Japan, is not good enough to go and win this. I don't think he's even on the same sort of luminary status as some of these that have come out.
He's a good horse. He beat Soul Rush in Tokyo at the end of last year. Soul Rush won this last year. So therefore, you could say he's legitimate in this race. He deserves to be here. The draw's not good in 11, but they put blinkers on him for the first time to try and sharpen him up a little bit. For me, he's the one to chase up Ombudsman, to chase him home.
Okay. I'll mention a horse who I've been really impressed with through the Carnival. In fact, he even ran well in Abu Dhabi, and that's Kudwa. I thought he's had a very good season. Looks to have improved to me. Seems to enjoy the style of racing at Meydan in particular. I think you spoke to Ryan Moore after Emirates Super Saturday, suggesting he could get into the place money.
Yes, which stretches down a few positions, maybe more than you'd think, down to 8th. £37,000 on offer if you were to finish 8th. So that is a reason why we've got some of the horses perhaps that we've got. We're only probably looking at a bracket of 2 or 3 that are probably real legitimate threats to Ombudsman. Kudwa could be one of them. He's got that straightforward track element. Ryan had him in exactly the right spot to go and win his race last time. He's got the ability to see out the mile and 1 despite being a miler through and through. And that's a Beal Mile Sing-Spiel double is great. And the one thing I'd say about this is, I look at it and I think, you know, you're going to be outclassed, you're not good enough to win. But if you've been there, seen it, done it through the Carnival, one as a Beal Mile and a Sing-Spiel, why would you not try and have at least a go and run into some 8th place prize money, maybe better?
I think he'll do better. I think he'll do better than
He'll get prize money.
Yeah. What about El Najm? Any of those that you want to mention?
I want to mention Fort George because he's improved. He's much improved in Dubai this year. And he chased home and kept Rebels Romance honest, I thought, on Super Saturday. He was trying 1.5 miles for the first time. Fort George, Rebels Romance went to the front turning in. But Fort George kept at it. He kept nipping away at his heels, and he ran a really good race there. And he'd won he'd won the time before, been narrowly beaten the time before that. So he's been running well. He's coming back in trip. 9 furlongs is okay for him, but I think he showed last time that stepping up in trip in the future, perhaps this summer in Europe, is the thing for him. He'll run well again. He's not good enough to get anywhere near Ombudsman though, but he'll run well. And therefore, are we all in agreement that Ombudsman standout selection in this race?
Yeah, we're getting to the big 3, aren't we? The Dubai Turf, the Shima Classic, the World Cup. For many, I think it will just be as a case of that'll win, that'll win, that'll win. There'll be real disappointment if Ombudsman doesn't win. And on the 30th anniversary of the whole night, it would be a big, big winner for the boys in blue.
If only it was as straightforward as that.
And it is.
It will be. Gaia Force to chase him home.
Gaia Force to chase home Ombudsman in the Dubai Turf, sponsored by DP World.
DP World were proud to have sponsored the Dubai World Cup since 2015. Horse racing is deeply rooted in our culture, and the Dubai World Cup represents the very best of that heritage. It's a platform that shows Dubai at its best, and we're happy to support it. Very few sporting events can genuinely say they reach the world, and the Dubai World Cup is one of them. Last year, more than 60,000 fans came to the races, and over 1 billion people from 170 countries watched online. That global reach gives us a powerful platform to engage with DP World's customers and partners. It's where sports and business come together naturally. The Dubai World Cup has a fantastic legacy. We see the very best horses, trainers and jockeys year after year, which has made Dubai one of the leading global hubs for horse racing. This year marks 30 years of the Dubai World Cup. We understand what it takes to build a legacy like that, and we are proud to be part of your journey.
Again, picking up Will. Up in front, again. The French horse is remorseless. The King George winner, again, wins at Ascot in the Kimco Champion Stakes. One of the great horses in Europe.
Calandigan is dead in front, but Masquerade Ball is kicking. Head and head, botting to the line. They hit the line. Calandigan's won it.
Our penultimate race tonight is the Longines Dubai Shima Classic, a Group 1 race on the turf over 2,410 metres. And the great Calandigan, best horse in the world, certainly on turf, lines up with Mikel Barcelona for trainer Francis-Henri Graffard. Ethical Diamond, the Breeders' Cup turf winner for Danny Tudhope and Willie Mullins. Giovanotto for James Doyle and Marco Botti. Royal Power, one of two in the race for Charlie Appleby. William Buick rides. Richard Mullen rides his stable companion By the Book. And the field is completed by West Wind Blows for Ross Orion and Simon and Ed Crisford. Now, we say Calandigan is the best horse in the world on turf. Angus, he couldn't quite get it done 12 months ago in this race.
No, he couldn't. He was beaten by Danon Desil. He gets his revenge on Danon Desil in the Japan Cup. Let's concentrate on this race. A very steadily run Shima Classic. He was too far back. He quickened up tremendously well to get himself in contention. Danon Desil got first run on him and he couldn't quite get past him, but the sectionals he ran here suggested that he was a world-class Group 1 horse, and he went on to prove it after this.
And he did with magnificent performances at Saint-Cloud, in the King George, on Champion Stakes, Champions Day, and then in the Japan Cup.
You know, the amazing thing is, between Dubai and this, you kind of have to put yourself in the headspace that he was getting his knockers, because he was not a Group 1 winner. He'd done that incredible thing behind City of Troy the year before, but he went on to get beaten at Epsom. But then midsummer onwards, and the ball began to get rolling. And in beating Masquerade Ball here, who was the key 3-year-old in Japan, this is the strongest form, I think, on the planet, just about. The first horse from Europe in 20-odd years, or 20 years thereabouts, to go and do what he did. So to go from one that people were criticising, that he couldn't go through with it, was a bit of a nearly horse, to the best on the planet, it's a treat to have him.
Well, it was nice watching those two races back-to-back, because, of course, he started off the year finishing behind Danon Desil,
yes,
and then he finishes the year thumping Danon Desil in the Japan Cup, which just highlights just how good a horse he ended up being. Now, in your opinion, could he possibly be beaten by tactics? Because on form, he's the best horse in the race. Is it possible that tactics might be an issue for him in this race, or is he just too good?
I don't think tactics will bother him, because if they went steady, he doesn't pull hard, so he's still going to relax off a steady gallop. I can't see tactics getting him beaten. If they went a really strong gallop and testing ground and made it a proper test of stamina, like Jan Bruegel did in the Coronation at Epsom, that got him beaten there. He was outstayed there. But if it's a test of speed, he has got an amazing turn of foot. He can quicken up really well. He showed that in the judgment behind City of Troy. He showed that in the footage we just showed of the Shima Classic last year. That's his main asset. It'll be blunted a bit by easier ground, but he should still be good enough.
He has got a sizzling turn of foot, Nick.
Yeah.
But if it is a bit of an attritional contest. Maybe a horse like Ethical Diamond can serve it up to Calandagan because, of course, he's a tough horse, as he's proven, not only by his performances over hurdles, but also this wide trip into the straight in the Breeders' Cup turf at Del Mar.
Absolutely no fluke about this either. No, I don't think the leaders were stopping whatsoever. You look at the horses that he's beaten, Rebels Romance and El Cordobez as well. This was extraordinary stuff. And actually, I was looking at this earlier thinking, who's going to make the running in the Shima Classic? There are only 6 of them. A few of them come short of the quality of perhaps what's required. So I wonder whether a West Wind Blows goes on to try and make the running. But then you're going to have a Calandagan, this fella as well, and so to Giavolotto, who we'll end up talking about, who are all going to want to go with a kick. And at that point, just as Angus has suggested as well, when you look at the sectionals last year and how Calandagan closed, I don't believe there's anything that can do what he does. So I don't see a situation where he's going to go and get beaten. But while we're on the topic of Ethical Diamond, the achievements of Willie Mullins, and I know that we laud it in the UK about his jumping, but internationally, he's won in Saudi Arabia, Australia, France, on the flat and over jumps in America, and a huge jumps race in Japan. So Dubai would be just another tick in a box for him in so many ways, but it shouldn't really take away from the quality of the international challenge he can do.
If any horse is going to be badly affected by the ground, it's this horse. He wants quick ground. It was rattling fast at Del Mar. Fishy described as firm. His 2 previous wins before that, York, good to firm. Good to firm at Ascot when he won before that. Yes, he's won with a bit of dig in the ground in the novice hurdle at Punchestown, but he'd have won that if he'd been going backwards. So,
which would have been wonderful to watch.
It would have been tremendous. But the ground's a massive issue for him, in my opinion.
OK. Godolphin, 2 runners, Charlie Appleby, Royal Power and By the Book. Are we just seeing them as hoping for the best, finishing as high up as they can? Because in terms of Calandagan, Ethical Diamond, they are away behind at the moment.
Yeah, Rebels Romance, who we hoped would be there, isn't there, so the Great Blue Hope isn't there. Royal Power's a nice horse, 3 from 7. He's lightly raced for his age. He's one off breaks. I did go on Godolphin's website to see what Charlie Appleby had actually said about the horse, and he said, look, we're chasing places behind Calandagan. It's not defeatist, it's realistic.
Giavolotto is another very, very classy horse. I mean, ran a fine race in the Arc behind, you know, when you talk about, you know, the quality. I mean, Mini Hawk was behind there. We saw Mini Hawk in the VT with Ethical Diamond. So we know the quality of Giavolotto, but how close can he get to Calandagan, and could he get close to Ethical Diamond as well? Maybe beat Ethical Diamond?
I think he's the second best horse in the race. He was a very good second to Sosi in the Hong Kong Vase that we had a look at a little bit earlier on in the context of Al Rifa. He's got a fine turn of foot. He travels quite strongly in his races. He's better on decent ground where he can employ that speed that he's got. But I think he comes there in pretty good form. He was third at Doha when we last saw him behind Deep Monster and Goliath. That was a good run. That'll put him spot on. Could have done with better ground, but he's a talented racehorse, and if anything's going to bother Calandagan, I don't think they will. It'll be him.
And it probably shows how much he's developed as a racehorse over time. That it's actually his 4th appearance in World Cup night. He ran twice in the Gold Cup, 5th and 9th, and 5th in this last year when trying to close behind Calandagan, and he probably wasn't favoured by how things play out. So they've learned he's a quicker horse and he's a classier horse than he's ever been, really, isn't he?
OK. Well, we've spoken about just about all the runners. You even mentioned West Wind Blows as perhaps being the pace angle.
Yeah.
But we all believe Calandagan's going to win?
30th running of the Dubai World Cup night. The Shima Classic is one of the best races on turf on the planet, and we've got the best horse. So I want to show a party. I want to put on a proper performance from Calandagan. I think we'll get it.
It's all over. Chalk him up on the board.
And that, as they say, is that when it comes to previewing the Longines Dubai Shima Classic.
Longines has been a proud partner of the Dubai World Cup since 16 years. This relationship grew and became almost natural to us. And it's been a fantastic collaboration because it's built on trust, on synergy, on alignment. We not only record time as an official timekeeper, we record history, we record emotions, we record exceptional moments of glory, of success, and that's the beauty of Longines being a timekeeper is a life companion. Longines is a timekeeper that keeps exceptional moments recorded in history. The Dubai World Cup is a true replication of the spirit of Dubai. It's all about what's coming next. It's all about how do we do more, do better, overcome challenges maybe sometimes. So for us, it's a journey full of excitement, and we're very happy to continue our collaboration and being a proud partner of the Dubai World Cup.
Dubai World Cups 23 and 24 belong to just one horse, Thunder Snow, the only horse to win the great race twice. Thunder Snow, already a big night winner with success in the UAE Derby as a 3-year-old, careered away at 4 with the first of his 2 Dubai World Cups.
Thunder Snow, the Derby winner, is racing away. Trying to get there is West Coast battling away, but a brilliant performance. Thunder Snow, a massive upset in the Dubai World Cup. Thunder Snow wins it by 5.
But it was his narrow verdict over Gronkowski in 2019 which perhaps endears him more to fans of UAE racing, given how much he had to fight under great ally Christophe Soumillon to provide Saïd bin Suroor with a record-extending 9th win in the Meydan showcase.
Thunder Snow on the outside, levelling up. Down the outside, Ganavira and Pavel. Thunder Snow going after Gronkowski. Thunder Snow reaches the front. Gronkowski fights hard. Thunder Snow, Gronkowski. Thunder Snow on the outside. Nose in front of double Thunder. Thunder with Thunder Snow getting in a nose to Gronkowski.
In the years both pre and post the reign of Thunder Snow, Silver Charm, African Story, Country Grammar and Ushbar Tesoro all tried to win the Dubai World Cup for a second time, but to date, the dual winners' exploits remain unmatched.
Forever Young, a race for the ages, and Forever Young rounds off a terrific night, but Japan runs down Romantic Warrior and breaks Hong Kong hearts.
Mr. Yahagi, more pressure, less pressure than 12 months ago?
Less. 去年の方がプレッシャーありました。
Tell me why. Why does this year feel different?
なんか去年の方が勝たなければならないという使命感が強かったように思います。
He seems a better horse now compared to than when he arrived last year. Is that fair?
間違いないですね。本当に体感が強くなったなと思います。
Have you learned anything from 12 months ago? He obviously didn't win last year. Have you done anything differently this time around?
やはり昨年は年末に日本で使ってサウジカップ使ってということで、今年はそのローテーションも変えましたし、それから仕上げも去年はちょっと仕上がりすぎてたようにも思うんで、そこら辺を考えて仕上げてきました。
Can you try and put into words what it's like training a dual Saudi Cup winner, a Breeders' Cup winner, a horse that has achieved what he has?
全てにおいてのスーパースターですね。
And from being with you when he's won Saudi Cups afterwards, I suppose you don't get used to winning races like that, but it always seems you live the race with him. You personally, you enjoy that moment so much. Your celebrations are still just as full and exciting to see each and every time.
そうですね。常にプレッシャーは感じてますけども、まあ同時に楽しむようにしてますし、その感動が薄れるっていうか、慣れることはないですね。そうですね。どうしても日本の皆さんドバイの現状わからない方が多いと聞いてますので、すごいドバイとフォーエバーヤングを心配してくれてます。だからその心配を払拭するようなね、いい走りを期待しています。
We hope to see the celebrations on Saturday night. Thank you.
And so we come to the 30th running of the Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline. This Group 1 race over 2,000 metres on dirt, and the field headed by the best horse in the world on dirt, Forever Young, Farai Saisaki and Yoshito Yahagi. 2 is Magnitude for Jose Ortiz and Steve Asmussen. 3, Hit Show, last year's winner, Florent Geroux and Brad Cox. 4 is Meydan for William Buick, Simon and Ed Crisford. 5, Imperial Emperor, Targo Shea and Bhupat Seema. 6 is Tumba Rumba for James Doyle and Hamid Al-Jahani. 7, Walk of Stars for Mikhail Barcelona and Bhupat Seema. 8, Heart of Honour for Safi Osborne. Her father Jamie is the trainer. And 9, Tap Leader for Pat Dobbs and Doug Watson. Last year's race produced something of a turn-up, Angus. We all expected Forever Young to win, but in the end, he was nailed late on by Hit Show.
Yeah, he was. Hit Show was brilliantly rated by Florent Geroux. This was a strongly run race. He ran even 12-second furlongs, and he just kept going at that pace. He didn't quicken. He just kept on rolling. He got to Mixto with Forever Young, underperforming, in my opinion, back in 3rd spot. Perhaps Forever Young feeling the effects of his clash with Romantic Warrior in Saudi. But Hit Show deserves plenty of credit for getting up in the dying strides under a brilliant ride from Florent Geroux.
Forever Young went back to Saudi and repeated his win, Nick, in the Saudi Cup in February.
He did, and just to go back to what you said there, quite rightly, when he got beaten 3rd last year, I thought there was, I'm going to give him a little bit of a plus because I think he actually showed a lot of courage when he was probably feeling something. Romantic Warrior, his great adversary from Saudi, had already been beaten on the night, so they both left it behind. On this occasion, it's not to diminish the achievements of any of the others, but he's had an easier race. He's only just toying with the rest of them to go and win. And by all accounts, they're very, very happy with his shape, with his constitution going into this year's race.
He is the standout horse when it comes to international dirt competition.
Yes.
He is the champion, isn't he?
I think he is, yeah. He's the Breeders' Cup Classic winner. He's a hard horse to love for me, but an easy horse to have loads of respect for. You see what I mean? Because he's a very tough hombre who just gets the job done, but he's not spectacular. If that's not left an effect on him, then he's obviously going to go very close in the Dubai World Cup. But you never have an easy race on dirt.
Wow.
Dirt racing's tough. And I know that was a bit easier than the war against Romantic Warrior. But there's still a potential for him to have left a little bit of himself out on the track in Saudi. And that, for me, makes him vulnerable.
I'm not sure what I'm more concerned by. Angus's worry about the fact that what he did 12 months ago might be repeated, or the fact that he doesn't love him, just respects him. Well, which one is it?
I tell you what, if he wins on Saturday, if he wins this evening, he becomes the highest earning horse ever. So I'd love him. I'd love to have even a fifth. Yeah, exactly, a fifth of his achievements. He'd actually go past his old rival, Romantic Warrior. There was also a feeling that there was a dissatisfaction or an unsatisfactory entry, or his whole process of getting into racing in Dubai last year. I don't believe Yoshito Yahagi's the kind of guy that would, language barrier or not, start chalking up excuses for why his horse got beat. He ran a good race last year. He ran a fine race, but we all know he's capable of better. He's not capable necessarily of the spectacular. The track we learnt 2 years ago when he won the UAE Derby doesn't hold him back. He's bidding to do a treble that not many have tried. It's only been around a few years, but a Breeders' Cup Classic, a Saudi Cup and a Dubai World Cup all in the same season. Not bad.
OK. If 4 weeks or so ago you had both sat me down and said, now listen here, young man, there'll be a horse called Meydan.
Been a weird start anyway, wouldn't it?
It'd be a great start. Certainly won my favour. There's a horse called Meydan who's going to become a serious Dubai World Cup contender. I would have suggested that you were both a little bit, I don't know, misguided. But Angus, how impressed were you by this performance from Meydan?
I was hugely impressed, Rishi. Hugely impressed. He's getting the better in this Al Maktoum Classic, a Group 2. Walk of Stars, Tap Leader and Heart of Honour, who banged his head in the stalls, and you can forgive him the run, perhaps. But the winner, Meydan, got trouble in running, turning for home. He had to be snatched up. He lost momentum. On dirt, when you lose momentum, it's very hard to get it back again. But he roared to the line, a 1.25 mile strongly run race on dirt, seeming to really suit him. And look how this fella moves. Look at the knee curl, grabbing the dirt. He's got a perfect action for the surface. He doesn't have a straight leg action, which would be suited to turf, fast ground turf perhaps, but he bends the knee and he grabs the dirt. And this is what he's been made for all along, this son of Frankel. But they've only just tried it the once, and he was wildly impressive. And I think there's loads more to come from him on the surface.
no one's got a divine right to anything. You know, just because you've gone close in a race before doesn't mean it's owed to you. But I do like the Crisfords, and I felt for them 3 years ago when the best local horse around Algiers just began to tread water, and that giant Japanese horse, Ushpa Tesoro, got him. And I know they've dreamt of this race ever since. The only difference, as Angus said, or the difference is that, as you quite rightly said, 4 weeks ago, they'd have been quietly confident he'd handled the dirt, but Dubai World Cup wouldn't have been on the radar from a long way out. It's a really nice late dream for them.
And of course, it would be a poignant moment were Simon Crisford to be involved in the win of the 30th Dubai World Cup. Of course, such an integral part of the start of Godolphin, when, of course, the Dubai World Cup started at the same time, roughly. And they have got a real live contender in this race, and I think he's a big player.
Very much so. But what he does is he quickened there. He was in trouble, and he quickened. You don't see it on dirt. Forever Young grinds it out, and he might well do the same again. And could grind Meydan into the dirt, but this horse quickens, and he showed me something in that Al Maktoum Classic that you don't often see from a dirt horse. I think he's very exciting.
Ed Crisford said Dubai is all he's ever known as well, given his age as well. So, you know, it's coursing through the veins. Just to pick up the also-rans, Walker Stars was fourth last year. I'd anticipate he'll be the pacemaker. I say pacemaker, he'll be on the speed. And Dear Old Heart of Honour, whose incredible record of consistency kind of came to an end at Meydan. I think his runs of 1s, 2s, 3s all came to an end when he finished 7th. He cut his head, didn't he? Banged his head on the starting stall, so that accounts for his poor run. But as his trainer, Jamie Osborne, said, I guess you'll know in the first 5 seconds how he's going to do.
He's got a problem at the stalls, hasn't he?
Yeah, he does.
He's got some sort of problem. He's often slowly away. Even getting Adrija de Vries on last time didn't work. His chance lies in the pace of the race. If they go absolutely bonkers and stop up front, he'll pick up pieces. He will run on, but the best will in the world, you couldn't see him being good enough.
Bupat Sema won this race with Laurel River a couple of seasons ago. He has got Walk of Stars, as you mentioned, but Imperial Emperor appears to be his #1 choice. And Imperial Emperor, now, if this horse turned up for the Godolphin Mile, I thought he'd be an absolute certainty. But he has been kept, as he was last year, lined up for the Dubai World Cup again. Is he any better this time around than he was 12 months ago?
I mean, his form this day was decent, but scratch the fact Commissioner King went really hard. That form winning 2 starts ago is really strong. He's 2 from 2. He was found to be lame when near enough pulled up in this race last year. I did think maybe a month or 2 ago there seemed to be a little bit of a worry as to his complete well-being. But he's here. His trainer was very positive about having him going into this race. Very fresh indeed. He's the clear pick of the stable. Bit of a dream that Diva Racing can compete with powerhouse owners from across the globe. So I wish him well. It will certainly go better than last year, and I hope he's in the money.
Yeah, he's had 2 good days in his career, really. That race we just saw this season, and the Al Maktoum Classic last year, when he won 8.5 lengths from stall 15, and was really impressive. I'll back up what Nick said. I heard that he'd had a little bit of a setback. Nothing serious, bit of a setback. That's why we didn't see him Super Saturday.
Magnitude.
Yes, I wanted to mention him. Trainer's already won the great race with Curlin, and then second to the best horse in the world with Gunrunner when Arrogate beat him. This horse, for the same owners, is in taking the exact same route in the Clark Handicap and the Razorback, and there's a feeling of symmetry as well. And I think there's also a feeling that we're probably up against, well, we are up against the best horse in the world as well, in the form of Forever Young. So it's kind of Gunrunner Mark II, but he'll be a willing foe at least.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
just a trip angle with him.
Maybe.
Once at 10 furlongs beaten, but the trainer knows what he's doing, doesn't he?
Let's sum up our Dubai World Cup discussion, and you can tell me, Angus, I'll start with you. Well, you're very keen, aren't you?
I go in with a lot of respect.
Not love?
Forever Young, not love, no. I love Calandigan, but that's a different story.
R-E-S,
that's been a long-standing thing.
P-E-C-T, he says.
Yeah.
For Forever Young.
Loads of that. And plenty of hope that Meydan will win at Meydan on the 30th anniversary of the Dubai World Cup for the Crisfords.
All right. Nick?
It took Japan 15 years to win the World Cup, and they didn't do it until 2011. They've won it since. And I think on a night where we'll have had Ombudsman, where we'll have had Calandigan, I think the 30th anniversary, and I'm not going to completely discredit Hit Show, but the 30th anniversary wants a showstopper, and I think Forever Young's going to be just that.
OK. I'm with Forever Young. I do respect the chances of Meydan. I don't love it, but I respect it. Nick, Angus, thank you so much. Enjoyed chatting through our preview of the Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline.
We're really quite pleased to be associated with this iconic event, which is going on now for 30 years. It's standing quite iconic, quite international event, and this is well associated with our brand, with our name, which is again going globally. It's built together over the time, over the 30 years. So I think when you club them together with Emirates Airline, they resonate quite well together and associate quite well in terms of the way we created the impact through the sport and through the Dubai World Cup, which is quite iconic, quite well known internationally today. We're quite proud to be part of this Dubai World Cup. It's a 30 years of the milestone that created. It brought together between us and Dubai this kind of an event that really quite an important. It's really something we're all proud of it from where it's standing.
So it's time for Nick Lightfoot, Angus McNay and I to summarise our thoughts and selections for this year's Dubai World Cup race night. Nick, away you go.
OK, these are my 9. There'll be some consistency as we go through the later part of the races with the guys alongside. But Murad to win the first race, the Dubai Kahila Classic. Mendelssohn Bay, ultra consistent in the Godolphin Mile, 1-6 for the trainer. Al Riffa to prove the class angle in the Gold Cup. Pyromancer, the Japanese horse to win the UAE Derby. Rayevka, I think she can run very well indeed and be a big threat to Lazat. El Nassib to win the dirt sprint on the night, and then you get to the big 3. Ombudsman, Kalandagan and Forever Young to win the 30th Dubai World Cup for me.
A popular list of selections, but Angus, you don't agree with all of them?
Not all of them, no, a couple of them at least. Here are mine then. We start off with Vizier in the Kahila Classic. Stall 1 is a very good draw horse with plenty of pace. And will use that pace and ride the rail, hopefully to success. Commissioner King likewise, good draw, make all in the Godolphin Mile. Dubai Future to go back-to-back in the Dubai Gold Cup. I think 6 Speed will go really well in the UAE Derby. I think he's a very talented horse. On a 4-timer, Rayevka, I'm with Nick on that one in the 5th race of the Alcor Sprint. Love Sick Blues in first-time blinkers. A deep closer on the dirt, not normally my style. I think there'll be loads of pace for him to run at, and he'll pick up the leaders in the closing stages. Then Ombudsman, chalk up Kalandagan, and finally Meydan to win the big one for the Crisfords.
All right, I certainly respect a lot of those selections. I'm going with Murad in the opener, Commissioner King in the Godolphin Mile, Dubai Future to repeat his win in the Dubai Gold Cup, Pyromancer to win the UAE Derby, basically number 1 from race 4 through to 9, Lazat in the Al Quoz Sprint, the Dubai Golden Shaheen to go the way of Bentonato, Ombudsman to win the Dubai Turf, Kalandagan the Shima Classic, and Forever Young to win the big race. Right, final thoughts on the night. What is it that excites you most, Nick, about what we're about to see over the 9 races? Maybe one horse in particular, maybe one event in particular?
I'm going to do 2, the big 2 turf races, because I think when you design a race night where it's in the Middle East, it's in a time where the European season hasn't properly kicked off whatsoever, there's always going to be that slight feeling of, are they going to come? And that would have been coursing through when it came to the beginning of the World Cup in the mid-90s. But in the form of Ombudsman in the turf and in the form of Kalandagan back with unfinished business in the Shima Classic, you've got the best and co-second best horses on the planet readying their 2026s. They left us wondering what they could go and achieve last year. And surely, if they're both even half on song, they both win their races.
Fair enough. Angus, what about you?
The Dubai World Cup is the best race in the world by a mile, and it brings so much excitement and anticipation on the night. It's a fantastic race. We've had loads of tremendous winners, and we see dirt horses going head-to-head and toe-to-toe as fast as they can over 10 furlongs. It's a superb race, and that is what I'm looking forward to.
Nick, Angus, thank you very much. Well, I'm looking forward to 9 races of pure elite equine entertainment. Now it's time to head to Tom and the team on course for their selections.
Richie, thank you. Be back with the team. off the back of taking you through these selections. So, if you're interested, Murad for me to take the opener, Commissioner King, Sunway, Devon Island, Lazat seems an obvious one, as does Bentonato, as does Ombudsman, as does Calandagan. Well, all the international favourites can't win, so I've tried to be clever in the last and gone with Meydan, the track he was named after. These are Cassie's picks. Cassie Fahey likes First Class, Commissioner King, Al Nair, 6-Speed, Lazat, Tuz, can see that, El Najim, Calandagan, and Forever Young. And then Pat Comerford, your racecourse commentator, A. Lahab, Commissioner King, Al Nair, 6-Speed, Lazat, Tuz, Ombudsman, Calandagan, and Forever Young. Tiger Shea is not going to be happy with all of those, but we will see how they all get on. Good luck to everyone playing tonight across all 9 races. Let's take you through the runners then for the Dubai Kahela Classic, sponsored by Zabil Feed. And we start with horse number 2, which is Murad. Murad for Sylvester de Souza, Majid Al Jahuri and Yas Racing. A 6-year-old that's progressed incredibly well this year, including a defeat of Mubid and First Class, the winner in Saudi. That just about marks him as the one to beat out of stall 12.
Runner number 3 on screen is First Class. He is looking to do what 2 other horses have done previously and make this his 3rd Kahela Classic. He hasn't done it consecutively, but he did win last year. And he has, well, he's up with some fine company, the likes of Unchained Melody or Alanud and Majani are the other 2 that have both done this feat before. He was a thrilling winner across in Saudi in the Abaya, and he certainly knows the drill. He has been there, he has done it all. He's one of the absolute pin-up boys of the Arabian world.
That is Mubid, who knows his way around here very well. That included a success at the start of the season over 1,400 metres. He's come up a little bit short subsequent to that, but no disgrace in being beaten by Murad and Falah. He's having another go at this, having run 3rd in it 12 months ago. He emerges from stall 14.
Runner number 5, A.A. Lahab. Now this one is one of 2 for trainer Tony Gamble, who's only in his 2nd season training in his own name at Al Asail. So to have 2 runners in this race invited to this race only in the infancy of his training career is a massive feat, and it's a pretty huge deal too. It was placed behind Murad last start and draws well. Now he's only at start number 6 and a 3-time winner already, so he possesses an enviable strike rate.
Number 6 is Falah, coming out of stall number 15, successful ahead of Mubid last time. And that was perhaps something of a surprise, having come up short at the top level prior, but a Group 1 success puts him right up there. The Mount of Al-Motassim Al-Balushi for Ahmed Al-Balushi. Falah, the 8-year-old gelding.
Runner number 7 is Mushraf out of gate number 11, and he also went to Saudi and was 4 lengths behind First Class. He's won in Morocco 3 starts ago when beating Alzir, who he'll meet, and he's really raced some big names, the likes of Al Ghadir, RB Kingmaker, so he certainly has some credentials, does runner number 7, Mushraf.
Next up is number 8. That is Vizier, has the plum draw in stall number 1, if indeed he can make use of it. Still entire, this horse, Vizier, who ran really well behind First Class in Saudi, the Abaya Classic last time. That was something of a career best. Prior to that, come up short behind Murad, but he's very capable and still just 6, has age on his side.
Number 9, Jafar. Now he's back up in distance and returns to the dirt. He was 4th in this race last year. He's been well travelled and has raced since then. He'll have to be a key hope as he gets back to maybe some more favourable ground.
Here is number 10. This is Raad Lembarak, who is rated 115, so has a little bit of ground to make up with the principals. Behind Falah last time. And indeed Mubid as a result of that performance. So a bit behind some of these in the pecking order, but 6 years old, is still progressing up to a career high mark of 115, this horse, and we don't know how good he could be.
Runner 11, Alzir, also a 6-year-old, and this one will come out of gate number 2. And again, another who's very well travelled. He's now with Doug Watson. He has the cheek pieces on his last 7 starts. He has raced in 7 different countries as well, which is pretty incredible.
And that horse, incidentally, number 11, has been adjudged best turned out. Number 11, we'll get to that. Madmoon is number 12. Madmoon for Amr Al-Raspi and Hussein Al-Sanadi. Behind First Class in Saudi. Prior to that in Oman, have been nice and progressive.
13, lucky for some, gate number 7, RB Motherlode, ex-USA runner with the 1 start at Meydan. So you would hope that was 4th on that occasion in a Group 1 behind Falah, and you'd hope that there'd be some further improvement after having had that 1 sighting here at the track.
14 we'll get to is Joe Starr, last seen a couple of times on the turf, including success at the very top level. As far as the dirt efforts go, probably a little bit below that, so that's a slight question mark, but still a very capable horse with a top-level success, Joe Starr. 15 is Tariq, representing leading owners Yes Racing. They'll be looking to lift that trophy later in the season, and has been running solid races, has won recently as well, but some solid races all around that form too. And finally, we have Uptown Walk the Line for Saif Al-Mar and Sandro Pava. Uptown Walk the Line was behind Falah and a few of these last time. That was in round 3. But prior to that, had a success over the 1900. The distance is fine, just has a little bit of ground to make up as far as ability goes.
Feed was established in 1985 to produce premium feed for the royal family's animals. Since 2006, as a subsidiary of Dubai Racing Club, we have been committed to excellence in animal nutrition, ensuring top-quality feed by sourcing the finest ingredients worldwide.
So the best turned out winner is Alzir, number 11. You can see the amount of Pat Dobbs for Doug Watson. One of a few in the race for him. Well done to all involved with this horse. Looking really well at Alzir. And the winning groom is Mohammed Khan. You can see on screen that Mohammed takes home $1,500 US. $1,500 US for each groom. And the big one, $2,500 US to the winning groom. So our thanks to PH Advertising for their total prize fund of $14,500 US. That is huge. Our thanks to them, and thanks to Mr. Ali Esser, the CEO of PHI Advertising, for presenting the award.
Very close to a start time for the Kayala Classic, the first of 6 Group 1s on the card, and I am joined by the General Manager of Yas Racing, Gerard Leroux. Firstly, you have the 2 runners in the race, but touching on Murad, who most of the market confidence seems to be with, he's been a revelation since coming across from Europe.
Yes, he was a top horse in France already. He won a Group 1 at 3. So we're not surprised that he can compete with the best one, getting older. But we are quite, happy and glad to participate in one of the biggest races in the world. And now, the horse looks fantastic. So let's see the race now.
He really did convert that form from France to here, but on the dirt, completely different surface.
Yes, it was a good surprise. Well, no, it was a good surprise, and if confirmed today, it will be, top horse on the dirt.
And how about Tariq also going around? How was he?
Yeah, Tariq may not have the same class, but he will help him, I think. We want to make sure that there is enough pace in the race.
And Yas Racing obviously having a wonderful season. Hopefully should be lifting that trophy as well. You must be very proud to be a part of the operation.
Oh, of course, yes. I'm very proud. All the team is very proud, to be, when you win, you top of the list. It's always good,
Well done on getting 2 into the race, and go well, Gerard.
Thank you.
All right, let's have a little look at these before we start with our first race of the night. The $1 million Dubai Kayala Classic, sponsored by Zabil Feed. Over 10 furlongs, 2,000 metres. And there is horse number 2, that is Murad, who's been ever so progressive this year. Sylvester de Souza, Yas Racing, Majid Al-Jahouri. Been really impressed with what this horse has managed to do. Sylvester with his feet out the irons there, but he'll pop those in very soon. And I don't know, worry too much about stall number 12, Cassie. He's pretty straightforward. He'll come out and just sit off them, I think.
I think so, and we could hear a little bit of confidence from...
Just to confirm, incidentally, before we hear from Cassie, just to confirm that there is a scratching here, and that is Jafar, who doesn't go. Jafar been scratched at the gates. Sorry, Cassie, you were saying?
Always disappointing, isn't it, to get right to the 11th hour. But yeah, Murad, definitely the one to beat, and first class. I'm just leaning that way because I think he's just such a wonder horse. But we heard a little bit of quiet confidence there from Gerard Leroux, the General Manager of Yas Racing, regarding that top pick with the market, Murad.
Yeah, I think there are some obvious ones in here, definitely. The likes of Murad, first class, Mubid, of course, who can get to the lead, although we'll have a bit of work to do from 14, and it might just be that they were working back from this. Not too many more to go forward ahead of our opening race. Here's Pat.
Thank you, Tom. Runners are getting set here for the $1 million Dubai Kayala Classic, and the runners are underway. In our purebred Arabian event for the afternoon, Mubid jumped quickly with Uptown Walk the Line. First class also heading forward with Murad, who jumped well. Vizier holds the rail. In between them there as well, Alzir, about 2.5 off the speed from Joe Star, who stalls up out wider. Then came midfield here, Murad, who's now dropped back into the mid-pack. Outside of him, Moshrif, AA Lahab comes up the inside to head behind the leading division. Has worked up nicely with the space there available. Rad Lembarak next, then came Tariq, followed there by Falah. Mud Moon is at the rear of the field with RB Motherlode. It is Alzir who's going to lead them here for Gergar Stables out onto the back section of the course as they work their way down the back here. 15.96, 12.26, 12.39, paces steady and backed out of it now. Pat Dobbs pulls the handbrake, 3/4 in advance of Uptown Walk the Line, first class, 3 wide and third. Vizier in fourth in behind the leader from AA Lahab, travels well. Joe Starr sooled along out wider, having to work extra hard. Murad in between them, a length back to Mubid from Moshrif, then came Mad Moon and wider out Falar gets going again like last start. Rad Lembarak is third last on the rail from Tariq and RB Motherload. 800 and change left to go. Alzir getting his own way up in front. A length and a half clear in the Dubai Kahela Classic to Uptown Walk the Line, who's pushed along. Then came First Class, who's already under a ride. Vizier the inside. AA Lahab desperately needing a room and to get out here very shortly. Murad travels well in sixth. Then came Moshraf from Falar. Next there on the inside was Mubid from Rad Lembarak, Joe Starr, working through Tariq from RB Motherload and dropping away Mad Moon as they straighten in the Dubai Kahela Classic. And it is Alzir who looks to go all the way. AA Lahab pops off his back in second, presenting with a run. Murad given the cue out wider. Then came First Class from Vizier, Mubid and Falar down the outside. Murad has left them for dead. Murad with 250 metres left to go in the Dubai Kahela Classic. Falar makes chase with AA Lahab. It's Murad up on the inside, needing the post. Here comes Falar. Falar with the big bounds, storming home down the outside to give a good challenge at the line. The line comes, photo finish. Maybe Falar the outside. Al Modison Al Belushi thinks he's won it. It is Falar and Murad down to the line together. From AA Lahab, then came next to cross was Mubid, then came Rad Lembarak Vizier, followed there by Alzir, Moshraf, Tariq, then came Joe Starr, First Class, not today. Uptown walked the line, third to last from Mud Moon and RB Motherload. Photo finish outside with the momentum. And Falar in the frame, 2:17.32. Falar, your winner, gets it in the last bob. Number 6 goes back to back here. The 8-year-old grey by AF Al Bahar. Al Modison Al Belushi. Tell you what, he was confident the line. Murad has fought on strongly right to the post. He gave everything on the inside, but it wasn't to be. Falar takes the Dubai Kahela Classic and goes on to win ahead.
Well, Falar has got there. Murad, so close, Cassie, so close for Sylvester de Souza and Majid Al-Johuri. But Falar, as was the case on Super Saturday, has got on to close all the way to the line. Beat Mubid that day, has beaten Murad here, and it's gone to Al-Motasem Al-Belushi, Ahmed Al-Belushi. And I'll be honest, I thought Murad was home and hosed.
I think a lot of us did. It's so cruel to have that victory stolen in those concluding stages as we take a look at those last few hundred, and there is Falar just really starting to work into his groove. As we heard from Pat Comerford, 2 needed the post, Murad, but it just did not come in time, and instead 6 over top of them. 2 years ago, he was 5th in this race. He's now made it back-to-back Group 1s after taking out that key lead-up race to this last month, and he's done it in fantastic style. Here's the head-on. He's widest turning for home, one of the greys in the race, and he's got plenty of clear air, and he's made the most of that.
Yeah, and just on Murad and the way he's gone through the race, he travelled so well in behind horses. He took the kickback perfectly. I think his undoing, and I don't want to detract from the winner, Cassie, but I think his undoing has been travelling so well that he had nothing to take him further. So Sylvester has the decision to make when a horse that's travelling that well, when you turn in, you just say go. And ultimately he's been run down.
And on paper, he was the best horse in the race, so he's ridden him like the best horse in the race, which you want to do, you have to do.
Yeah.
But again, nothing away from Falar, because that has been the ultimate effort there, and a nice fist pump from Al Motasem Al Belushi. So a huge moment for him, winning a Group 1 on the biggest stage in the UAE.
It's just such fine margins, because that's the race that Falar needed to develop. And I think Murad wanted something to take him a bit further into the race before Sylvester had to say go. And those are the finest of margins. We see it on the dirt all the time. You know, if you're in front turning for home, often you stay there. But equally, it can go to a horse running wide and late down the middle and closing all the way to the line.
And that's exactly what has unfolded here. This is his third win of the season, so a huge moment there for Al-Mu'tasim Al-Balushi. You can see what it means to him, a few hugs, the horse just having a double take. Come and get your photo taken. Falah, what a huge moment. That was his first Group 1 last start, and he's proven it was absolutely no fluke whatsoever.
Yeah, Mubeed's run a great race. It wasn't to be for first class. I think he was feeling the effects of Saudi. To be honest, we know he's better than that. He came off the bridle too early for that to be really, I think, his true running. Perhaps worth noting, again, another horse that's run at the Saudi Cup on the dirt, hasn't quite backed up here. But, you know, small sample size on the night, but that's in the back of my mind. Mubeed has stayed on again in the end, and I guess he's probably backed up what he did 12 months ago. But Falah takes out the Dubai Kahela Classic, sponsored by Zabil Feed.
Numbers in the Dubai Kahela Classic, sponsored by Zabil Feed. 6.245, 6.245. Falah, your winner. 2:17.32 winner's time, ahead by 6.5. 6.245. Race 1.
Celebrations around the winner's enclosure for the winner of our opening contest, the Dubai Kahela Classic, sponsored by Zabil Feed. Your welcome, please, for Falah. Time then for the presentation for the Dubai Kahela Classic, sponsored by Zabil Feed. To make the presentation, it's my delight to welcome Sheikh Rashid bin Dalmak Al Maktoum, the chairman of Dubai Racing Club. He will be presenting 3 awards and the fine Dubai Kahela Classic trophy initially. And that is being presented to our winning owner. Please put your hands together for His Highness Saeed Shihab bin Harib bin Tuwaini Al Said and Sheikh Hilal Al Khalaya. Huge congratulations to Oman, their first win in the Dubai Kahela Classic. And that held aloft by Sheikh Hilal Al Khalili and His Highness Saeed Shihab. Please now welcome the winning trainer of Falah, Mr. Ahmed Al Balushi. Well done to Ahmed. Shaking the hand of Sheikh Rashid bin Dalmak Al Maktoum. And now we welcome the winning rider, Al Motasim Al Balushi. Well done to the Al Balushis. And then everyone can come back together, please, for the group photo. Being presented those trophies by Sheikh Rashid bin Dalmak Al Maktoum. Your appreciation for the winner of the Dubai Kahela Classic, sponsored by Zabil Feed, Falah.
Race number 1, that was the Group 1 Dubai Kahela Classic, and well, what a finish it was. Ahmed Al Balushi, Namos to you, the pride of Oman after that win. Congratulations, that was a very big effort.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, it is the first Kahela Classic for Oman. Alhamdulillah, we are happy, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen.
Well, that's huge congratulations. First Kahela Classic to Oman. And what about his Group 1 success on Super Saturday? He's backed that up brilliantly. Did you expect that?
When see in the Super Saturday the horse, Alhamdulillah, I think too much, but Alhamdulillah horse can do it. The Kahela Classic, he come here and win, Alhamdulillah.
And gate number 15, were you worried about that wide gate?
Well, this gate number 15, it is too much for all horses. It is difficult horse, but Alhamdulillah, my horse, it is a champion, and he have a good run, and he win, Alhamdulillah.
Well, congratulations, you take that beautiful trophy back to Oman for the first time. Namos.
Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alamin. Thank you so much.
It is time for the first thoroughbred race. It is sponsored by Emar, the Godolphin Mile. Group 2, here is number 1, Commissioner King, who was successful on Super Saturday. That was over this distance in one of the key trials. He's very consistent out here. Tygo O'Shea on board, and we know what he is likely to try and do out of 1, dominate throughout.
Number 2 is Banishing from gate number 4, this son of Ghost Zapper. Now, this trainer's brought 2 horses here in previous years, this being David Jacobson. He's tackled the Golden Shaheen, and this year he brings the Godolphin Mile contender. He's back from the Saudi Cup over the 1,800 metres, and he will be back to the mile. Those 200 metres extra, maybe not favourable for him, but of course he was up against that world champ that is Forever Young, and here in the Godolphin Mile, Banishing's chances may just improve.
Number 3 is Mendelssohn Bay. He is, of course, unsurprisingly his son of Mendelssohn, who won this race a few years ago. Feels like forever ago now. Richard Mullen takes the ride for Bupat Simar. Has beaten Commissioner King in the past. Didn't quite work out over 2,000 last time. This is more his trip, and he could have a good setup out of stall number 2.
Number 4, Generous Tipper. Wathanan Racing have a few nice chances throughout the night. This 5-year-old by Street Sense, he is back to the mile, which he won when he was a maiden. He won his maiden over this distance. He's coming out of the Al Maktoum Classic behind horses that are in the Dubai World Cup later on tonight, so that might bode quite well here. Back to the mile and in somewhat some slightly easier company.
5 is world record, proper US-bred horse, son of Gun Runner. Jose Ortiz rides for Bupat Simar. This horse made his debut out here over 1,200. He's stepping up in distance, so they want to try something different. It was well held last time, and he may well improve for the step up in trip. It's still early days for him out here.
Runner number 6, he's in the parade ring. He's a kind of horse that I just love looking at. He's lovely and he looks quite nice and relaxed today as well. He has the red hood on. You'll see him there with the shadow roll as well. There's just something about him. He has been the beaten favourite in 2 of his last runs, however, but he was the best of them chasing Commissioner King last time out in the Burj Nahar. If he can do something similar to that, I think he's going to be a good chance. And he's only had 3 runs this year, and I think it's a very good pickup ride for Connor Beasley.
There is David of Athens. He's had a good time of it out here, really a sign of what Wathanan have done. A couple of Jebel Ali successes. Prior to that, came up short behind Imperial Emperor in round 1 of the challenge, but he's rated at 105. He will need to improve, but he's had a few confidence boosters at Jebel Ali coming into this.
Number 8 is Zandvoort. Now, he's been up a long time, but he has been so tough. He will be fit. Hopefully he's not too tired because he's done such a great job. He backed up he was in the 15th of March race at Jebel Ali up the hill. He was starting prior to that, just a week. So he had 2 runs in quick succession. But he's so tough as nails, and he's going to deserve a holiday, and I hope he's got one more really good run left in him tonight.
Let's have a look at horse number 10. That is Hypnus, son of Into Mischief. Florence Giroux takes the ride for Wathanan Racing, and Hamad El Jahani, well represented here tonight. Finished 3rd on his last 3 starts. They've all been out here, so we'll need to improve on that. Every chance he will.
Number 11 is Telemark. William Buick will ride for Simon and Ed Cresford, and he stepped up to Group 3 company last start when he was 4th behind some of these, including Commissioner King when he was that dominant winner. So he could well and easily be right up there at the business end. He has been oh so consistent, and he deserves a good shot here.
Number 12 is Musmak. We will touch on horse number 9, Diamond Dealer, who is in the tunnel just on his way down. But Musmak is a son of Vino Rosso, who was well held behind Meydan last time over 2,000 metres. Prior to that was a winner over this distance at Jebel Ali. Drop-in trip may well suit. And as promised, here is Diamond Dealer. Mikhail Barcelona will ride for Athbar Racing. Big night for them and Bupat Simar. And this horse has won a couple on the trot. Look, he will need to step up on what he's done so far, but he's very progressive. Diamond Dealer will come out of stall number 11. That is Medicine Bay, led round a few moments ago by Abdullah Rizwan, the winning groom, and Abdullah will be delighted with $1,500 US. That is being presented by Mr. Aliesa, the CEO of PHI Advertising. We'll see those in front of us very shortly. Our thanks again to PHI Advertising for $14,500 US on offer tonight for the winning grooms. $1,500 to Abdullah Rizwan, the groom of Medicine Bay. Well, if you're gold tonight, then that's silver. There you go.
I do have a bit of silver on.
There is a bit of silver knocking around in there.
And he's a handsome type, isn't he?
Yeah, very much so.
We could be best turned out couple.
Oh, yes, yeah. Yes, you should be. Quite right. But he's got to take this for... I don't know, what do you think? He's going to go forward.
Yep.
The time for the first race was 5 seconds slow, so that's at the back of my mind. You know, how deep the surface is riding. It's obviously not a lot of evidence, but I will be interested to see what happens at the business end of the race here.
It's going to get tiring in the later stages for sure. Now, I'm led to believe that if he races as well as what he has been working, there will be no catching him. He won the Bergener Haas so well when he beat home a few of these others like the Camden Colt and Hitness and Telemark. Bupat Simar came out throughout the week and said that he was very happy with gate number 1, and so we'll get the front running without having to spend too much petrol. Look at him, he glides around there. He looks so handsome. Ears pricked, taking it all in, ready.
Yeah, and I think the expectation is Medicine Bay will come out of 2 and just track him. and be a little behind him in the run, but not too far behind. Richard Mullen knows exactly what to do. Riding great this season as well. This is historically a race which has gone to those on the front end repeatedly. I don't know why that is. Some people think it's because it's earlier on in the night and it's a bit warmer and the track ride's a bit quicker, but the pace normally holds up pretty well. But this horse has definitely got a chance, Mendelssohn Bay.
Mendelssohn Bay, he certainly does. And Sudan and Buda team, they are out in force. He just didn't seem to enjoy the longer trip last time out. He's back to the mile. He was fifth in this race last year. He's been very good this season. He's almost had a bit of a resurgence again as well. And he's developed into a really nice 5-year-old, drawn immediately outside the favourite, as you alluded to. So he should be able to get into a handy little position. And he's actually beaten Commissioner King too. So I think they're 1 for 1. And he's another very good looking type there on camera, getting some nice airtime.
Yeah, he's been better this season than last season. Suggestion that he took a little while to adapt to the change of yard, but he's definitely adapted to that now. This is Banishing, horse number 2. Sylvester de Souza rides for David Jacobson. I mean, he came up a bit short in Saudi, but no disgrace in that contest.
No disgrace at all behind Forever Young. So anyone that's going to be facing Forever Young is going to be beaten by a margin you would expect, usually. I actually bumped into his part owner in the elevator yesterday as well. So Sharaf, well done for getting a horse into one of the big races on the biggest night, and I wish you all the best of luck.
Yes, good luck to all involved with Banishing. Good luck to Connections of David of Athens. Now, they've got a few in this. Wathnan, they've got Generous Tip, they've got David of Athens and Hypnus, and they've had a great season here so far. Have Wathnan, they'll be hoping a more success tonight too in the big race later on as well, the Dubai World Cup sponsored by Emirates Airline. This is the Godolphin Mile sponsored by MR, and Pat will call them home.
It looks to be a fantastic race that we're about to get underway with very shortly here as the runners continue to load forward. Commissioner King looking to come out of gate number 1 here and dictate it. As we know, wide gates here in the mile distance races can be a little bit tough for those drawn a little wide as they come out of that chute and make their way onto the main track. They can be flushed a little wide if those inside horses utilise their gates and to kick up. So Commissioner King, Mendelssohn Bay will be looking at doing exactly that. Banishing also comes out of gate number 4 here, but a cracking renewal of the Group 2 Godolphin Mile as the final runners start to make their way forward. Mass Mac, Zan Vort coming off 2 nice wins at Jebel Ali. He'll be looking at bringing that form back here. And Mendelssohn Bay, who's been a wonderful horse for Connections in recent years, loads away and will be the last in for the Godolphin Mile, sponsored by Imar. Ready and away they go, and jump all as one. Everything got their chance here. Commissioner King got the best of it with World Record. Working forward was the Camden Colt Hypnus. They're your first 4 as they come out of the chute. Next there was on the inside Mendelssohn Bay. David of Athens just drifting back now, passed on the inside by Banishing as they use every bit of the course here in the early part. Zanvort next from Diamond Dealer, then came Mass Mac, Generous Tipper, and Telemark is last. Still yet to go across to the rail is Commissioner King, and will eventually work across now from Banishing. World Record in 2nd and 3rd. Mendelssohn Bay 4th on the inside as those early sectionals come up. 13.72, 10.62, 10.78. So they've lit it up early here in the Godolphin Mile. It was 3 lengths there back to Hypnus in 5th position. 4 lengths to the Camden Colt. They've broken away this front division. Next there was Diamond Dealer from Zanvort, Mass Mac, Generous Tipper working up the rail. Then came Telemark, and last of all David of Athens. He's looking at trying to beat them with brute pace here is Commissioner King, and he breaks away by 3 lengths here at the 500 metres. Banishing works up to 2nd, urged along by de Souza. Then came World Record, Mendelssohn Bay up on the inner. Then came Hypnus from Diamond Dealer and Generous Tipper. Commissioner King, he's trying to do it on both ends here. 3 lengths in advance of Banishing, who starts to make chase with Mendelssohn Bay. Hypnus, then came Diamond Dealer. Needing the post now is Commissioner King. Coming quickly is Banishing. Commissioner King from Banishing. Banishing gets to the eyeliner. Commissioner King, Banishing coming past. Mendelssohn Bay running on strong, but it's Banishing. Banishing coming away in the Godolphin Mile and dominates in the late part to win by 2.5. Beats home Commissioner King in 2nd position. 3rd was Mendelssohn Bay. Photo 4th. Hypnus and also Diamond Dealer came to the line together from Generous Tipper. Zanvort, a gap to Telemark from Mass Mac. Next over World Record, followed there by David of Athens, and the Camden Colt last to greet the judge. Rode a patient race, did Silvestre de Souza, and it paid to do so. Went very hard early there, did Commissioner King. Those early sectionals were rapid for a mile race, going sub 11 and well below 11 seconds for that early part of the race. Didn't want to get across to the rail either, and well, he eventually did. And he finished off well, but Banishing got a much more conservative run-in trip, and the 6-year-old by Ghost Zapper goes on to win. For David Jacobson, Saudi Arabia pick up their first win for the night. Congratulations to Connections. A really impressive win here. Banishing, number 2 in the frame.
Well, that is another one with a bit of a late change. It felt like it was coming. They went hard. Couple of sub-11-second furlongs in there, second and third. They went quick, and they paid late on. That's 4 seconds outside the standard, last year's time. I feel like it is taking a bit of getting here, and they did go hard. And Commissioner King probably paid for it late on, but it's really suited Banishing, who's come from off it to go and win pretty comfortably in the end.
And Silvestre obviously has changed his tactics, because he went for home in the first race and was just nabbed. Now he's waited a little bit longer. He's obviously different ride, different horse, but he's swooped late and he's really waited. So I think he's certainly learnt, taken a lot out of that first race.
What happened to Sharaf?
Yes.
He's gone. You upset him in the lift, obviously.
No, he was so happy to talk to me in the lift the other day, but he was embracing the moment, embracing that wonderful moment. Right. He's just won the Good Alpha Mile.
Yeah, fantastic. And I guess this distance has suited that little bit more than maybe Saudi last time, which is another track that takes a little bit of getting. A drop in class as well. But Silvestre's eyes will have lit up here.
I think so.
Turning in, going, I've got a target. He's paddling.
Yeah.
I'm going to get you.
Yeah, he's able to see it completely, and he knows exactly, because he was in that position just half an hour ago. So here he is getting into his business work. Commissioner King's been so game out in front, doing all of the donkey work and just a testing track.
I think those second and third furlong have told late on, but I do think it's worth bearing in mind just the time. They went quick, but look at the overall time of as the sun's shining on the clock. I think 1:38.23. But to put that into context, well, the track record is basically 1:35, so, and that is rapid. But 3.5 seconds outside of that, 1:36.69 last year. It's still slowish. It's still. I think it's. We've had a lot of rain coming into this. We didn't know how it was going to affect the track, but what I would say is any thoughts of a slick, fast track, I can put those out of my mind.
Yeah, unless it really picks up the wind and it dries out nicely. But look at Mendelssohn Bay. He was on the fence and he's stuck on really well, finished off his race well for third placing Mendelssohn Bay. And Diamond Dealer, I thought maybe he's a real up-and-comer. I think he's going to be such a better horse next year, but what a good horse he's been here to finish fourth too.
Yeah, definitely. He's had an excellent season. I think they'll be happy with that. But Banishing has taken it. Silvestre de Souza, the winning rider. Well done to David Jacobson, not here with us tonight. But this horse, Saudi-owned, US-trained, Banishing, has gone on to score and done so pretty comfortably in the end. Commissioner King, it just wasn't to be. He's tried his best out in front, but he can have a target on his back, that horse.
Yeah, and he certainly did. But losing no fans, I believe. I certainly won't be jumping off his bandwagon yet, and we'll wait for next season.
Numbers in the Godolphin Mile, sponsored by Imar, 2-1-3-9, 2-1-3-9. Banishing, your winner, 1:38.23. Margins, 2 1/4 by 1 length, 2-1-3-9. Race 2.
We welcome in Sylvester de Souza on board, the winner of the Group 2 Godolphin Mile, sponsored by MR, and that is Banishing.
Well, Sylvester de Souza just all weighing back, and after that success, congratulations, Sylvester. Now, you certainly, you were on the opposite end in the first race, so were you really holding back because you know how tough it is out there in front?
Well, that's the way the race went for me. And my horse is coming back in trip, suits him. He's a proper mile and was plenty pace in the race. And I just rolled the race according the horse want to be. And yeah, he took a turn a bit wrong with the wrong leg, but he responded well under pressure.
And you could see Commissioner King probably paddling up in front a little bit, so you had your sights set on him and you thought you'd pick him up?
I was happy to follow him and also have Meydan Bay in my inside, and I knew the horse RR racing the outside will drop him back some point. And you know, I just took a safe option, but the horse wasn't helping, you know, so he was logging to the outside to his sweet leads in the straight, and he straightened himself up.
Congratulations, Sylvester.
Thank you. Thanks.
Correct weight given in the Godolphin Mile. Correct weight 2139. 2139. Banishing 138.23. Margins 2 1/4 by 1 length. Correct weight. Race 2.
The Godolphin Mile, sponsored by Imar, has gone to Banishing. And to make the presentation, I'm delighted to welcome Imar's Executive Director, Mr. Ahmad Matrushi. Thank you so much. He'll be presenting these 3 trophies, including that iconic Godolphin Mile trophy, to our winning connections of Banishing. First of all, please welcome to the stage, collecting on behalf of all of our owners, Faisal Al-Rashid and Naif Al-Said. Congratulations to our winning owners of Banishing. And now we welcome to the stage, collecting on behalf of winning trainer David Jacobson, your appreciation for Marino Carlos. Great scenes, and now please welcome the winning rider, a man who's had another excellent season out here, current champion. Please welcome Silvestre de Souza. Well done to Silvestre, and then you can all come together. More can go up if you want, that's fine. Please do, enjoy the moment. Please welcome all the winning connections of the Godolphin Mile, sponsored by MR, our Thoroughbred Group 2. It's gone to Saudi, the winning connections of Banishing.
I have some very happy connections here with Banishing, just taking out the Godolphin Mile. Congratulations, Faisal, but you're no stranger to success with some very good horses. Senor Buscador also in the family.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, this is a very good luck from God, alhamdulillah. And I would like to thank everybody here in Dubai. And I would like to thank Mr. Sharaf Al-Hariri, and he always put the Saudi flag in the sky.
Yeah, that was wonderful. Sylvester donned the Saudi flag over him as he came back. Now, banishing, what were your hopes? Obviously to win, but how confident were you coming here?
We know him, he's very good horse when he come to Saudi Cup. And Mr. Sharaf always, he doesn't look for the money or that, he just want his color and Saudi flag always in front. So after he finished from Saudi Cup, we decide to be in Godolphin Mile. So alhamdulillah, we do great job.
You've done more than a great job. You've done a brilliant job taking out the Godolphin Mile. Congratulations, Namos, and enjoy the success.
Thank you so much. Thanks for God. Thank you.
All right, time to have a closer look at the runners then ahead of our third race, the Dubai Gold Cup, sponsored by Altair Motors. Horse number 1 is Al Rifa. Joseph O'Brien, the trainer. And Al Rifa has progressed since stepped up in distance dramatically. Couldn't quite get it done in the Melbourne Cup. It was great to see him in that. And looks as though this is his sort of distance, to be honest. Certainly at the core of those two efforts, suggesting that he was a stayer. And we'll find out how he gets on in this Group 2 contest very shortly, down in grade.
Runner number 2 is Al Naya, and I must admit I'm quite a fan of this one in this race. He'll have the services of Rossa Ryan for trainer Tom Clover, and he'll have race fitness on his side as well, which I really like coming into a 2-mile race. And it's the first time that we're going to be seeing what that turf track is like tonight. Of course, we've seen things that may be a little bit slower on the dirt, and there might just be a little cut out of the ground there on the turf. So he's won on a soft track and over this trip. He won his Meydan resumption last month, second in this race 2 years ago. Last year he ran 8th in this race. He's been to Saudi the start prior on that occasion. This time he hasn't. He's just been here in Dubai, and maybe we've just seen that Saudi trip taking the sting out of a couple of these runners, so that won't be his problem tonight.
This is last year's winner, Dubai Future. There were fantastic scenes when he took this 12 months ago. Sylvester Sousa was on board on that occasion. Kidman Schumacher on board now for multiple Dubai World Cup winning trainer Saeed bin Saror. Dubai Future, son of Dubai, will come out of stall number 1, defending his crown.
Cabello Demar is runner number 4. This one, he'll stay all day, having won a Group 1 over in France over the 4,000 metres. That was a few months ago. The ground may have been too wet for him last start at St. Cloud, so just perhaps put a line through that performance, and I think he'll be better off today.
Another runner for Joseph O'Brien, his Sons and Lovers, was a winner in Saudi. That was a handicap, of course. But it's effectively a group contest because it's a compacted handicap. Really good performance for Sons and Lovers then. Rated 112. Same owners as Ethical Diamond. They know how to strike internationally. And Joseph O'Brien well represented in this race.
Runner number 6 is Sunway, and actually I really liked what Sunway's done here in Dubai this season, so could be a wee smoky. Sylvester de Souza's obviously already gotten his iron on the dirt as well in the previous race, and he's been great here. I think, yeah, he could be a genuine danger. Runner number 6, Sunway.
Number 7 is Epic Poet. I'd like this horse to win. He's an ever-present out here and on the international scene. He runs so consistently out here. He has won here as well, just not on World Cup night itself. Last seen behind Sons and Lovers. He'll be arriving later on the scene. He's got a great chance, Epic Poet, out of 4.
Runner number 8 is Burdett Road, and I'm led to believe might have just been awarded best turnout as well. More on that
yes.
shortly. Placed behind Rebels Romance on Super Saturday, and I think any form behind Rebels Romance certainly catches the eye. He's going well without winning, is Burdett Road. Went to Saudi. He was 6 lengths away from Sons and Lovers on that occasion. Looking forward to seeing how he goes on here over the 3,200 on the turf at Meydan.
Number 9 is Ruling Dynasty for Ismail Mohammed in those colours. Hamid Al-Busaidi is the rider. He was also behind Rebels Romance on Super Saturday, but a little way back. Prior to that, won over the 2,000, but is stepping back up in distance. Might just come up a little bit short at this level.
And last but not least, runner number 10, Fairy Glen. She is the only girl in the race, so she'll get the 2 kilogram mare's allowance. 2 kgs less on a slightly rain-affected ground over the 2 miles. She could be finishing off at the business end when it matters most. 2 kilograms less over this kind of a distance speaks volumes.
best turned out time, and then we'll have an interview hopefully with Tom Clover, who has a horse in here, Al Nair. This is Burdett Road, number 8, best turned out. And well done to Sami-ul Haq, popular winner of the best turnout award here. He takes home $1,500 US. That is being presented on behalf of PHI Advertising by Mr. Ali Essa, their CEO. Well, thanks to him, to PHI Advertising, and well done, Sami.
I have the trainer of runner number 2 here, Al Nair, Tom Clover, beside me. Tom, firstly, he comes off that win last time out. You must be really happy with the form that he's in leading into tonight.
Yeah, it was a lovely win in the Nadal Shuba. He seems to really enjoy it out here in Dubai. And Molly here has done a very good job with him. So fingers crossed for a good run from a difficult draw.
And you've walked the track. What did you make of it out there, and how would it affect your one's chances?
It's amazing how it's tried. I think they had 62 mils yesterday, and it looked like on the easy side of good to me, maybe even good ground. So we'll see. It'll be interesting to see how it rides, but it looks fantastic.
And last year you were here, but you've done things a little bit differently this time.
Yes, he's been out to Dubai here for the last 3 months, and I think he just relishes the warmer climate. He doesn't like the English cold, and he's really thrived in the conditions.
Will go well tonight.
Thank you.
Very interested to see how this unfolds, Cassie. This Dubai Gold Cup, sponsored by Altair Motors. Some classy individuals in here. Someway, I think, is one that's likely to be up there. Semestra's been riding this horse well and trying to dominate, just caught by Al Nair late on last time. And Al Riffa really ups the class.
Super, absolutely. And a lot of there's been a lot of talk about Al Riffa for sure, so that's why he's one of the leading chances. And Sunway, he's spot on the mark, I think, could be really rattling home too.
All right, not long to go. Here's Pat.
Thank you, Tom. The runners are loading forward. Only 10 to come up for the Dubai Gold Cup. Group 2 level over the 2 mile. It is our longest distance race we have here. All the lead-ups over the 2,800 metres. We only get out here to the 2 mile on the one occasion, and it is this $1 million feature. Burdett Road coming forward. Got to give credit to the club here to have this track playing potentially on the softer side of the good range, but a good track nevertheless is unbelievable. And we'll see how it plays here as Fairy Glen loads away. And the runners are set at the 2 mile marker. Ready? Racing, away they go here with the 2 miles ahead of them here in the Dubai Gold Cup, and Sons and Lovers was one of the horses to win the start here. As they head over to group up, Sunway is also working forward. Caballo de Mar out deeper, Al Nair there. Fairy Glen was next up on the inside. Dubai Futures trying to find a spot on the rail here nice and early and be shut off here. Then came Al Riffa, followed by Ruling Dynasty, and last of all, as they make their way past the 2,800 metres, is Burdett Road. It is a Sunway who's going to lead up the field here comfortably. Breaks away here by 2.5 lengths to Caballo de Mar, who sits in second position. Next there was Al Nair, and about half a dozen to 7 lengths away from the leader in 4th position is Sons and Lovers. A Sunway continues to inject more tempo here in the early part of the race. A length and 3/4 back to Fairy Glen in 5th position. Up on the inside, Dubai Future. Then came Epic Poet, out wider Al Riffa. 3 wide with a little bit of cover at the moment, but edging back now to join Burdett Road and Ruling Dynasty. Sunway is now 10 lengths in advance, maybe a dozen clear as they head towards the 2,800 metres, and he's in his own race at the moment. It is Sunway going clear by 15 now to Caballo de Mar, a length or 2 back there to Al Nair, a length and a half to Sons and Lovers from Epic Poet, Dubai Future. Then came Fairy Glen from Al Riffa. Next there was Ruling Dynasty, and Burdett Road is last of all. The cameraman hasn't even got the leader in shot. He's 25 lengths, maybe 30 lengths clear of the leader. And that is our leader in Sunway, who is in his own race at the moment. 35 clear of Caballo de Mar. This is an interesting tactic here. We'll see if he can sustain it. Al Naya third, 2.5 lengths back in fourth position to Sons and Lovers. The rest of these riding a patient race. Then came Fairy Glen, joined there on the inside by Dubai Future. Next there was El Riffa from Epic Poet, Ruling Dynasty, and last of all is Burdett Road. 25 lengths now would be the margin here as he's trying to give Sunway a bit of a breather here, SDS. He's looking through the legs and they are he's a long way in front here at the 1100 metre mark. They pass midway. And it is Caballo de Mar who leads up the second division, trying to close in ranks. Then came El Naya, half a length there to Sons and Lovers. Next there was Fairy Glen from Dubai Future. Then came Epic Poet from El Riffa, Ruling Dynasty, and Burdett Road is off around them. 850 metres left to go, the margin now 20. He is getting back to the field a little bit here, but Sunway is just trying to be balanced up here by Silvestre de Souza. 20 lengths to Caballo de Mar, who's now the alarm bells are ringing for the rest of the field to try and make chase. Al Naya third, fourth Sons and Lovers. Up on the outside, El Riffa in fifth from Dubai Future, Fairy Glen. Burdett Road next from Epic Poet and Ruling Dynasty. The margin now 10. Sunway into the straight in the Dubai Gold Cup. Here comes Caballo de Mar. Sunway is throwing up the white flag. Caballo de Mar, here's your race. Al Naya the outside, then came Fairy Glen the inner. Sons and Lovers next from El Riffa. It's Caballo de Mar, Fairy Glen. Fairy Glen getting to Caballo de Mar on the inside. Fairy Glen with the weight advantage, and she's showing all the girl power here in the late stages. She reigns supreme in the Dubai Gold Cup. Fairy Glen wins a half to Caballo de Mar. Then came Al Naya, Sons and Lovers. Next over was Epic Poet from El Riffa. A gap to Burdett Road from Dubai Future, Ruling Dynasty, and the plan didn't go to play in play there. Sunway has finished last and pulled up quite quickly. Fairy Glen, the mare of the field, does it. The mare by far goes on to win off the rating of 105 and does it here for His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. Simon and Ed Crisford pick up an early winner on the program. It could be a big, big night for the stable. 3:22, 3:6. And patience is a virtue. She showed plenty of it. And Fairy Glen, too good in the Dubai Gold Cup.
Well, he did go too hard in the end in some way, and he couldn't sustain it. And he's fallen in a heap, and it's gone to the closers. And this mare, Fairy Glen, goodness me, she won well last time over 1800. But this was a step up, and you didn't know. You didn't know what she was going to produce here, but what she has produced is a real flurry late on to go and score up the inside. Will Buick was on Caballo de Mar, was happy to be patient, was happy to ride his own race, and he knows the track so well. That told you he was probably going a little bit too hard on Sunway, and Caballo de Mar's run a great race, but Makar Barcelona has produced Fairy Glen perfectly to go and score up the inside. Al Riffa came with a run down the outside, but it was all a little bit too late. Simon and Ed Crisford have a great season out here. That's been capped off by a win on Dubai World Cup night. Cassidy could win the big one as well. She's with one of the trainers here. We can join Ed Crisford.
I do think that if they do win the big one tonight, some of your stable hands and riders won't be going home on their early morning flight. What about this win, though? Are they going to stay after this?
No, exactly. No, I think we'll definitely have a party night, whatever. But no, it's fantastic. You know, we ran her in the Balanchine here, which was a bit short for her, mile one. But, you know, since that race, she's really blossomed, done really well. She got invited for this race. And she's never run 2 miles before, so we're a little bit sceptical about would she stay the extra 2 furlongs, because she's won over a mile 6 back in England. But she's done really well, and I thought Michaela rode a sensible race, and she finished very well.
And what about, obviously, with the mare's allowance, maybe a little bit of cut out of that ground, and it's the longest distance, the lightest weight. Did you take some confidence out of that?
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously that helps. But, you know, she goes on this sort of ground. I mean, she's run at Bath on heavy ground back in the UK in October and November, so she's well used to these conditions. But it's actually, the track's not that bad out there. But I'm really pleased for His Highness Sheikh Hamdan to have a win on the night.
Okay, go and enjoy the success. Well done.
Thank you.
Numbers in the Dubai Gold Cup, sponsored by Altyre Motors. 10-4-2-5. 10-4-2-5. Fairy Glen, your winner, 322.37. Margins a half by 3 1/4. 10-4-2-5. Race 3.
Welcome back into the winners' enclosure. The Simon and Ed Crisford Train Mare, Fairy Glen.
Mikel Barcelona, catch up very quickly with him. Mikel, congratulations, another win to what has been an incredible year. Now, this one was untried over this distance. Was there any concern? It looked like she loved it.
Yeah, we actually had a bit of concern. That's why we just end up for handy position and try to relax as quick as we can. But actually, we went nice gallop. She was pretty happy where she ended up. And when they pressed the pace mid-bend, I thought I got plenty in my hand, but I don't know for how long, so I'll wait a bit. And when I asked her to pick up, she picked up nicely.
Well, she looks wonderful out there. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Correct weight in the Dubai Gold Cup. Correct weight 10.425. Correct weight Fairy Glen, your winner 322.36. A half by 3 1/4. Correct weight in the Dubai Gold Cup.
Time then for the presentation for the Dubai Gold Cup, sponsored by Altair Motors. Two individuals to make the presentation. Delighted to welcome to the stage Mr. Bruce Robertson, the Managing Director, Jaguar Land Rover, Middle East and North Africa, and with him Mr. Ashok Khanna, the CEO of Altair Motors. Gentlemen, thank you. And they are presenting the awards to our winning connections of this mare, Fairy Glen. Well done to her, the only mare in the race. We welcome to the stage, collecting first of all on behalf of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum, please welcome Rashid Mohammed bin Gadaya. Well done once again to His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. Great to see those colours represented on Dubai World Cup night in the winner's enclosure. The winning trainer, or one half of the winning trainer father and son combination. Please welcome to the stage Ed Crisford. I think they've taken 1.5 million, the team, so far this year. Well, you can add another $500,000 to that. And now please welcome to the stage the winning rider, another Dubai World Cup night success in these colours for Mikhail Barcelona. Well done to Mikhail, and everyone can come back together again. His Highness's representative, Crisford, Mikhail Barcelona. Our thanks to our representatives from Altair Motors. The Dubai Gold Cup has gone to Fairy Glen. Let's start then with horse number 1 as we build up to race number 4, the UAE Derby, sponsored by Jumeirah. And horse number 1 is Pyromancer in shot now. This Godolphin-owned horse, Japanese Keiji Yoshimura trained for James Doyle. And Pyromancer on ratings has a right chance, rated 111. Has been in really good nick coming into this, and they've obviously decided to avoid Saudi and come here. And they've won this before. All right, number 2 is Wonder Dean, Christian Demuro. Another one for Japan, Dasuki Taki Inagi riding. Christian Demuro takes the ride, no stranger to success on this night. Was held last time in Saudi behind Al Haram, the Saudi horse. Will probably want to improve a little bit from that. Duke of Martin doesn't go, incidentally. Duke of Martin doesn't go here. No Duke of Martin.
Runner number 3, 6-speed, 1 of 4 for Bupat Seba. Now his winning margins have only gotten larger. He was a 5-length winner beating Devon Island in the 2000 Guineas after leading and kicking clear. Plenty of speed. Hope he stays. First go at this trip, the mile's been the furthest he's ever raced, but he's just won his races so well that it looks like he might enjoy that extra bit.
Now, there is 6-speed. He's got loads of that. Go Man is number 4. Good luck to these connections. This is a son of Gokun, the French raider. Not without a chance if he handles it. He's by a Knight of Thunder mare. It's very possible. Got ability as well. Rated 103, so a little bit to find, but could be a sneaky one here at a price.
Runner number 6 is Brotherly Love, winner of the Dubai Road to the Kentucky Prep race, which saw him strong through the line over this distance, so we know he's going to see the trip. Of course, Jamie Osborne, he won the race back in 2014 with Toast of New York. He was so close to winning it last year with this one's brother, Heart of Honor, so we'll look to Brotherly Love to atone for that last year.
Yeah, very much so. It was pretty brutal last year. It was one of those, but they'll be hoping for a little bit better here. Number 7 is Devon Island. I think this horse has got a chance stepping up in distance. Behind 6-speed last time, but getting there all the way. Has form ahead of Brotherly Love. I think this distance could bring out the best of him. He does look a natural on the surface. He just looked a little short of the 6-speed speed last time.
Runner number 8 is Ramas. Now, his mum won the UAE Oaks, and then she just missed in the Derby, so he's certainly bred to race really well in this one today. He's from a stable that's enjoyed a really good season, Triple R Racing, and he's another one from the Bupat Seamar's camp. Former USA runner who's won over the 1400 metres, first up in the UAE. He was well beaten by 6-speed though, but he has since bounced back when running up that hill.
Number 9 is Union Security. Kicked off with a bang here with an excellent success. Has then come up a little bit short and hasn't quite worked out. He's run better than his finishing position a couple of times, but did come up short in Saudi last time. And it's, I think he was probably just really ready to go for that first start, but hasn't necessarily kicked on since then.
Number 11, Lino Padrino. Now, he can be slow away, and that might just be a little costly with him. He was so decisive in his victory first up, but that slow start, he was able to get away with it on that occasion. He'll just have to be a little bit more forward this time.
Good luck to all connections of Lino Padrino, including the suited and booted team. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum in tonight to see Devon Island, and I'm sure delighted to see his vision of the Dubai World Cup come together. The world's best racehorses here once again, 30 years on from the inaugural running. And has a Godolphin runner here tonight, trained by Charlie Appleby, on the dirt as well with Devon Island. And it would be great to see father and son represented with a winner on the night, because, of course, our recent winner was that of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum with Fairy Glen. And really welcome to see those colours carried to success tonight. So the runners are making their way out. Labois, we owe you. In those, His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum colours. Bernardo Pinheiro takes the ride for Salim bin Ghidai. This horse has progressed really well, Labois, including with that success on the 20th of February. She beat Uno on that occasion. And she's got a good chance of going on to Derby success. Fillies have won this in the past.
Runner number 5, this one is Saloom. So much excitement about this horse. He should have raced on 3 occasions by now. He's only raced once. He's been a little bit naughty at the gates. We've seen him bust through in what was the road to the Kentucky Derby Stakes, which was then won by Brotherly Love. He was absolute dynamite on debut, but he can get a little fractious in the barriers, a little, to say the least. He's been a late scratching, and so I know that they put him through the gates every single day to try and get his mind on the job here.
$1,500 to the winning groom of Devon Island. The horse adjudged best turned out here. Well done to our winning groom. Leading the horse around a few moments ago, Meydan Mohammed. He takes home $1,500. That is being presented thanks to PHI Advertising by Mr. Ali Essa, their CEO. Our thanks to him and congratulations to Meydan Mohammed. One, two, three, 1, 2. The UAE Derby, it's been dominated by the Japanese in recent years, but hoping it'll go back to the UK this year. Jim joins me, who co-owns alongside wife Claire Brotherly Love. Obviously last year it was a cruel defeat, hoping for something just that little bit better today.
Well, we'd love to be optimistic. Obviously, I don't think in the betting wise he's considered favourite, but we understand the track's riding slow. We think that will be hopefully to his advantage. So we're just optimistic for a good run, really, yeah.
And obviously taking some confidence out of that road to the Kentucky Derby win too.
Yeah, of course. He ran fairly well in that. I think he'll need to do a considerably better performance to have a shout today, but it was a nice win, so fingers crossed, really.
And you're obviously loving coming across to Dubai and campaigning these nice horses too?
Yeah, well, I love it, especially the weather today. Maybe the previous few days wasn't quite so brilliant, but no, we love coming here. It's like we get treated so fantastically. It's just, what else? What could you do better if you're in the UK and you want to do something in the winter and come here? I recommend it to anybody.
Well, good luck.
Thank you very much.
So let's have a closer look at some of these as we build up to our UAE Derby, sponsored by Jumeirah. And that is Pyromancer. 1 or 2 in the race for Godolphin. These are the Japanese Godolphin colours, son of Pyro. James Doyle on board. We don't really know how good this horse is. And James was quite excited about this ride this morning. He's a bit on his toes. James with his feet out the irons. He's got a touch warm, the horse.
He is a little bit warm, isn't he? And I actually think that he's worked like this in the mornings too. So whether that is just him, not necessarily him on race day, but maybe that is just how he is. But you cannot rule a line through anything that comes from Japan in this race because they've absolutely dominated it in the last few years. This one is the final leg of the Euro Middle East Road to the Kentucky Derby, so offering 100 points to the winner, which will basically guarantee a ticket to that first Saturday in May. And yes, one of 2 chances for Godolphin.
Yeah, that's what you always want, isn't it? I think that crossover. Part of the road to the Kentucky Derby, this, and we like to see winners of this going on to contest that great race in early May, Kentucky. Who else we got in here? 6 Speed. I don't know whether he's going to see it out. I'd be on the side of perhaps not quite, but he's a brilliant horse.
So
he's got loads of boot and class.
Yeah, erring on the side of caution. I get that. It's just the way that he's won his races. They've been so good that it's like, well, maybe he'll find that little bit extra over those extra metres as he goes into the gates with a little pat on the rump. Saloom, I believe, is going to be loading last, just given his nature when he's in the gates.
I think that makes sense. From pat on the rump to pat in the box.
Thank you, Tom. And we've got to commend a rider here, one of the long-time servants of UAE Racing, in Adri de Vries, who will have his swan song race here. He's had a wonderful career in the saddle. He jumps on Ramas here tonight for Bupat Sema and Triple R Racing. So best of luck to Adri here. And we wish him the best of luck going forward. Here's Saloom. This is the moment that we've been wanting and waiting to see. Blindfold on. Last in, Saloom. Gate 6. He's in. Runners are set. Away. And the blindfold didn't come off the first time, but he jumped with them, Saloom. He's out to last, 6 Speed showing good pace with Ramas. Wonder Dean is in 3rd position off the track. Then came Lino Pedrino, who hunts up the fence inside of Union Security. They sit 3rd and 4th. Then came Pyromancer, who's a little wide. Next there, Labois the inner, not leading tonight. Next there was Devon Island from Saloom, now up to 3rd position. Go Man and Brotherly Love is last. 6 Speed is burning them up in front here. 1,400 metres left to go. 8.81, 10.84 as they head onto the back of the course. It's 3.5 in advance now of Ramas in 2nd. Lino Pedrino is 3rd on the inside of Union Security. 1.5 lengths to Wonder Dean from Saloom, working through pairs in the centre of the course. Next there on the outside, outside was Pyromancer, wide without cover. Labwar is on the inside in fourth to last. 2.5 lengths to Devon Island from Go-Man. And Brotherly Love is wide, getting on Pyromancer's back and beginning to improve as 6 Speed continues on with it. 6 Speed leads them to the back turn. The margin now 5 lengths. He skipped away from Wonder Dean in second. Ramos is third, being pushed along. Lino Padrino, the inside, hasn't spent a penny. Next on the outside was Pyromancer. Half a length to Union Security, a length and a half to Brotherly Love, half a length Saloom. Then came Devon Island from Go-Man. Labwar out to last as 6 Speed has got one contender at the moment, and it's Wonder Dean, who is breathing down his neck here as they wheel the bend in the UAE Derby. It's 6 Speed by 2 lengths to Wonder Dean in second. Pyromancer third. Fourth, Brotherly Love making good ground here. The race has been run to suit. It's up in front, 6 Speed from Wonder Dean. 6 Speed into unknown territory from a distance range. Wonder Dean looms up on the outside for Demuro. Comes past a length. Wonder Dean from 6 Speed, who's not done with yet. Fighting ever so hard, but Wonder Dean coming away, and it's Japan again in the UAE Derby. Wonder Dean by a length and a half, maybe 2 lengths to 6 Speed. Pyromancer has been able to rattle home into third position from Brotherly Love. Then came Devon Island. Next over Union Security from Lino Padrino. Saloom wasn't in the mix there early, but has run on and finished the race from Ramos. Then came Go-Man, and last in was Labwar. Didn't get it run to suit. Wonder Dean for Christian Demuro, Daisuke Takayanagi going on to win here. The 3-year-old colt by D Majesty, off the rating of 107, has been able to score here. Wonder Dean had just sat up in a beautiful position in behind 6 Speed, who gave them a really good pace in running, and Wonder Dean was there to capitalise off the rating of 107. Japan have done so well in this race in recent years, and they get another one. It is Wonder Dean echoing the sentiments of Admire Daytona last year, and we'll see him in the USA.
Yeah, it's gone to Japan again. Wonder Dean ran well in Saudi behind Al Haram. Got a better trip here, tracking that pace. 6 Speeds run great. Tried to dominate, or did dominate up until the business end. He has just run out of it late on, but he got the fractions pretty much bang on, I think, Mikhail Barcelona, given how the track's riding as well. That's a very similar time to last year's race, but 2 have pulled well clear. But just tracking that pace, Wonder Dean, and he's probably appreciated the little bit of extra distance compared to the race in Saudi, stepping back up in trip over a distance he's been successful over in the past. And he's gone on to score. He's got form with Pyromancer, behind Pyromancer, but he's gone on from that. And there's something about this race. These Japanese 3-year-olds really do dominate it. They've got such a good record in it, taking it last year with Admire Daytona. A certain Forever Young took it as well, and plenty more besides. And they've gone and won it again, this son of D Majesty. A good run from Pyromancer, but he was a little bit further back. Brotherly Love kept on chipping away. There's another 50 grand for connections off the back of that 4th. I don't want to say they'll be happy with it, but you know, he's run really well to finish 4th, and he'll be a better horse next year. And he's reversed form from earlier on the season with Devon Island, but they couldn't match Wonder Dean, who was on top to go past 6 Speed here under Christian Demuro for the winning owner Yoshinari Yamamoto and Daisuke Takayanagi. Wonder Dean takes out the UAE Derby, sponsored by Jumeirah.
Numbers in the UAE Derby, 2-3-1-6, 2-3-1-6. Wonder Dean, 159-19 winner's time. Margins 2.5 by 6 lengths, 2-3-1-6, race 4.
So making their way into the winners' enclosure off the back of success in the UAE Derby, sponsored by Jumeirah. Please put your hands together for Christian De Muro and Wonder Dean.
Christian De Muro takes out the UAE Derby. Christian, I suppose when you hop on any Japanese runner, you must take a lot of expectation and confidence from that because they have dominated here.
Yeah, really thank you. All Japanese trainer support me for a long time, and every time he give me a chance to ride the good horses. I was need time to find my victory in the dart here. I only win in the grass, so the first time on the dart, I'm very happy and such a kind horse.
Well, fantastic to win on the dirt like you did. Did that race unfold how you thought it might?
Yeah, of course. He jumped really well from the gate. Then don't take the kick back in the back straight. He was really confident in the last corner. I saw I can catch the front runner, and he did very easily.
And just on this horse, because obviously he gets points for the Kentucky Derby now. That's over a little bit more distance. Do you reckon he'd do that easily?
Yeah, why not? It will be such interesting experience for me if I can go. So, of course, he can try now. He has won here, so he gets invitation. I think they want to go.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Correct weight in the UAE Derby, correct weight 2.316. Wonder Dean 159.19, 2.5 by 6 lengths. Correct weight, race number 4.
Once again, it goes to Japan, the UAE Derby, Group 2, sponsored by Jumeirah. To make the presentation, delighted to welcome to the stage their Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Thomas Meyer, to present the 3 awards. Thank you to Mr. Thomas Meyer for presenting on behalf of Jumeirah. And he will be presenting these 3 trophies. Invite you into the middle there, Thomas. Thank you so much. He'll be collecting on behalf of our winning owner, which is Yoshinari Yamamoto. Please welcome the delighted winning groom. What a moment for this man, and that is Takuya Nakano. Big cheer, please. Well done to our winning groom. What a moment. To the groom of Wonderdine. And now the winning trainer. Please put your hands together for Daisuke Takiyanagi. The winning trainer of Wonderdine. Well done to him. And to our winning rider, who we've heard from already, please welcome to the winner's podium, Christian De Muro. Congratulations to Christian. And once again to Takuya Nakano as they all come back together. And to Daisuke Takiyanagi. Our thanks again to Thomas Meyer for presenting the awards. The UAE Derby, sponsored by Jumeirah, goes to Wonderdine.
It is time now for our Sponsor Appreciation Awards. Our sincere thanks to all partners and sponsors involved with making this the global showcase event that it is, the world's best racing, and our thanks to our sponsors that make it all possible. We will call up our sponsors in order now to say thanks and to present to them. It is my great honour to welcome to the stage His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Thank you to His Highness for presenting these awards. To our invaluable sponsors. First of all, I'd like to welcome our representative who we see each and every meeting here, the supporter of the Best Turned Out Award, that is PHI Advertising. Please welcome their CEO, Mr. Ali Essa. Thank you very much to Mr. Ali Essa. I'd now like to welcome to the stage our Bengati representative. Please welcome Mr. Ahmed Bengati, the chairman of Bengati. Thank you to Bengati for their continued support. And now we welcome to the stage Mr. Ahmad Matrushi, the Executive Director of EMA. Mr. Falassi accompanying him. Our thanks to EMA for their support of this 30th anniversary of the Dubai World Cup. And now to Altair Motors, continued supporter of the Carnival and the night itself. We welcome Mr. Humaid Mata, Humaid Altair of Altair Motors. Thank you once again to Altair Motors. And now we welcome Mr. Thomas Meyer. You could have stayed up there, Thomas, from our previous race. Their CEO of Jumeirah. Jumeirah, who have just sponsored the UAE Derby. And Mr. Thomas Meyer exits the stage. And now we welcome Mr. Moez Azizi, the chairman of Azizi Developments. And accompanying him, Fahad Azizi of Azizi Developments. Our thanks to them. Thank you to Fahad and Moez Azizi. And our next show of appreciation to Nakheel. We welcome Mr. Khalid Al Malik, the CEO of Real Estate at Nakheel. Thank you to Nakheel. One of our pillar partners, as you can see. Our thanks again to Nakheel for their continued support. And now please welcome from DP World, Mr. Ahmad Yusuf Al Hassan, the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director at DP World GCC. Thank you to DP World for their support on this historic evening of racing, 30th anniversary of the Dubai World Cup. Now my great pleasure to introduce Mr. Patrick Aoun, the President and CEO of Longines. Thank you to Patrick, and we look forward later on to our 8th race, the Longines Dubai Shima Classic. And we now welcome Mr. Adil Al-Gaith, the Senior Vice President Commercial Operations at Emirates Airline. Our thanks to Mr. Adil Al-Gaith and to Emirates Airline, the sponsor of tonight's Dubai World Cup. We welcome once again everyone up onto the stage, if you will. And we can have our sponsor group photo. Everyone together, please, for this sponsor appreciation ceremony. Our thank you to His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, and to all of tonight's sponsors on what is the momentous 30th anniversary of the Dubai World Cup. Right, the countdown is on. We have 2 hours and 40 minutes until the Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline. 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's going to happen quickly. We now have our 5 Group 1 contests. It starts with the Al Qos Sprint coming up next. That is race number 5, sponsored by Azizi Developments.
I'm just in traffic at the moment.
Nice big field to get through here for the Al Qos Sprint. It is sponsored by Azizi Developments. Thanks to them. This is the sprint on the turf, and we start with number 1. And that is the horse you can see in shot, Lazat. He's a real star attraction here. Carries the colours of Wathnan Racing for James Doyle and Jerome Renier. Multiple top-level winner. And looking forward to seeing him on a straight track here. He was just touched off in Saudi last time by horse number 2.
Runner number 2 is Reef Runner. Actually beat home the number 1 Lazat last time out over the 1,300 metres, which he really needed all of those 1,300 metres to get past him. Buick rode the winner last year, and we'll jump on board this runner, Reef Runner. And it's his first go on the straight track.
Three is Lugal, looking to give Japan quick fire double here. Katsuma Samashima takes the ride for Haruki Sugiyama. The distance, I think, is about right here. Has got plenty of pace, has won over 7. Ran well, dropping back in distance last time. A turf sprint wouldn't be an obvious one for this nation necessarily, but this horse has shown plenty in the past. 6-year-old Lugal.
Runner number 4. Runner number 4 is Kardim. Now, he's a bit of an old boy. He's 10 years of age. He is well-travelled. He has faced some big names in racing, the likes of Kaying Rising in Hong Kong in December. Del Mar, he was up against She's So Spicy. That was in November. Won a Group 2. Keeneland, October. Raced in the UK in August. Seriously experienced campaigner is runner number 4, Kardim.
Here's Cover Up. He's won loads of times out here. He's fantastic earlier on this season. Oh, apologies, this is Great Wish. Getting ahead of myself. Great Wish, number 6, Sylvester de Souza. Great Wish, doesn't look much like Cover Up. Great Wish has got loads of speed, loads of boot. Ran well last time from his side, and he might take a bit of pegging back out of 10. Great Wish.
Here's a look at the 7, Native Approach. And this one drawn in gate number 12, although with the scratchings will come in a little bit now. Native Approach, the Tudan, a hot 5-year-old, caused an upset last start when that win came in the dress rehearsal for this race, the Nad Al Sheba. Certainly good for the confidence levels and beat some of these runners in that occasion too. This is going to be tougher, yes, but you cannot knock winning form.
Really pleased this team have got a Dubai World Cup night runner. Phil Cunningham, Richard Spencer, Run Boy Run, who's a son of their very own Raja Singh. George Wood takes the ride. He was behind Native Approach last time. He ran really well on that occasion, winner over 5. As I say, just really pleased. They've supported the Carnival really well, and it's great for them to have a runner on the big night.
Runner number 11 is Monte, a Cable Bay 5-year-old mare. Of course, we've already seen the girls home earlier on today, so we'll see what she can do. She is also following in the footsteps of last year's winner, the 5-year-old mare Believing. So we know that the girls can win this race. Thought her UAE debut in the prep race was fine. She's entitled to improve off that. She carries 2 kilograms less than the boys with that mare's allowance. We've already seen what a bit of a weight relief or mare's allowance can do earlier on, and she loves any moisture on the track, and she draws well. Could be a smoky runner number 11.
Another French filly is Rayevka. Makar Barcelona takes the ride for Francis Graffard. Aga Khan Studs, big night for them with Calandigan a little bit later on. Rayevka was behind Native Approach last time. I think she's better than that, but she will need to show it. She's got form in and around Montaille as well, and I can definitely make a case for her. She's got plenty of pace, and if it develops middle to far side, out of 2, she'll be well suited by that.
Number 13, Northern Champion. And I like what I've seen from him. I thought he slotted really well into the Dubai racing scene. He is going to be in the deep end here though, but his age allowance means that he's only carrying the 56 kilograms, which is actually 4 kgs less than what the main chances are carrying. So he's got a nice swing in the weights there, runner number 13, Northern Champion, and can't really fault him.
Number 5 is the horse we owe you. That is Cover Up. This horse, as I was about to say earlier on, has been brilliant over 5 this year, and I think he's well worth trying in the big one over 6. Why not? He might find it a little bit far late on, but Cover Up lines up now under Pat Dobbs, who's won on him before, and he's no stranger to a win at this track. Simon and Ed Crisford have already had a winner tonight. Number 1 has been adjudged best turned out, and that is Lazat, horse number 1. The Jerome Renier trained Lazat. Narpat Singh, the winning groom. Congratulations to him, taking home $1,500 being presented on behalf of PHI Advertising by Mr. Ali Esser. Our thank you to him, to PHI Advertising, and congratulations again to Narpat Singh. So they're circling behind the gates, down to your left if you're wondering exactly where they are. They are down at the 1,200 metre or 6 furlong start. They're running a straight line towards us. Over towards the far side is where the stalls are. It can develop that way. But there you go, that's confirmation of that. They're over towards that far side rail. As far as the pace, well, I think Great Wish out of 10 won't be too far away. Could be one of the pace angles in there. I mean, I don't think Lazat will want to be a million miles off it. Reef Runner's got speed. Interesting to see how he gets on the first time on a straight course. That's cover up going down. Tends to go down pretty steady cover up. Pat Dobbs takes the ride, knows the horse well. He is a horse that can take a little bit of knowing. Northern Champion lines up for Ed Walker, and Kieran Schumacher has been brilliant out here, this horse. 2 from 2, been a bit of a revelation. And we might hear from the trainer as well, but he's on the phone. So, not much we can do about that. It would be rude to interrupt. But he is a Wootton Bassett who's a 3-year-old. Now, 3-year-olds the last couple of years have come into here with lofty expectations, but it hasn't quite worked out. Westacre was one of those coming into it last year, and I forget the name of the Godolphin filly. Oh, sorry, who came into this a couple of years ago with a live chance. But ran into a bit of a Hong Kong star. So we'll see how that 3-year-old gets on. And Cassie can make her way back over to me. I don't know if Ed Walker was pretending to be on the phone just to avoid you, or whether he probably actually was, wasn't he?
Yes, he did keep walking away from me. So we tried. We definitely tried. And I really wanted to hear from... Exactly. It sounded like quite an important conversation as well, so I didn't want to. But I really wanted to hear from Ed.
You'd hope so, just before the race, yeah. Who do you fancy here, Cassie?
Well, I really like the chances of Northern Champion with that lightweight, looking to utilise that. However, it is very difficult to look past Lazat, and I did end up going that way. Lazat here in the Alquoz sprint. I just think this one's been so good without winning, however, and I know that Watnan, they had quite a bit of confidence about him, and so they should.
Incidentally, if you're taking part in the style stakes, 6.25 is the close for best hat. So you won out-and-out best dressed lady, which is quite something. Were you wearing a hat that day?
I certainly was.
I would say you have to.
Yes, my milliner, Karen Hamilton, all the way from Melbourne, Australia. She was very happy with me.
Very good. It's a shame for me that Pat Comerford can't take part in the best dressed male, because with that maroon suit, I tell you what.
Well, you've watched Anchorman, right? Ron Burgundy? That's what I call him now.
Ron, all yours.
Thank you very much, Tom. I've got the burgundy suit this afternoon. I've got a bit of flack for it as well, to be honest, but I think it looks all right, to be honest. Red Run Boy Run coming forward with Monte, filling the stalls here well. Lazat will come up now, and Native Approach will also link in for the $1.5 million Group 1 Alquoz Sprint, brought to you by Azizi Developments. Cardam is in. Runners are set and racing in the Alquoz Sprint. Northern Champion jumped better than any of them. Lazat is also sent in front and centre early with Lugal. Then came Rievka, who's using the inside gate. Monte next. Native Approach also forward to the centre of the course with Run Boy Run. Lazat now dropping back midfield with Reef Runner. Then came Monte. Last of all, Cardam and Cover Up their second last and last. It's Native Approach who leads narrowly down the centre of the course here. A length in advance of Lugal in second position. Lazat was next. Rievka forward is racing in isolation now with Monte. The French fillies go together on the far side. Working through is Lazat. Then came Reef Runner, who's hampered at the moment. Next there was Great Wish, followed by on the near side Run Boy Run, Cadam and Cover Up. It is Native Approach the leader as they come to the 300-metre mark from Lugal, who gets on terms. Lazat next. Good finish coming up. Here's Monte working over on the far side with Rievka. Then came Great Wish. It's Lugal the leader from Native Approach. Lugal, Native Approach gets to the eye line here of Lugal. Coming past Native Approach. Lugal kicking back at the line. Native Approach will do enough. Native Approach in the All-Alquoz sprint for the UAE. Goes on to win from Lugal. Lazat third across from Reef Runner. Photo finish there along with Ryevka. Then came Monte, who certainly presented with a run with 100 to go. Next over was Great Wish, followed there by Cardam. Then came Northern Champion. And last one to greet the judge, Run Boy Run. Haven't they got him back to his best? Native Approach, a horse who had never not been around a bend in his entire career. They brought him back to 1200 and he turned a corner in more ways than one, going on to win last start. And he has come here against the big dogs in the Alquoz sprint, and Native Approach has gone on to win. What a fabulous result for Ahmed bin Hamish and Hamdan Hamish. Connor Beasley wins another race on the Dubai World Cup night program. 7-year winner in 1:10.02.
Well, wow, Native Approach. I couldn't have seen that coming last time, and he's got to back it up. This horse was rated 97 going into last time, now 109, and he's gone and won again. It's unbelievable. He's come back to the 1200 and absolutely loved it, this son of Too Darn Hot, who came out of stall number 12, tucked in, and well, he's on the front of the near side. A few keen ones in behind. Run Boy Run was one of those. Cardem didn't really settle. Ryevka went forward over towards that far side. The pace has held up pretty well. Down the centre of the track, you had Northern Champion. Who else have we got in there? Lazat was up there, seemingly in a good position how the race developed. Reef Runner tracking that horse, which is probably the right place to be. One of the first off it, may have been a bit sharp for him. But this is where they got down to it. And Native Approach has just kept on rolling. He kept on going. He has been a revelation since drop back to this distance. And he's gone on and battled on to win quite nicely. He's got stamina for the trip. It has again gone middle to far side as to where they've raced, but it's been those that raced on the near side of that division. I don't think there's much in it. But if you'd have said a couple of starts ago, when the horse was beaten over 1,400 metres here off 99 in a handicap, he'd prove a Group 1 winner over 1,200, that would have been hard to believe a little, but he has done it. Lugal's run a great race, but he couldn't fend off Native Approach, who has won for Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamash and Hamdan Hamash. They set their sights in this race off the back of the success last time, and they've gone on and been rewarded with success at the very top level. Native Approach takes out the Alquoz sprint.
Numbers in the Alquoz sprint, sponsored by Azizi Developments, 7-3-1-2, 7-3-1-2. Native Approach, 1:10.02, a neck by 1 1/4, 7-3-1-2, race 5.
Welcome back in. Connor Beasley on this Group 1 sprinter. Native approach.
Connor Beasley, congratulations. Another big win on a big night like this. And with this horse, as he walks right past us, he loves the straight.
Yeah, listen, he's a bundle of speed. And when I first sat on him there, when we got him the start of the season, I said to the boss, he feels like a sprinter. And, you know, he puts his heart in his sleeve every morning. He's not easy. Issa Al-Balushi, he rides him out every day and does his piece of work. He does a phenomenal job, just as well as the rest of the team, obviously, to get them prepped to come here on big night and perform like that. It's just a great team to be a part of, and I've got a lot of people to thank, but I'll be here all night, you know.
And just tell us a little bit quickly about your association with Ahmed, because it runs pretty deep.
Yeah, listen, I've been there, I think this is the eighth season. You know, come over here as a second jockey to him and just fell into place, right place, right time, and you know he's been a big supporter and put me plenty of trust in me, and you know, it just shows when a team clicks, you know, it goes through to the horses as well as the people, you know.
And just with the horse tonight, did you just keep him cuddled up that little bit, or how did it feel for you?
Yeah, listen, to be honest, when I won on him Super Saturday, I just got a little bit of a toe into the race, but today there's nothing able to take me, so he's one of them, the more you fight with him, the more energy you'll lose. So I just got him in a nice rhythm and sort of let him slip away from the 400, and you know, once the other Japanese horse came to me, you know, he was very determined.
Beautifully done, Connor. Congrats.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Correct weight in the Alquoz Sprint, sponsored by Azizi Developments, 7312. 7312. Native approach in 110.02. Margins a neck by 1 1/4. Correct weight, race 5.
All right, time now for the presentation for the Alcos Sprint, sponsored by Azizi Developments. To make the presentation, great pleasure to welcome to the stage the chairman of Azizi Developments, Mr. Mowais Azizi. I'll thank you to you, presenting 3 awards. And we welcome to collect, accompanying our winning owner, Hamdan Harmash. Please welcome Team Harmash. Hamdan Harmash, Mohammed Harmash with Awath Al-Mehri and Hamdan Al-Mansouri. Congratulations to the team, in particular Hamdan Harmash, the winning owner. And now we welcome our winning trainer, Ahmad bin Harmash. And as Ahmad comes to the stage, a reminder that this horse has picked up the bonus for having won on Super Saturday Native Approach. That is $150,000 US, 10% of the total prize money, $150,000 as the bonus for Native Approach. And now your appreciation for the winning rider. Please welcome Connor Beasley. Well done to Connor. And everyone can come back together, please, to join Mr. Mowais Azizi presenting the award. The Alcos Sprint, sponsored by Azizi Developments, has gone to bonus winner Native Approach. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Connor Beasley, the confidence he has got riding at a high level in Dubai over the last 6, 7, 8 years is really reflected in the way he's riding currently. He looks as if he believes he can win these big races, and that's what he's done, courtesy of Native Approach, by taking the Alcos Sprint, sponsored by Azizi Developments, for trainer Ahmed bin Harmash. Lugal second for Katsuma Samashima and Haruki Sugiyama. A third was Lazat, James Dorgeron, Renier. Reef runner back and forth for William Buick and David Fawkes. Montaigne Revka finished 5th and 6th. Angus, it's a race that I suppose it's easy to determine what happened in it. We saw it. He was the quickest, and he also saw his race out best. Is he the one who's maybe performed to his level and others maybe quite not at theirs?
There's a possibility that one or two in behind didn't perform to their level. I think particularly Lazat. I think he was a little bit below form. He ran okay to be third, but I think he's better than that. Full credit to Mustafa Al-Mehri. Got this horse from Charlie Appleby. Charlie ran him over 7 furlongs. Mustafa Al-Maheri tried him over a mile and 10 furlongs as well. Decided to go sprinting, and now he's unbeaten over 6 furlongs in 2 starts. Look at this. This tells you what Connor Beasley did well. He rated him evenly, 101.17 the efficiency, which meant that Connor, although the horse was going keenly with him, was able to save a little bit and just rate him evenly through the race for a final 400 metres of 23.07. He is a free-going type, that's why they dropped him in trip, but that's really good stuff according to the data from Connor Beasley. Let's have a look at it once again then. Native Approach came from stall 12, Lugal from 9 in second spot, and Lazat came from stall number 7. And in the early part of the race, they went quite hard early on, you'd expect that. Native Approach was a little bit keen. There were a few others who were a bit keen in behind as well. Rayevka towards the far side, she was very smartly into stride. Look at Cardem, left-hand side of your screen. He's very free early on. A few of them, Martin, didn't help themselves.
They didn't, did they? And I think that's a reflection on what Connor was doing in front. He's tapping on the brakes to slow them up a little bit. He's riding the race from the front to suit himself. His horse is travelling well in hand, and he's just trying to make sure he gets a few of them out of the comfort zone behind him before he kicks. But as the race unfolds, he really is exuberating confidence, Connor Beasley, on the eventual winner.
Yeah, I don't think it was a furiously run sprint. I think he's just rated him evenly, out in front, on the lead. He's hung on to him for as long as possible. Looks like Lugal's going to go past at this stage, but he finds plenty. He rallies to good effect. Native Approach. Down on the far side, you'll see William Buick switches on Reef Runner. He gets to the rail and he runs on quite strongly in the closing stages, and he gets up for, I think, 4th spot in the end. Native Approach has really battled it out in the end. He's battled past Lugal to win for Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamash, not Mustafa Al-Maheri. Apologies for that. Ahmed bin Hamash has done such a good job with this horse.
Nick, I wondered if you had your own view about whether or not they were slightly maybe favoured by where they raced the first and second. Obviously, Lazat, Rayevka, Montai, and indeed Reef Runner all came down that far side road ultimately. If they all raced in one group and were closer together, do you think you'd get the same result?
Ever so slightly, but at the same time, I think I probably damned him with faint praise last time and thought he probably had the right setup. I don't think it's happened twice. I don't think you can fluke that twice or have that advantageous setup this time around. I just wanted to know the local horses there. Local, as in horses that have been at the Carnival. Great Wish ran all right. Cover Up, he's more of a 1,000-metre horse, but he was quite well beaten. Further down, Run Boy Run tailed off as well. The one local horse that stepped forward as foreign horses came to town is the winner. I think he just deserves heaps of praise.
Yeah, when the Nadal Sheba Turf Sprint was run, we put it down to the draw, didn't we? Native Approach had a better draw than Rayevka.
Doing it again.
And therefore, Rayevka should turn the form around. And actually, Rayevka's been beaten by the same distance this time as last time.
Yeah, he'll still go off a huge price next time he runs, and I'm sure we'll still underestimate him. But he's a very good horse, isn't he?
He is.
Let's just give him all the credit he deserves, and well done to everyone involved with Native Approach, who has turned himself into one of the best sprinters on turf in the world. Obviously, there are 1 or 2 exceptions that we won't mention, but we know how good they are as well. Time for another Dubai World Cup reflection, and we're turning the clock back 15 years ago, and one of the most emotional nights on a racecourse for fans of Japanese racing.
The year 2011, and as the Dubai World Cup began to settle into life at Meydan, the second running of the great race at its new home provided a moment of history, and an extremely emotional one at that. No Japanese horse had ever triumphed in Dubai's flagship event in its 15-year history, but that all changed in 2011 when Victoire Pisa led home compatriot Transcend for a famous Japanese 1-2.
Victoire Pisa in front of Transcend, Kate Blanco, Gio Ponti on the outside, Victoire Pisa in front, they're drawing to the judge, Victoire Pisa in front and wins for Japan. Victoire Pisa has beaten Transcend in a Japanese 1-2.
The result carried extra emotion, with Japan facing indescribable loss after the earthquake and subsequent tsunami that had wreaked havoc earlier that month. Victoire Pisa's rider, Mirko Jamuro, emotionally charged, gestured, "I love you, Japan, thank you so much." And winning trainer Katsuhiko Sumi said, "I felt like the whole country was behind me."
Anybody who was at Meydan will...
Welcome back for race number 6. This is the Dubai Golden Shaheen, and it is another of our Group 1s of the evening. $2 million in prize money, 1,200 metres at 6 furlongs on the dirt surface. And runner number 1 on screen. There's been plenty of talk about this horse. Runner number 1, Bentonato. His last start win was at Del Mar in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He's been raced sparingly, and on paper he seems to be the one to beat. He goes forward, he's well drawn in gate number 2, and his jockey has won a UAE Derby and Godolphin Mile here in 2019. On screen is a look at number 4. Number 4 is Al Nasib. This horse, he draws the inside gate. Al Nasib, the only blemish this season was when he led and he finished in second placing. He draws that inside alley. I know Connections wanted something a little bit wider with him, but hopefully he can stalk the pace and make himself known at the business end. First crack at Group 1 company, but he's been a top sprinter of the season.
This is horse number 5, Love Sick Blues. I'd love this horse to win. Connections are here. The trainer's fabulous. Good luck to Love Sick Blues. And I know that a few fancy that it might go pretty well. Mikhail Barcelona takes the ride, plenty of speed, but they are going to go quick here.
Runner number 6 is Midland Money. Ray Dawson will ride for Michael Costa. Ex-Bob Baffert runner has been the bridesmaid in the last 3 runs, including in the Group 1 Malibu Stakes at Santa Anita at the end of last year. He's a very fast horse, and of course with Michael Costa just this week saying that he's going to be heading back to Australia, it would be very poetic if he were to pick up a Group 1 here tonight.
Well, Dark Saffron caused a massive surprise last year taking this, but it hasn't quite worked out this season. He's been good last time. He was good first up. Don't know what happened in between. He'd be dangerous if he got loose on the front end. Maybe he was a 3-year-old getting weight last year, I don't know. But it's hard to see this time around, but he is the defending champ.
A look at runner number 8, Nakatomi. I don't think anyone would begrudge this horse a win. He was 3rd 2 years ago. He was 2nd last year. Yes, he was 9 lengths off runner number 1, Bentonato, last time out at Del Mar, but you cannot argue that he races super well here. And the same goes for trainer Wesley Ward. So he's deserving of a Golden Shaheen. He's been trying to win this race since 2001 when he finished 2nd. He's had several attempts. This horse can be a little bit slow out, which might not be ideal from his gait, but you could not begrudge him if he were to win.
It feels like Wesley should have, really.
He deserves it, yes.
American Stage is number 9, has run in this before. Not the biggest runner on the night for his master trainer, but he'll be looking forward to it, I'm sure. American Stage, I think, has got serious place chances, but hard to see him coming out bang on top, but you never know.
Runner number 10 is Mufasa. Now, this horse has won more than he's lost, 11 from 20, but he hasn't won since beating Wider Barrier back in December of 2024 at Gulfstream. He's usually all around the honey pot, and runner number 10 will have the services of William Buick, a pickup ride for him. He's usually there or thereabouts.
Talking of there or thereabouts, Colour Up is so consistent, but that sounds like you're damning a horse with faint praise. But he is. I'd love him to pick up some good prize money here. That's probably the best he can hope for, but we'll see. Colour Up, a stalwart of the game out here.
Cats by 5 is runner number 12. He stepped back up into black type racing last start off the back of 2 nice handicap wins. Yes, he's up against some stiff opposition, and the wide gate probably won't help his chances, but he's here.
And this is Kanjar, number 13. Richard Mullen takes the ride from Musaba Almeri, the Musaba second string in the colours of Shadwell. Be great to see them in the winner's enclosure. Good luck to Kanjar. Here's Tuz. But he caused a right surprise in this 2 years ago when he bolted up. And then it wasn't to be last year. Fresher horse this year. I think he's got a good chance. They've been working back from this. He's effectively in 8 because Drew's Gold doesn't go. He lines up for Tiger Shea and Bupat Sima. It's best turned out time for our Dubai Golden Shaheen. And it has gone to Bentonato, the American Raider in here. And you won't see 3 cooler looking grooms than these guys sharing the $1,500 US. Well done to Muhammad Azam, to Jose Manuel Rivera Cabrera, and Angel Abdil Ayala Nieves. Well done to all 3 of our grooms. Our thanks to Mr. Aliesa for presenting the award on behalf of PHI Advertising. And a reminder, this is part of the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. Win and you're in. And this Breeders' Cup Dirt Sprint winner is lining up in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Before we get stuck into these, just to let you know, Midland Money got loose and is going to have to be looked at. Midland Money is going to have to be looked at by the vet, so we will let you know there. Hopefully all okay in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum for Michael Costa and Ray Dawson. Let's have a look then at Bentonato, who will come out of stall number 2. I know that Connections weren't necessarily delighted with that gate because they wanted him out of trouble. But I think he should be fine. I think Midland Money's good, by the way. Midland Money good to race, which is excellent news. Bentonato, Cassie.
So he's certainly the one that there's been plenty of talk about, and Jose D'Angelo, I think, was there was some quiet confidence about him as well, so that's always a good sign. Yeah, last up win, Del Mar Breeders' Cup. You know, he's been raced very sparingly, so it's like he's been set for this big kind of dance here, and you cannot fault his form line. It's almost impeccable, isn't it?
Now, I don't think they'd have chosen stall 1 for El Nassib, who seems to be best when patiently ridden, but 1 complicates that slightly.
Yeah, Musaba Amahira's come out and he said he was hoping for something more like 5 or 6 onwards, and the risk is that he's just going to sort of get buried away. The only blemish in his form has been when he led up, and he just didn't really seem to like that, but hopefully he'll get a nice little track into things and make his presence felt, because he's been a really top sprinter. He's been up in the Group 3 company, so here obviously in Group 1, a different story, but he has been so good.
There is Tuz, who was a warm order to go and take this last year. It was set to be a showdown between him and the American raider at the time, and it just didn't materialise. And it went to Dark Saffron, who made all. But I think this horse will fare better this time around, Cassie.
I hope so too as well. He's now a 9-year-old, and they didn't want to run him as much as what they did last year. He's only had the 1 start this season, and in that case there was like a bit of a dirty scope, and it revealed some mucus, so he had excuses there as well, plus he was unfit, so I think he's going to come on heaps from that. And Laura King did an interview with Bupat earlier and said he is exactly where we want him. He was unlucky last year. This could be his year again.
Loading process is well underway. There's colour up going forward. Reminder that Bentonato comes out of stall number 2. Tuz out of 9. El Nasib out of gate number 1. Pace angle from Dark Saffron in 12. Lovesick Blues out of 6. Let's join Pat.
It's always an exciting race, this one. Thank you very much, as we have about 4 runners left to come forward. Midland Money will join the line with Nakatomi. His Cats by 5. Loading away for Danny Tudhope, who's drawn a wide alley here. He's coming out of 12. Midland Money cleared and fit to start here by the vets at the gates. Joins and links in. Here's Mufasa. Loading away, that leaves 2 runners, Nakatomi and Dark Saffron, and will be set here for the $2 million Dubai Golden Shaheen. Second Group 1 of the night for the thoroughbreds, ready to go. And racing, away they go. Dark Saffron leapt out of the machines, and he heads up in the early part. Kicking forward is Tuz, working up with American Stage. Bentonado's in the first 4. A length to Kanjar from Midland Money midfield. The inside Mufasa and Cats by 5 off the track. A length and a half to Nakatomi from Colour Up. Then came Lovesick Blues, and El Nasib from 1 heads back to the end of proceedings. It's Tuz who leads them. Half a length to Dark Saffron, who sits to his outer and is very, very close. Poised to strike from Kanjar in 3rd. Bentonado gets the run in behind them and will be sweating on a run shortly. Midland Money next from American Stage. Then came Mufasa, Cats by 5. Lovesick Blues under a ride from Colour Up and Nakatomi as they swing the bend, and Dark Saffron comes into the straight, a narrow leader. Half a length on Tuz. Then came Bentonado, who's in pursuit from Dark Saffron. Dark Saffron from Bentonado. Tuz running on Cats by 5 and Mufasa, but Dark Saffron's finding another gear. Dark Saffron from Bentonado, who's trying to make chase here. He's 2 lengths away. It is Dark Saffron clear. He's turned the corner, and it's back-to-back Shaheens for Dark Saffron. Beasley and Bin Hamish again. 2 lengths to Bentonado. Cats by 5 next across. Then came Tuz from Nakatomi. Next over Mufasa. Colour Up, Lovesick Blues. Dropping away El Nasib. Then came Kanjar, Midland Money. And last in American Stage. Oh, they can do no wrong, the stable tonight. Dark Saffron, a horse we thought early in the season. Was it a fluke last year? He was off all season. Last race, he turned a corner and showed signs of a horse who is there to be in the race and competitive, and that's exactly what he's dished up tonight. He leapt out of the machines from the wide draw, and the wide gate was no issue whatsoever. Dark Saffron back to his best, back-to-back in the Dubai Golden Shaheen, and the now 4-year-old by Flame Away picks up another Group 1.
Wow. What do we say about that? He's done exactly what he did last year. He's gone forward, he's bounded out, hasn't he? Leapt out, as Pat said. He's gone forward, which was the winning of the race last year, and he's done it again. I think we're a little bit speechless. It's not quite what we were thinking.
What they've done is they've added a tongue strap to the horse, and maybe that's why he wasn't seeing out his races, because he won first up, and then he just wasn't seeing it out at all. Not seeing his races out. So something's changed on that front. He's a Group 1 winner. He caused a surprise last year. But again, to say he was going to go out and beat the Breeders' Cup dirt sprint winner, who's run his race from in behind, he switched out to go and get him. I just couldn't see it necessarily.
Yeah, he'd gone off the boil this season, hadn't he? But he's certainly back. So the team have done a wonderful job. I'm going to look forward to catching up with Connor after this one.
Well, I'd genuinely be fascinated to know how that has happened off the back of what we were seeing 2-3 starts ago, where the horse looked empty.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a breathing thing and it's the tongue strap, I don't know. But, you know, those in behind, Tuz has been 4th. Cats by 5 in 3rd, run really well. Bentonato, the sprint winner at the Breeders' Cup, 2nd. It all makes sense to there, but last year's winner just hadn't necessarily been showing enough, although there was a return to form last time to account for that.
Yeah, and it's sort of been like what we'd been seeing earlier on. They'd been sort of run down out in front in the dirt, but he's just kept trucking through it. Obviously, you know, it's getting a bit warmer. The track's probably a little bit nicer than what it was earlier, but he's just kept ploughing through that, and that has been it's been a brave win. Dark Saffron, Bentonato and Cats by 5. I don't think I had that on my bingo card.
Yeah, amazing performance from Dark Saffron to finish his race off like that. Who else can we pick out? Tuz has, I think, you know, run his race. He's a 9-year-old now. It was a tall order.
Yep.
And Nakatomi back in 5th.
And this guy's only 4.
He is. I remember when he won last year, you thought, well, you know, switching surfaces, he was unexposed, maybe he'd go on and dominate the division, but it hadn't worked out earlier on this season. It's working out for Amr Bin Hamash and Connor Beasley tonight.
Numbers in the Dubai Golden Shaheen, sponsored by Nikhil. 7-1-12-2, 7-1-12-2. Dark Saffron, 110-6-8. Margins a length and 3/4 by 2 3/4. 7-1-12-2, race 6.
So here he comes, the back-to-back winner of the Dubai Golden Shaheen, sponsored by Nikhil, Dark Saffron.
Big race day, right? A big race, and you've done it back to back. Were you expecting that?
Listen, obviously he won this race last year, and then he come back and he ran really well. Just it was more than a bit of a workout really the first time he ran this season, and then he had a bit of an incident in the stalls and banged his head, and he just sort of lost his way. I think lost a bit of confidence in his next sort of 3 or 4 runs, but his last run there, we felt he was coming back to himself. He finished second, and that just put him bang right. He's been doing very well at home. Safe Al Belushi rides him and done a fantastic job. But, like I said before, it's a credit. I've got the easy job of jumping on them and steering them around, but there's a lot of work goes in behind the scene, and I've just got to say a massive thank you to the team, and they know who they are. So, no, just fantastic.
So on paper, it looked like he'd just sort of gone off the boil this season, but it sounds like he had genuine excuses. And has it just been about rebuilding that confidence, has it?
Yeah, exactly that. He hit his head pretty badly, and I think that just, took a little bit of confidence out of him, and we took the headgear off him. And obviously tried him on turf just to change things up, just to get his confidence back. But he's a top quality horse, and he showed last season and last year here what he can do, and it's just great to get him back and back to the big league.
Back in a big way and a double on a big race night. Well done, Connor.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ahmed bin Hamash, congratulations, a huge night for you. This horse is back, of course, last year a winner and now a winner tonight. How is your confidence coming into this?
Thank you very much, but don't forget he's a Golden Shaheen winner last year. And we have some issues with him when he gets crazy in the starting gate before three races here. Then we remove the visor, we put the tank tie to settle him down, and the horse, he came in his back to his form.
So a lot of work going on behind the scenes. Congratulations to you. Enjoy your second Golden Shaheen with this horse. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It is time for the presentation then for the Dubai Golden Shaheen, sponsored by Nakheel. To make the presentation, please welcome to the stage Mr. Khalid Al Malik, the Chief Executive Officer, Dubai Holding Real Estate. Our thanks to you, sir, for presenting these 3 awards. It's the iconic trophy, the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Stunning trophy, this. And I'd like to welcome to the stage our winning connections of Dark Saffron, the winner Sultan Ali. Please welcome, collecting on his behalf, Sultan and Hamdan Al Sabusi. Well done to all involved, and plenty more as well. Looking forward to them going up and enjoying the occasion. And of course, this is a winner you're in contest for the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. So they can head to the Breeders' Cup Dirt Sprint if they want to. Well done to that team. You can pick up the iconic Dubai Golden Shaheen trophy. And now please welcome to the stage the winning trainer once again. What a night for Omar bin Hamash. Well done to Ahmad. He has presented that centre trophy. All smiles for Ahmad, a night to remember for him and the team. Well done to Ahmad and to the winning rider. Once again, what a night for Connor Beasley. Well done to Connor. I should really find out that young man's name. And then everyone can come back together, please. Our thanks again to Mr. Khalid Al Malik, the CEO at Dubai Holding Real Estate. Our thanks to Nakheel for supporting the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the winning connections at Dark Saffron. So you can see on the stage the presentation has taken place for the Dubai Golden Shaheen winner. And we would love to see you in Kentucky this year as part of the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. Thank you to Erwan Sharpie for presenting that winning you're in invite for Dark Saffron.
Because they made them come back up.
They took too long to come back.
And he wanted to go to the bus. So next time.
Okay. Next time we'll do. We need to train them up. Yeah, I think we leave them up there.
Under the Meydan moon, we ride the sound of in the air so pure. No feet on the ground under the Meydan moon. Hearts collide, Dubai is glowing through. Time slips aside. No fear, no race. Only us, only grace. No fear, no race. Only us, only grace.
Now, the Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline, is not too far away. An hour and 25 minutes until the big one. The Dubai World Cup, an hour and 25 minutes until that. We have 2 more races before that, including the Dubai Turf, which is up next. We will get to that. Now, someone's won a car, and it is David Cleal. Huge congratulations to you, David. I won't read out your whole ticket number, but you know who you are. And imagine there's only one David Cleal in tonight. You've won a car. So well done, make yourself known, and you can go and collect your car. They are making their way into the parade ring then for the Dubai Tour, sponsored by DP World. Number 1 is going to be Ombudsman, who is a real star attraction on the night. It's great to have him here. He's a gorgeous-looking son of Knight of Thunder, this horse. Yes, he's back in distance. Oh, I wouldn't imagine that's going to be too much of a concern. You look at him at Ascot when he won over 10, and you thought, well, he wants at least that. But you know, I'm not too worried about the distance purely because of the class he's got. So he's a 128 rated individual. Should be tough to beat.
Runner number 2 is Gaia Force representing Japan, and they did win this race last year. So could they do the double again? He's a 7-year-old in the race, one of 4 7-year-olds in the race. Last year's winner, Soul Rush, won as a 7-year-old, and Lord North won his 3rd Dubai Turf also as a 7-year-old. And the Japanese always show up, as we know, so we can't rule him out. He hasn't won a Group 1, but he's had many placings, and apparently he has a real following in Japan, does Gaia Force.
This is Kudwa, was an excellent winner last time. That was one of the key trials of this. And he won really nicely, beating Dividend, who also reopposes, son of Kingman. Of course, Ryan Moore was set to take the ride, but not here, so Christian De Muro is on board. He'll come out of stall number 1. He was impressive last time.
The 4 in the book is Al Najm. Races in the same silks as the aforementioned as well, Quedwa. And this, again, would be the fairy tale for Michael Costa, as I touched on. He'll be heading back to Australia very soon. But after a year off, he's been unstoppable, as Al Najm, winning his last 2, both group races. He's a completely different horse to what he was last year. And Michael Costa has said he's got no real concerns over the step up in distance either. The only issue is the wide draw is less than ideal.
Right, this is Factor Cheval, previous winner of this race. And Macar Barcelona on board for Jérôme Renier. And he had a dirt campaign last year where they wanted him to end up in the Saudi Cup. He did, but he looks more a turf horse. And that was a good performance last time behind Royal Champion in Saudi, but still needs to improve on that probably.
The 6th, this one is Fort George. He's a Territories 4-year-old. He's one of the 2 young guns in the race, only the baby's 4 years of age. His last start, 2nd to the wonderful Rebels Romance. He's a winner of the Dubai Millennium Stakes a couple ago in what was a tight finish, but they were wide apart. He should go forward. Kieran gets on with them well, and what a season Ed Walker has enjoyed. Fort George draws in gate number 9.
Seven is Make Me King for Wathnan Racing and Hamad Al Jahani, with James Doyle on board. Was a winner when last seen against Holloway Boy. That was in Doha. That was on the big meeting that they had there, and it was a good performance as well. He's stepping up in distance, but they have lots of confidence off the back of that. Make Me King.
Dividend is number 8. There he is on screen, looking very lovely as Dividend. He's the other 4-year-old in the race, and he's absolutely relished coming here to Dubai. Grand National winning co-trainer Dr. Richard Newland, now training with Jamie Inso, and they've had a lot of fun with this horse here this season. He hasn't been out of the top 3, including what was a Group 2 placing last start in the Sing Spell, and it's the first time he's drawn better than gate 7 here in the UAE. I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to do.
Andreas Vesalius for Conor Beasley and Amr bin Hamash and Sky Racing. Well, I was going to say it's hard to see, but who knows? They can do anything tonight. Who's up for a quick-fire treble? Andreas Vesalius, son of Caravaggio, for a team that have had a great night so far.
Number 10 is Folk Festival, drawing gate number 5. He's a 5-year-old by Blue Point. He was seen here on Super Saturday at Meydan in Group 2, where he finished 5th. That was behind Quidwa. He was only 3.5 legs beaten. No doubt that Bernardo Pinheiro is having a great season. He's sitting 2nd on the championship table, and we're giving it his all with Folk Festival.
And this is Tumbler. Stefan Pasquier with his feet up the islands for Nicolas Collery. He loves a winner at Meydan and can often cause a surprise as well. French-trained son of Kingman having a second start out here this season.
Well, I'm joined here by co-trainer Jamie Insole, who does train alongside Dr. Richard Newland, and runner number 8 in the book, Dividend. Just firstly, this is your first season coming out here training in your own name, so it's been a great way to start.
Yeah, an amazing start. This is one of the first yearlings we ever purchased, so to have 2 wins out here and second on Super Saturday, and then to turn up here today, it's a credit to all the team and to Lucy and Caroline who've looked after him.
I saw you watching him go out of the parade ring. What did you make of how he is tonight?
Yeah, he looks as exuberant as ever, and I think he's nice and fresh coming into this. He was second in the Sings Bill after winning 8 days before, so he had a quick turnaround. So we've had 4 weeks into this, so we've had time to freshen him up. So look, I know it's a big step up, and against the likes of Ombudsman, it's going to be tough, but if we could run top 4, we'd be delighted.
Well, it's been a kind of a night where anything can almost happen. So you're hopeful, but also he's done nothing wrong, and he clearly loves racing out here as well. So Dubai on the cards for him again next season?
Yeah, look, I think to bring him back out here, he definitely has thrived. Royal Ascot, Bahrain, all these places could be targets for him through the season. He's a horse that obviously loves travelling, so the world's his oyster.
Hey, well, good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The beautiful Gaia Force has been adjudged best turned out. Looking fabulous as well, this now white Gaia Force. The winning groom, Zolkanin Khan, and alongside him shortly, Hiroyuki Mogi. Well done to both involved, being presented $1,500 US by Mr. Aliesa, the CEO of PHI Advertising. Once again, our thanks to them, and well done to our winning grooms. It is time for race number 7. It's flown the Dubai Turf, sponsored by DP World. This horse is the star attraction.
Yeah, he is. So much talk about him. He's got a beautiful head on him as well, as we get to see him on TV there parading around this Night of Thunder 5-year-old bay horse, William Buick in the saddle. And of course, John and Thady Gosden, they know how to set one for this race. Lord North dominated this race a few years ago, didn't he? So, Ombudsman, on a night where we've sort of thought there have been some real sure things, it hasn't quite worked out, but I'm not sure how he gets beaten.
Yeah, and look, you really, on a night like this, it's the 30th anniversary of the Dubai World Cup. You want really a Godolphin winner. You want a Sinus Sheikh Mohammed owned winner. And he is, of course, here, so that would be great to see, Ombudsman. He's rated 128. You'd think he could be the best rated horse on the night. He shares that rating with the Japanese superstar in the last. And, of course, the horse rated higher than both he and Forever Young is Calandagan of 130. But he is likely to win. Chief danger for you would be who? Cassie, for me, probably would be probably Kudwa, that person.
Yeah, Kudwa. Well, I was going to go the one in the same silks, Al Najm. I just think he keeps flying under everybody's radar, and Michael Costa's always had a very high opinion of him, and he's a whole different horse than what he was this time last year, and he's been proving it.
All right, let's find out what happens in company of Pat Comerford.
$5 million up for grabs here for the Dubai Turf, sponsored by DP World. First of our big 3 for the evening. Longines Dubai Shima Classic to follow. 2 of our turf races remaining. And then on to the $12 million Dubai World Cup. It always draws a great field as the Dubai Turf, and this field is no different as a folk festival comes up to join them. Al Najm takes his place in the outer. Andreas Versalius and Gaia Force, the last 2 to load away. The Ghostly Grey up into gate number 11. We're set in the turf. Ready. Shane Ryan hits the button and we're underway, and Gaia Force jumped incredibly well out wider, pressing up with Make Me King, deeper out Al Najm, Fort George on the move. Ombudsman dropping in behind them into 5th position on settling from Kudwa the rail, a length and a half back to Factor Cheval. To his inside is Dividend, improving the fence from Andreas Versalius, Tumbler, and Folk Festival is the last one. Gaia Force for Japan is going to make his way across to the lead. He leads 2 lengths here in the early part of the Dubai Turf to Al Najm and Kudwa, the Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum runners 2nd and 3rd in running. Fort George is 4th. He's 3 wide without cover. Then came Make Me King, who's 5th, tucked in behind Traffic. Then came Ombudsman from Dividend. 2.5 lengths Factor Cheval. Next was Tumbler the inside from Folk Festival, and out to last is Andreas Versalius. They get to the back turn in the Dubai Turf for $5 million. Gaia Force has tried to back off the pace a little bit here. He's come back to them. A length and a tail in advance of Al Najm, who works up to 2nd. Fort George 3rd and 3 wide from Kudwa, who's now tracking the leader in 4th position. Half a length to Make Me King. Then came deeper out Ombudsman. He's got cover despite being wide. Dividend in his usual position up on the rail here, but he'll need some luck. Half a length back to Factor Cheval from Tumbler, and Andreas Versalius is the tail ender. They wheel the bend in the Dubai Turf, and it's Gaia Force leading the way by half a length. He rolls off the fence, and Kudwa's got an opportunity to come up the fence. followed by Al Najam. Dividend looking for a run as well from Make Me King. In the meantime, Ombudsman. Buick's hit the button here, and Ombudsman's picked them up very quickly. Ombudsman from Coudoir, then came Gaia Force running on. Andreas Versalius putting in the performance of his life, but it is Ombudsman clear, and it is a royal win on the night of nights. Ombudsman comes away to win a length and 3/4. To Coudoir in second, Andreas Versalius a cracking run in third. Make Me King fourth, fifth to Dividend. Then came Gaia Force, who dropped away to run midfield from Fort George back to Cheval. Next over was Tumbler from Al Najam, not today. And the last one in was Folk Festival. Ombudsman. You couldn't have Dubai World Cup night number 30 without His Highness being graced with a winner. The 5-year-old Entire by Night of Thunder. William Buick for John and Thady Gosbin. 147.46. Won your winner. 3 Coudoir second. 9 Andreas Versalius has run out of his skin, and Make Me King for Wafnan Racing takes 4th position. 139N7. And what a performance by Ombudsman. The start of what could be a campaign for the ages.
A fabulous win, and I think that's what we all wanted to see tonight. John, congratulations. You know how to set a horse for this race. You just mentioned that there's a real sense of relief.
Yeah, it's a great sense of relief. It's not easy coming out of a winter in England, bringing a horse in top ready to run. I mean, I think he'll come on for the race, if you know what I mean. He was probably coming in here at 90%, but it was enough to get the job done well. And I thought William was wise. He said, I'll give the ground away, go wide, lose the ground there, but I want a clear run in the straight. So we're absolutely thrilled with him.
I can imagine. And on a night like tonight, obviously the 30th edition of the Dubai World Cup, you've been coming here for a long time. How special is it to win in those silks?
Yeah, I was here for the first one with Alan Paulson flying in, with Cigar, Bill Mott and Jerry Bailey. So look, it's been a great run through. But it's some credit to Dubai and the UAE to put this on. It's packed with people dressed to the nines, running racing here. There's been a lot of exaggeration about what's going on, but the military have done a brilliant job here. And it's quite thrilling to be here tonight.
And what about, you've won this race on a few occasions with Lord North. Is he going to come back next year?
I would hope that's possible. On the other hand, we see how we get on the rest of the year. He'll go to Royal Ascot now for the Prince of Wales, and from there we'll know where we go, but they might get stud duties required at 6. Trainers would always keep them in training, remember that, so you have to keep the stud people away.
Well, congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Numbers in the Dubai turf, sponsored by DP World. 1397 confirmed. Ombudsman, your winner, 147.46. Margins 2 by a head. 1397. Race 7.
Please welcome back into the winner's enclosure, William Muick, rousing the crowd up. Please show your appreciation in the Godolphin blue on the 30th anniversary of the Dubai World Cup Ombudsman.
William, huge congratulations. I saw you working the crowd there. That win obviously means so much.
Congratulations, Dubai. It's a fantastic evening. We have some beautiful racing, and it's a pleasure to be part of. An ombudsman, he showed there, first run of the year, what he can do. Very competitive field. A lot of the runners have already had runs this winter, and no, very pleased with him. It was how we hoped it would happen, very smooth, and look, he's going to have a very exciting year ahead.
And it looked like you had a lovely personal moment with His Highness as well. Obviously, it means so much to him. What an honour it is for you to be a part of this ride, I can only imagine.
Yeah, it's an honour for me to ride for Godolphin and for His Highness, of course. And you know, Dubai World Cup night is the biggest night in horse racing. So to represent His Highness on his best horses and to have winners is a dream come true. So look, it's a great evening, and you know, it's a great atmosphere, great racing, and I'm just very privileged to be part of it.
Wonderful. And just on the horse, he was in a lovely position. He was just feeling amazing throughout that, was he?
He was exactly how I thought and hoped he would be. And look, credit to John and Thady as well. You know, they've had him in impeccable shape all through the winter, and you know, never missed a beat. He's been on target every step of the way, and you know, I've been involved with him, riding him in some of his work as well. So no, huge credit to them. He shipped over in great shape, and when I rode him on Thursday morning, you know, we all knew he was in business.
A long, wonderful association. Congratulations on this spectacular victory.
Thank you so much.
Correct weight in the Dubai turf, correct weight 1397, 1397. Ombudsman, your winner, 147.46. Margins 2 by ahead. Correct weight in the Dubai turf. Brought to you by DP World.
Time then for the presentation for the Dubai turf. And an excellent performance it was as well from Ombudsman to take out the 2026 Dubai Turf, sponsored by DP World. To make the presentation, it's my great delight to welcome to the stage His Excellency Isa Kazim, the Chairman of DP World's Board of Directors, Mr. Yuvraj Narayan, the Group Chief Executive Officer at DP World, and Mr. Ahmad Yusuf Al Hassan, the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of DP World GCC. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And now, collecting on behalf of the winning owners, that is Godolphin. And what a great delight to see the Godolphin Blue represented on the winners' podium on the 30th anniversary of the Dubai World Cup. Please welcome Abdullah Mansouri. Well done once again. Our representative representing Godolphin for Ombudsman's success. And now our winning trainers, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage John and Thady Gosden. Great record in the race, have the Gosdens. Thady Gosden collecting the trophy there. Well done to them. Great record in this race. And now the winning rider who has carried these colours to success for so many years now, and more of it at the very top level. Please welcome the winning rider of Ombudsman, William Buick. So well done to all involved. You can come together once again for your group photo for this, the Dubai Turf, sponsored by DP World. Ladies and gentlemen, the winning connections of Ombudsman. And I'll ask you to put those trophies back, please, and then could our connections stay in place for the Breeders' Cup presentation. Thank you ever so much to our DP World representatives for presenting those trophies. And then John, Thady and Will, if I'd ask you to stay there, you do need to collect the win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. I'd like to welcome to the stage to make this presentation Sheikh Rashid bin Dalmak Al Maktoum, please, the chairman of Dubai Racing Club. And alongside him, His Excellency Ali Al Ali, the CEO and board member at Dubai Racing Club. And they can present to our winning connections as well in the background. Thank you ever so much to all of you. And we look forward, we hope, to seeing you at the Breeders' Cup in November. Ladies and gentlemen, Ombudsman. Okay, smallest field of the night, but what a race it is with Calandigan here, and this is Calandigan, rated 130, top-rated horse on the night. He is an absolute superstar. He has won the Japan Cup. He's obviously won the King George. He was brilliant at Ascot on Champions Day, and he's the star attraction on the night, really, Calandigan. He was touched off in this race last year. I think he'll be a bit readier this time around, and he's certainly a better horse as well, Calandigan.
Runner number 2 is Ethical Diamond, and this one is a very interesting horse with an unlikely profile. Now, last year's Breeders' Cup Turf winner beating Rebels Romance in record time. But this time last year, he was racing at Cheltenham over hurdles. So he was purchased as a dual-purpose racehorse originally, jumps over the Cheltenham track this time a year ago. I don't think that's ever been done here at Meydan before, and going on to win a Dubai Shima Classic. But he is trained by the legend that is Willie Mullins, not a name that we'll see regularly in the race book, but he has been here before, back in 2014. And I just think he is one of the most interesting profiles of the night.
Definitely. He's also best turned out on the night, can tell you. Number 2, Ethical Diamond, best turned out tonight. We'll get to that. Giavolotto is number 3. Has been a superstar internationally, this horse. Look, he's rated 10 below the top one here, but he thoroughly deserves his place in the race, and he's run really well this season, including when just beaten 5 lengths by Darius in an arc. He ran well in Doha last time, shot in prior to that when just bumping into Sozi. So he's a class act, Giavolotto. Lines up for Marco Botti and James Doyle.
Royal Power, runner number 4, as we see William Buick hop on, hot off the back of his previous victory with Ombudsman. He's only had the 7 starts, comes off a black type win in Abu Dhabi, in the Abu Dhabi Championship, when beating West Wind Blow last month at this trip, when he was first up after a year off. And beautifully bred, William Buick has won this race on 5 occasions. Charlie Appleby 3 times, and Godolphin 7 times, most recently with Rebels Romance in 2024.
And Godolphin and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, represented by the book as well. Richard Mullen takes this ride. I think that's great as well that Ryan Moore was meant to be here taking the ride, but Richard Mullen, who's such a big part of this team at home, steps in and rewarded for that support he's given the team, and ridden them plenty of winners as well in the last couple of years, and rides by the book as a son of Frankel. Yes, he's got a little bit of stepping up to do, but he's just 5 and his best years may be ahead of him.
And the last runner in the race, West Wind Blows. Jockey brings an absolute super strike rate for the season. 5 rides from the 3 wins and a second. So look for some Rossa Ryan magic perhaps. The horse is chasing his first Group 1, but he's raced against some very good horses, including those down under in Australia too.
Best turned out time, and it has gone to horse number 2, Ethical Diamond, who is part of the race for Dubai. And that means he's here off the back of his Breeders' Cup Turf success. The winning groom, Sean Cleary-Carroll. There he is, Sean Cleary-Farrell, sorry, leading the horse around. He takes home $1,500. $1,500, Sean. Happy days to you, sir. And that is being presented by Mr. Ali Essa, the CEO of PHI Advertising. So it's time then for the Longines Dubai Shima Classic, presented by Longines. Race number 8. It's got a rich history, this race. Some absolute superstars have won it. I'll never forget Equinox, who was unreal a few years ago. But Calandagan's got just that buzz with him. And the transformation really with this horse, Cassie, from what he did at Epsom, where he didn't look straightforward, to what he can do now, what he did in Tokyo, he's the real deal.
He most definitely is. I spoke to his trainer, Francis Henrik Griffard, last year, and that was when he was the favourite, and there was buzz about him on that occasion, and he finished in second placing behind Danon Dessau. This year, of course, he's just gone from strength to strength to strength again. It was almost as if every time I checked online for the European news, he'd won another big feature. It was getting almost repetitive, but the Aga Khan stud homebred, such a beautiful job of things of late. And look at how relaxed he looks as well. I think by all accounts, he's most definitely ready to rumble, and I'm here to witness it.
Yeah, well, it's a race that, you know, merits his presence, and I'd like to see him win, to be honest. It adds to the race and to the night if he were to go and take it. But equally, a Breeders' Cup winner winning here is no disgrace either. And it was David Casey, the assistant trainer, his idea to run the horse in the Breeders' Cup. And I think they were thinking, well, if we can get 4th, great. And he went and won it.
That's not too bad, is it? Calandagan, obviously, that we spoke about. This one, Ethical Diamond, on screen now. Just so interesting, his whole profile. I know I've touched on. Just, it's a lovely field, but I think Calandagan is the one to beat.
Here's Pat.
So a couple more to load here for the $6 million Longines Dubai Shima Classic. Givalotto, Ethical Diamond will be the last in. And the 6 runners will be set and ready to go. Ready in the Shima, set. Gates fly, away they go. Givalotto was one of the quickest out with Royal Power. West Wind Blows works up to the inside. By the Book was also on a move up wider. Calandagan on settling down into second last position, tracked by the second international market favourite in Ethical Diamond. West Wind Blows are going to work through to the lead here. Under Ross Orion goes clear by 3 lengths. To in second position By the Book, and third 2 lengths away Royal Power. Sticking to the inside in 4th position Givalotto, 2.5 lengths to Calandagan and a length to Ethical Diamond as they work in Indian file down the side of the course and onto the back of the track here in the Longines Dubai Shima Classic. West Wind Blows is extending away here. The margin now 7 lengths to in second position By the Book. It was 1.5 lengths to Royal Power, 2.5 to Givalotto, 3 lengths Calandagan, and 2.5 lengths to Ethical Diamond. The order unchanged. The only factor is West Wind Blows getting further in front. The margin now 8 lengths as they head down the back of the course here. Leading the way now by a good margin to in second position By the Book. 1.5 lengths to Royal Power, who tracks his stablemate. 1.5 lengths to Givalotto. 3 lengths to Calandagan, who's spotting the leader at least a dozen lengths here. And 1.5 lengths, now 1 3/4 lengths to Ethical Diamond. Both of the market fancies riding a very patient race. West Wind Blows comes back to them slightly as the Godolphin pair start to loom closer. It is West Wind Blows by 1 3/4 lengths. Leading the way from By the Book, who's now in a clear second position, and Storm stalking the leader from Royal Power in third, 2.5 lengths to Giavolotto, now 2.5 to Caland again, and Ethical Diamond as they slowly start to pack ranks. Pace has been good. It's West Wind Blows leading them into the top of the straight in the Longines Dubai Shima Classic, and the prize is only not too far away, a length and 3/4 to Buy the Book, Royal Power, Giavolotto, Caland again, still with 6 to make up from Ethical Diamond, who tracks him in the race. West Wind Blows goes for home. The rank outsider, 3 lengths in advance of Royal Power. Into third By the Book. Here comes Caland again. West Wind Blows, Caland again. Up on the outside, looming big time. West Wind Blows from Caland again. Here comes Caland again. And the Shima eludes the champ no longer. A ride executed to perfection. 3 1/4 of a length to West Wind Blows, who has run an absolute bottler. Giavolotto third across from Ethical Diamond. Second last, Royal Power, and By the Book, the last one to greet the judge. Caland again for Francis Henri Graffard, Macau Barcelona. As cool as they come. The 5-year-old off the rating of 130 for the Aga Khan stud goes on to win in 227.88. He knew exactly what he had under the hood, and a Meydan win now comes into the mantelpiece for Caland again.
Yeah, he was too good. And Macau Barcelona was cool, wasn't he? Yeah, this is a horse who at Epsom was out-muscled and out-battled by Jan Bruegel, but whether it was that trip to Saint-Cloud, whatever it was, it's just sorted him out, and you feel he could go and do anything now. You could put him anywhere. He rode him with such confidence, Macau Barcelona. He's got the turn of foot for the distance, and he was too good. West Wind Blows, who has had a bad injury, this horse, and that's a hell of a training performance from the Crisfords to get him back to finish second in the Shima Classic. Brilliant from them. But he couldn't match Calandagan, who, when he came up on the outside, you know, he left a Breeders' Cup turf winner for dust, really, Ethical Diamond. I think that horse wants rattling crick ground, to be honest. But Calandagan, he's probably cosy at the line. He's won a length. And he's a deserving winner as well. Rated 130. He might be a fitter horse this time round, given what he's achieved already, but he's probably just better than 12 months ago, and I'd say a good bit better as well. Physically, mentally, he's the whole package now. Great to see these colours of the late Aga Khan carried to success. Such a strong supporter of this night over the years. It wouldn't be a World Cup night without a runner in these colours, and they've been rewarded. All the Aga Khan representatives, Princess Zara, well done to her, by success in the Longines Shima Classic. The winner, Calandagan.
Francis Henri Graffard, congratulations. I spoke to you this time a year ago before the race when he finished second. How good does it feel to get the win this time?
I'm relieved. He's a fantastic champion. I'm so lucky to train a horse of this caliber. This race was very tactical. I was a little bit worried, but when he finds his stride and he comes in the straight, he's just unbelievable to watch, and I'm very lucky to have him.
And because after he left here, he just went on a winning spree. What a year you've had with him.
Yes, and this is his 5th Group 1 in a row, you know. He's a world's best racehorse, so he has a big reputation now, so I felt a lot of pressure today, and we're ready to kick on the season with him, and he's just a horse that never let us down. He's a real champion.
The pressure is now off. Go and lead him back and enjoy that success. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, here he comes. It's another one tonight for Mikhail Barcelona, back in the winner's enclosure on the Arga Stud own Francis Graffard trained superstar that is Calandigan.
Mikhail Barcelona as he stops for an autograph. Another win tonight. Congratulations, Mikhail. I mean, this horse, you have had so much fun. Soak that in, some fans for you. You've had so much fun with this horse. It's 5 Group 1s in a row. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is. It's an incredible horse. He's got his own attitude. I know him very well now, and he always gives plenty in the end. Just need to trust him, and now it's that's all the jockey dream about, to find this kind of incredible horse, and I'm very glad and very grateful for the opportunity I had to be part of this team as well.
It looked like you were still sitting on him at the 400 metres. That's when you pushed the button, is that right?
Yeah, actually, I thought my main danger was Javarito, and the Marines horse was behind me, and when I thought I was going much better than Javarito, it was my turn to go. I didn't expect West Wimblow to go. That's give me that hard race.
And just out of curiosity, how is that turf feeling out there? Because we had so much rain, but how is it feeling?
No, actually, it's good riding, just a bit loose on top, but that's nothing, and it would be, we're going to say, it's good ground for Europe. So.
Congratulations, a wonderful night. Well done.
And correct weight is given in the Longines Dubai Shima Classic, 1634. 1634. Calandigan, 227.88. Margins, 3/4 by 3.5. Correct weight in the penultimate.
Calandigan, the most fitting winner of the Longines Dubai Shima Classic, presented by Longines in the colours of Aga Khan studs. And we'll meet the winning connections very shortly. First, a great pleasure to welcome to the stage Mr. Patrick Alm, the President and CEO at Longines, has presented numerous awards across many seasons and indeed on Dubai World Cup night itself. Patrick, thank you. And it's a very special trophy that is being presented to our winning connections of Calandigan. Please welcome to the stage Princess Zara, Sarah Boyden and Nemani Ruth. You see, Patrick knows to just lift the plate. Well done, Patrick, and well done to all the winning connections. There we are, we come out in front so we can see that beautiful trophy. Aga Khan starts our winning connections with Calandigan, and great to have Princess Zara here with Sarah Boyden and Nemani Ruth. And now, as that plate goes back, we welcome the winning trainer, all conquering last season internationally, and more international success for this man. Please welcome Francis Graffard. It's been an incredible year for Francis Graffard, also for a man we're so used to seeing on stage out here. But what a season in these colours, what a last year, and hopefully more of the same this year for Mikel Barcelona. And I'll invite everyone to come together once more, if you can, and join Patrick on stage, just for our group photo. And then we could all stand in the middle for the presentation for the Longines Dubai Shima Classic, presented by Longines. The winner, ladies and gentlemen, Calandigan. Well done once again. Your work is not yet done on stage for our winning connections. But Patrick, thank you ever so much. And I'd like to welcome up onto the stage to present our Breeders' Cup Challenge Series invitation. Please welcome His Excellency Ali Al Ali, the CEO and board member of Dubai Racing Club, and Mr. Irwan Sharpi, as Mikel heads off, the head of racing operations, international relations at Dubai Racing Club. And there is the win and you're in Longines Dubai Shima Classic offer to see you at the Breeders' Cup turf. We hope to see you there. Calandigan, ladies and gentlemen. All right, runners are making their way into the parade ring then, ahead of the feature race. It is the 30th anniversary, the 30th running as well of the Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline. And just to tell you where we're at, we have one more coming in currently. I believe it is up the tunnel, Tap Leader who's coming in. This is number 1, this is Forever Young. He has been utterly brilliant in his stellar career so far, with perhaps the one blip really coming 12 months ago in this contest. But he'd had a hard race in Saudi, and that is the one thing we're looking to find out really, whether that's left its mark again. But I don't think he had quite such a hard race on this occasion, and he is the one to beat. He's looking to complete a Saudi Cup, Breeders' Cup Classic, Dubai World Cup treble. That would be quite something.
Runner number 2 is Magnitude, the 4-year-old by not this time, out of gate number 1. He missed the Saudi Cup due to a high temperature. Assistant trainer Scott Blasi said earlier this week he reminds him of Curlin, who won this race back in 2008, trained by Steve Asmussen also. He beat Hit Show 2 starts ago at Churchill Downs, Hit Show being, of course, last year's winner. He draws it inside alley, and that should help his prominent racing style. I saw footage of him with his teddy in his box, so, I mean, who doesn't love a horse that brings a little cute travel companion?
This is horse number 3. It's last year's winner, Hit Show. Hit Show was brilliant last year, caused a bit of a surprise. Again, you'd think on what he's done since, and we've seen plenty of him, that he should find Forever Young too good. But, well, we said that about him last year, and he didn't. He got the perfect trip under Florent Giroux, and he's looking to go back-to-back, the first horse that would have done that since Thunder Snow.
Meydan, runner number 4. We've spoken earlier already about horses with interesting profiles, and he's another one. He's a Melbourne Cup runner over the 2 miles on the turf just in November. He made his dirt debut a month ago, and he went on won the Group 2 Al Maktoum over this trip, which earned his ticket to tonight, and he showed a really good turn of foot. He's got remarkable versatility, and it was actually quite remarkable for his connections to choose this route. They have certainly been rewarded. His Highness Sheikh Ahmed and Simon and Ed Cresford brave enough to really make that decision too. Incredible stuff with Meydan.
This is Imperial Emperor. He's been a revelation out here. Last year was unbelievable. He was well beaten in this last year, but something went wrong, I think, in the race. I think he was physically sound afterwards. He's been foot perfect so far this year. He's a Dubawi, and I guess people are looking at saying, well, he didn't perform in the race last year, but don't judge him on that. He's very, very capable, and he's had a lighter campaign this season.
Tumbarumba, runner number 6 on screen. He's got a decent bit of size about him and a nice long stride, so he's going to be doing some of his best work late. A great performance in the Saudi Cup, went 3rd. He's a real, genuine player. He is going to be over the 2,000 metres for the first time in only what is his 4th start for Wathnan and Hamid Al Jahani.
This is Heart of Honour. We're going to lose him in a sec. Best turned out as well, this horse, Heart of Honour. So the groom has won something, $2,500. We'll come to that. Heart of Honour, son of Honour AP, Safi and Jamie Osborne went so close in the Derby last year.
9 is Tap Leader. He's just there on the toe a little bit. He's an ex-Russian who won the 2024 Russian Derby. He arrived and won the UAE debut. Then he went on to place behind Meydan in the Group 2 Al Maktoum Classic. Doug Watson has come out and said that this is his best 2,000-metre horse he's ever had. And considering he had Kabakan in his stable, that's some pretty big words.
Forever Young gets the dream run. Forever Young, a length and a half clear. Forever Young, Nysos not going away. But he's Forever Young towards the line. Forever Young, forever in equine history. Forever Young, a race for the ages, and Forever Young rounds off a terrific night for Japan, runs down Romantic Warrior and breaks Hong Kong hearts.
Standing by. Almost time for the 30th running of the Dubai World Cup, and last year's winner, Hit Show, he's back again. I'm catching up with Case Clay, US racing manager for Wathnan. Case, firstly, how is it to be back again?
It's so good to be back here. It's an amazing venue, an amazing event, one of the best races in the world, so just feel lucky to be here.
And what about Hit Show? Because he pounced last year. That was an incredible win from him. Is he in the same mindset, do you think, this year?
I think so. I think he's in very good form. He's coming off a great race at the Mineshaft Stakes at Fairgrounds. Of course, he has some monsters to beat tonight, but he's in very good form.
Well, he's done it before, hasn't he? And what about Tumbarumba? Because I was very impressed with that Saudi run.
Tumbarumba's doing great. He's a type of horse that loves a fight, and if he can be there in the end, he's going to give it a fight.
Well, wonderful. Thank you for the chat. Good luck. Two very good, strong chances.
Thank you very much.
I'm so excited for this race.
Well, I can't believe it's here already.
I know. Like, you've got this superstar in there, you've got the defending champion, you've got Magnitude, a proper American dirt horse who, you know, we don't know how good he might be. You've got the campaigner out here that has been Heart of Honour regularly, Imperial Emperor as well, fits that bracket. Yeah, I'm pumped for it.
And you've got Meydan, who...
Oh, I forgot Meydan!
Yeah.
Sorry, everyone.
And I have it on good authority that if Meydan does win, the track work riders, they were booked on an 8 a.m. flight tomorrow. They will not be making that
really?
flight. I have that on very good authority.
I like that. I like that. Well, wouldn't it be something for the horse that was named after this place to go and win the 30th edition of the Dubai World Cup be incredible.
Well, we've seen something similar back in 2000, didn't we?
Yeah.
So,
the scripting, that would have been tricky.
That's right. Yeah, no, but very exciting stuff. This night has gone so fast. It's almost such a shame to be here already because it's been an incredible evening for the 30th running. It's been, I think, everything that we've really hoped for as well.
Yeah, definitely. We've had some surprises, but last year we had, almost a few too many where you're going, when Romantic Warrior got beat, when Forever Young got beat. But tonight, you've had your surprises, your great stories, and then you have your Ombudsman and your Calandagan.
That's right, exactly.
So now this one, who knows?
Yep.
It can be a surprise or it can be Forever Young. Or it can be this horse.
This one on screen, Meydan.
It'd be great to see him win after they rolled the dice last time on the dirt. This is a definite pace angle in the race. Walk of Stars. Dakar Barcelona out of 3. I think they've got to just try and go forward and dominate.
Yeah, put themselves in the race. We're starting to see, he was 4th last year, right, when he made the running. So if he could do something again similar in the smaller field, expect him to be setting that early tempo and be trying to put himself in the race. And he's had a different lead up this year as well because he went to Saudi last year again. And I know we talk about Saudi as a big key lead up quite a lot, but it does have a lot of impact. And this year he did not go, so we might see that suit him more.
Yeah, and they'll have been working back from this. Whereas last year they had ammunition for Dubai World Cup and Saudi Cup, and they tried Saudi. Didn't quite work out, but still came here. But I don't think he's been cherry ripe for the first couple of goes.
Yeah.
So that is Walk of Stars for Athbar Racing and Bupat Simar and Dakar Barcelona. And they also have Imperial Emperor. Tiger Shea takes the ride. This is one of the Americans, Magnitude, who was scratched out of his intended run in Saudi late on. Maybe no bad thing here. We know it's hard to do both. And Saudi's over shorter, but equally it's one turn, sorry, and it can be a bit more of a test. Whereas I think there's plenty about this that might suit. With a couple of turns, they tend to go that little bit easier around the bends. It's a shorter straight as well. And this horse at the distance has got plenty of boot. Last win came over 1,700.
He looked really nice in the parade ring as well. I mean, especially the groom's done a brilliant job to make him look so pretty out there. But that Saudi Cup miss might actually be the ultimate blessing.
Yes, and we will hopefully do our best turned out award for our winning groom. That is of horse number 8, Heart of Honour. Heart of Honour did go down early. Remember that they've changed it up a bit, so they've got the eye shield on Heart of Honour as well, or as the trainer suggested, he's going to look like a bumblebee.
Yeah, the pacifiers. So I actually spoke to Jamie last night about it, and it's a case of, they've got to try anything and everything, and that pacifiers might just keep the dirt out of his eyes, and it might just help him switch on a bit more.
And if any horse is blowing as hard as David O'Farrell is, having just run back with our winning groom, then they'll have tried really hard. David, well done. Iqbal Khan's our winning groom. He's here. Heart of Honour is the winning horse. The judge best turned out. And round of applause for the winning groom, Iqbal. He takes home $2,500 US. PHI Advertising, thank you for your support all season and your generosity with the Best Turned Out Award. Heart of Honour, Best Turned Out for the Dubai World Cup. This race, once again, sponsored by Emirates Airline, the 2026 Dubai World Cup. They start pretty much bang in front of you, and then they make 2 turns before coming for home. This is the big one. Sum it up for us, Cassie.
Oh, how can I sum it up? I hope Forever Young wins because I think that's what we really want to see tonight. Then again, hit show to do what Thunder Snow's only ever done before as well, make it back-to-back. Meydan, that strange narrative of the Melbourne Cup coming into it. Forever Young, though.
Yeah, that's the most likely, isn't it? But you feel like anything could happen after last year. It's going to be brilliant. Equine Immortality awaits the winner of the 2026 Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline. Pat Comerford, your 3rd Dubai World Cup.
Thank you, Tom. What a race it is, and what a privilege to call the 30th Dubai World Cup a race that has become so renowned in the world calendar. Tumbarumba and Hit Show coming forward into line. Heart of Honour, the last one to link in. And the runners are set for the 2026 Dubai World Cup. And the gates crash in the feature. And away fast on the inside was Magnitude. He's jumped well. Forever Young's working forward. Imperial Emperor and Tumbarumba make a line of 4 here early as they approach the post on the first occasion. Meydan is going to box seat in 5th position. Followed there by Imperial Emperor, and Hit Show is 2 lengths behind them, just worse than midfield. A length to Walk of Stars, a length and a half Tap Leader, and Heart of Honour is intact for now and sits in last position as they work on to the back in the Dubai World Cup. And leading the way is Magnitude. A length and a half away is Forever Young, the favourite stalking the leader. Up in 3rd position is Tumbarumba, having to sit 3 wide. Meydan getting the run of the race in 4th. 3/4 of a length to Imperial Emperor, half a length Walk of Stars. Up on the running rail in 3rd to last was Hit Show. Tap Leader making a mid-race move, and Heart of Honour is 3 lengths off second last, a lot closer than he usually is. The pacifiers could be doing something as they work down the back and they head past midway. 1,000 to go in the Dubai World Cup, and it's Magnitude for Jose Ortiz, a length and 3/4 to Forever Young. Meydan up to 3rd position. Tumbarumba's going to have to do it the tradesman's way in 4th. Imperial Emperor 5th. Hit Show 6th on the running rail. A length to Walk of Stars, half a length Tap Leader, who's now feeling the pinch here as they head down the side. Heart of Honour is last. Magnitude looking to make all here in the Dubai World Cup. A length and a half to Forever Young, who's being worked upon here by Ryuze Sake. Tumbarumba stays intact. Meydan works up the inner. Then came Hit Show from Imperial Emperor. Leading the way, Magnitude into the straight. Magnitude's got a length and a half on Forever Young. Meydan still makes chase. Magnitude kicking away. Magnitude 3 lengths to Forever Young, who's running out of time. Magnitude to Forever Young. Magnitude 2.5 to Forever Young. Imperial Emperor. Meydan running on. Magnitude needs the post. Here comes Forever Young, but it is USA in Dubai World Cup number 30. Magnitude leads all the way from gate to wire. Goes on to beat Forever Young. 3rd across Meydan. 4th Imperial Emperor from Hit Show. Tumbarumba. A gap back to Heart of Honour, Tap Leader and Walk of Stars, the last in. Well, the USA have done it again. Magnitude, Jose Ortiz, Steve Asmussen with his 2nd Dubai World Cup. The 4-year-old colt by Not This Time replicates Curlin from years before and takes out the 30th edition of the great race. Number 2, Magnitude, your winner in 2:04.38.
And there it is. Magnitude takes out the 30th edition of the Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline. And what a performance from this horse to do it on the front end. And we didn't know how good he was off the back of Missing Saudi. He came into there with a big reputation, but he missed it. And this now 4-year-old has come here off the back of a good prep last time. About the same time as he would have been out in Saudi, just about 10 days after that. And he's gone on to score. Well done to Winchell Thoroughbreds, this son of Not This Time, out of 1, made use of that plum draw. His rider, he can't believe it. He's stunned. It's so big to win on this stage. America have done it again. There's something about this race, isn't there? They, between America and Japan, are so dominant in it. And when he turned in, he left that gap on up his inside. Meydan couldn't take it. Forever Young was trying to get there. It was almost similar to last year. He's such a grinder, Forever Young. But maybe he was just done for a little toe initially in this contest. Remember, 2 turns in here. They go slow around the bends compared to, say, Saudi. And then Forever Young was getting there with every stride, but the line didn't come soon enough for him. and Magnitude has won it. Well done to Steve Admison. Great for him, given his history. Let's have another one here. Looking back in the field, Imperial Emperor has finished an agonising 4th in the end. Just behind Meydan, who got his head down on the line. He's finished place. Connections rewarded for their bravery, running the horse on the dirt and in this race. Last year's winner back in 5th. It didn't quite develop in the same way. They didn't go as quick, simply. And that's why this horse has stayed in front. And Magnitude has won the Dubai World Cup. This 4-year-old, an excellent performance. We'll hear from Winning Connection shortly.
Numbers in the Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline. 2-1-4-5. 2-1-4-5. Magnitude in 2:04.38. Margins 1 by 3.
Welcome back into the winners' enclosure. Your 2026 Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline, winner from the USA, Magnitude.
Wow, the 30th running of the Dubai World Cup has gone the way of Magnitude. Jose Ortiz signing an autograph there on screen. And wow, that was some sensational stuff. Jose, congratulations. You've just beaten the best dirt horse in the world. You've just won the 30th Dubai World Cup. How does that sound?
Yeah, it sounds amazing. I mean, I'm very happy, honestly. We knew we have a very good horse, but obviously Forever Young was the best horse in the world, and we had to respect that. But, you know, we knew we have a good enough horse to win the race, and he showed up to it.
So the plan was to go to the front and try and dictate?
Not really. We leave all the options open. If he jumps well, we go to the lead. If somebody jumps well, better than him, just sit off, maybe behind the speed. Like the good thing, he's tactical. We can do whatever with him. He don't have a running style, but he jumped well, and he put me on the lead. I was very happy to be there.
And tell us about the feeling that he gives you out there, because you've ridden him in his last 2 runs, Group 2, Group 3. Now this is arguably one of the biggest races in the world. How did he feel out there? Could he have gone further?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. When I look to my side, passing the 600 meters, I saw Forever Young, and I knew it was time to go. I knew he was going to be the horse to beat, so, you know, I asked him to run, and he was there for me.
One more question. You have won on this race night before, but this is the best, right?
Yeah, Dubai World Cup, man. It's a dream come true, and I'm just very happy to be here. Very happy for Steve. He's back home. And, you know, very happy for my family, my mom and dad. I wish everybody was here today.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Correct weight in the Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline, 2145. 2145, your numbers. Magnitude in 204.38, 204.38. Margins won by 3 lengths. Correct weight in the last. Magnitude in into the straight. Magnitude's got a length and a half on Forever Young. Meydan still makes chase. Magnitude kicking away. Magnitude 3 lengths to Forever Young, who's running out of time. Magnitude to Forever Young. Magnitude 2.5 to Forever Young. Imperial Emperor. Meydan running on. Magnitude needs the post. Here comes Forever Young, but it is USA in Dubai.
Well, we are ready for the presentation for the Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline. An historic race it was as well, being the 30th anniversary of this great race. We will shortly meet the winning connections, hailing from America, another win in the race for them. And it's my great honor to invite to the stage to present this iconic trophy. A man whose colours we have seen carry to success already tonight. That shouldn't be lost on anyone. Please welcome His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the Crown Prince of Dubai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defence. Your Highness, thank you. And he will be presenting 3 awards to our winning connections of magnitude. What an incredible trophy this is, and it will be held aloft by our representative from Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC. Please put your hands together for Ron Winchell. Well done to Ron. Well done to the winning trainer, Steve Asmussen, and to this man who was here with Curlin and is back with magnitude. Put your hands together for Scott Blasi. All smiles for Scott. Well done to him. And our emotional winning rider after the race. He's won so many big races, but look at what this means. Please put your hands together for Jose Ortiz. So there they are all together. I don't need to invite them back in, but I would once again like to say a sincere thank you to His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum for presenting the award, and congratulations to him earlier on in the night. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, show your appreciation for the winner of the 30th Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline, Magnitude. If you would all now please be upstanding for our national anthems. We will hear the national anthem for the United Arab Emirates after the national anthem for our winning nation, the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. There will be the Breeders' Cup presentation now, shortly. And that is before our tribute show to follow. So please don't rush anywhere, plenty more to come. If Ron, you could stay on stage for us, Ron Winchell, we'll just, and Scott and Jose. Stay where you are, gentlemen. We'll just have our Breeders' Cup presentation. You don't have to go to the Breeders' Cup, but I hope you will, because it's a win and you're in contest. Part of this fabulous partnership between the Breeders' Cup and the Dubai World Cup. And whilst we hope to see Magnitude back defending his crown here next year, we also hope to see him at the back end of this year at the Breeders' Cup. Right, the UAE Tribute Show will start very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, the UAE Tribute Show is not too far away. Please get ready for this incredible performance celebrating the spirit of the United Arab Emirates.
الإمارات جميلة، الإمارات قدوة. الإماراتيين اللي عايشين في البلد قاموا بواجبهم بشكل يفرح ويشرف، وهذا الظن فيهم وربي حفظهم. أما المقيمين اللي عندنا ضيوفنا وأهلنا بيظلوا
عيشي بلادي عاش اتحاد إماراتنا، عشتي لشعب دينه الإسلام هديه القرآن، حصنتك بسم الله يا وطن. بلادي 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 حماك الإله شرور الزمان، أقسمنا أن نبني نعمل نخلص مهما عشنا نخلص دام الأمان وعاش العلم يا إماراتنا، رمز العروبة كلنا نفديك بالدماء نرويك، نفديك بالأرواح يا وطن.
ونحن نتحالف مع المستقبل ونذهب إليه لنشارك في صنعه، ولم نكن يوما من الذين ينتظرون ولن نكون.
30 عاماً وقصة لم يكتبها الزمن وحده، بل كتبها الشغف. 3 عقود والعالم يجتمع هنا، حيث لا يكون السباق مجرد سرعة، بل لحظة يصنع فيها التاريخ. هنا حيث تنطلق الخيول كأنها تحمل أحلام البشر فوق ظهورها. هنا حيث تولد الأساطير. 30 عاماً واللحظات تتحول إلى ذكريات خالدة، والأبطال يكتبون أسماءهم في كتاب المجد. هذا هو كأس دبي العالمي، أعظم سباق وأعظم حلم يتجدد كل عام. ولكن وراء كل حلم عظيم هناك رؤية قائد آمن أن الطموح لا حدود له، وأن المجد لا ينتظر بل يصنع. فكان هذا الحدث أكثر من سباق، كان رسالة إلى العالم. وهكذا هي دبي، مدينة إذا حلمت صنعت المستحيل، مدينة تكتب المستقبل برؤية فارسها صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم. ومن هنا، من دبي، حيث يبدأ الحلم ويستمر السباق.
وأقول لهم أن شعارنا الذي كان دبي مدينة العالم سيصبح دبي هي العالم.
السيدات والسادة، يا لها من ليلة لا تنسى. ومع ختام النسخة 30 من كأس دبي العالمي، نشكركم على كونكم جزءاً من هذه الرحلة الاستثنائية. إلى ضيوفنا الكرام وشركائنا ورعاتنا، حضوركم ودعمكم هو ما يجعل هذا الحدث عالمياً بكل معنى الكلمة. وإلى دبي، مدينة لا تشبه إلا نفسها، مدينة اختارت أن تكون حلماً فآمنت بها الدنيا. ومع إسدال الستار على هذه الأمسية، تبقى الروح والإرث مستمرين. شكراً لانضمامكم إلينا، ونتطلع للترحيب بكم مجدداً في العام المقبل في كأس دبي العالمي 2027. تصبحون على خير. Ladies and gentlemen, what an unforgettable night. As we conclude the 30th edition of the Dubai World Cup, we thank you for being part of this incredible journey. To our distinguished guests, partners, and sponsors, your presence and support are what make this event truly world-class. And to Dubai, a city like no other, a city that chose to be a dream, and the world believed in it. As the lights begin to fade, we carry forward the spirit and legacy of this remarkable event. Thank you for joining us once again, and we look forward to welcoming you back next year for the Dubai World Cup 2027. Good night and stay safe.
but one of the great sporting events anywhere in the world.
And the runners are underway. Banishing coming away in the Godolphin Mile. Racing in the Dubai Gold Cup. Fairy Glen, she reigns supreme in the Dubai Gold Cup. Fairy Glen wins a half.